Affordable housing is a win-win for everybody. The citizens own homes, financial institutions provide financing, the informal sector is formalized, more jobs are created, and therefore growing the GDP of Kenya.
These affordable housing projects have really benefited the Jokari sector because we have increased our capacity and we have learned how to do work in a more professional manner and in an organized manner. And I would really like to thank the government for this opportunity it has afforded us.
To ensure the success of this project, the government has provided legislation and policies that support affordable housing, enhanced partnerships with the private sector, and developed stakeholder engagement guidelines for seamless implementation.
In the policy of 2016, we have also defined what affordable housing is. And affordable housing is a housing that is adequate and where the owner of the house, whether it is rental or owner occupied, does not spend more than 30% of their basic salary. So any housing that where one spends more than that, that is deemed to be unaffordable.
Affordable housing is not just about putting up the houses. There are also attendant services that are required. Proper roads, lighting, schools, health facilities within the affordable housing sites. All these functions are devolved functions. So we expect the county governments to be able to service these lands where affordable housing will be put.
The problem in the rural areas is more of quality than quantity. And our focus is improving the quality of the houses in the rural areas. So we have a program within the State Department where we are training people to use materials that are going to improve their houses, and we call it appropriate building materials and technologies.
What we have seen, the cost of construction through the various policy and fiscal intervention that we have made as government has already gone down. When we started the program was at about 75,000 shillings per square meter, and right now it's below 35,000. So affordable housing is not government building a house for you. It is government being able to work with you, all right, so that we empower you to be able to build your own house or go and buy another house that is being built in the market. That, I think, it's something that people have really not been able to understand. The cost is coming down. And what does that mean? Forget about the big schemes that we are building. It means that anybody can now be able to go and build their own home.
Nimefurahi sana serikali kufikiria mtu wa chini kupata nyumba Nairobi. Maishani mwangu singekuwa nafikiria naweza kupata nyumba na nipate nyumba Nairobi. Nimefurahi sana.
We have an appointment with destiny to shape this country into a country that we want. And this is the beginning of a journey out of hopelessness for the majority of our people to give every Kenyan the Kenyan dream.
KMRC was established in 2018, actually to be precise, in April 2018, as a non-deposit taking financial institution under the Companies Act of Kenya and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. The institution was formed as a partnership between the public sector and the private sector, and the reason was to crowd in private sector financing to support affordable housing in Kenya. Of course, there is a lot of challenges that the market in Kenya faces, not least the deficit in the number of housing available in the country, which is about 2 million at the moment, and the deficit increases by about 150,000 houses per year, and a number of other rigidities in the financial sector. Following incorporation of the company, the establishment and operationalization started, and a number of initiatives were put in place, and following which the company was launched in May 2019, and that was launched by the government of Kenya. There is a lot of obviously alignment between KMRC and the government affordable housing agenda. KMRC borrows from existing mortgage refinance companies around the world. The distinction, however, on the model of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is on the institutions that are participating in the KMRC. Now, unlike most mortgage refinance companies around the world, KMRC has among its members savings and credit cooperatives, which are SACCOs in Kenya, as well as microfinance banks. The reason why the SACCOs came into the equation is based on the recognition that SACCOs in Kenya play a significant role in housing. So they provide personal loans, most of which go into incremental housing development in Kenya. We went into the operationalization of the institution, and that requires putting into place the necessary structures for the company to start operations. Part of the key requirements actually, or part of the key operational things that we put in place was the necessary requirements for the institution to be granted a license. That means that we needed to have a governance in place. We needed to have the operating frameworks, including even the ICT infrastructure that is needed. So in March 2020, the Central Bank of Kenya recognized that KMRC had met most of the requirements, and KMRC was granted an in-principle approval, which was a commitment for licensing by the regulator. And on 18th of September 2020, the Central Bank granted a license to the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, which now clears the way for KMRC to start lending operations.
An ICT framework in place, and to implement that framework, and this was key for us to obtain our license. So through procurement, we identified suppliers or vendors we could work with, implemented the mortgage refinance system. A milestone to the implementation of the mortgage refinance system is the short implementation period, which took 14 weeks as opposed to the normal average implementation period of 6 months for such a project. And what attributed to that is the methodology that we used to rapidly implement this particular system.
KMRC supports the affordable housing pillar of the Kenya's Big Four agenda, and it's supporting that primarily on the demand side, and that is provision of long-term financing to the primary mortgage lenders for purposes of lending to ultimate borrowers, so that obviously we create more access and affordability in the market for people to be able to get decent housing. So there are institutions and other government entities that play on the supply possibility on what the supply side is doing, so that we ensure that obviously KMRC is keen to communicate out there.
The journey of a credit review starts from identification of a portfolio, a refinancing portfolio, and before that it starts from gap analysis from the primary lenders. These are the banks, SACCOs, and the microfinance bank, where you look at their mortgage process, you identify what needs to be done, because you realize this is a new concept, especially for SACCOs, because they have not been doing mortgage lending.
One of the features, or some of the features that the mortgage refinance system has is the lending module, which takes care of the lending process for KMRC, which is one of the core areas that facilitate the lending business, which is the core mandate of KMRC. We also have other modules that facilitate the internal operations of KMRC. We also have the business intelligence and analytics module that will enable us make quick decisions by actively analyzing the data within our servers and our various applications.
One of the things that we established is that we need to standardize the processes, because you understand each and every institution have different approach to mortgage lending, and therefore as a Kenya Mortgage Finance Company, within our mandate also we have set forth to standardize documentation and the process so that we can make it as seamless as possible, and that will assist us to penetrate that market.
KMRC is just one of the cogs in the affordable housing space. There are a number of others. But with the entry of KMRC, we anticipate to influence the growth of the affordable housing, and that will mean also addressing the challenges within the environment. And we are working with the Department of Housing as well as the Ministry of Lands with the support of the World Bank, which under its technical assistance project, for purposes of creating efficiencies that will then help in the greater rollout and the enhancing of the scope of affordable housing in the country. So KMRC have had a number of board meetings, obviously, and prepared its annual report, first annual report for 2019, and held its first annual general meeting on 30th of June 2020, obviously where the shareholders made certain critical decisions during the meeting. KMRC also operates within an environment, and KMRC recognizes that environment, and among those are the needy among us. And KMRC recently went on to provide that kind of support to a children's home, which has been affected greatly by the pandemic, because a number of children had been shifted out from hospitals who have pre-existing conditions and needed obviously to be put in a place where they're a lot more secure. And on that basis, KMRC recognized the need to provide that support, and we offered our support in a small way to the Imani Children's Home. So KMRC obviously has great intentions to significantly support the growth of the housing market in Kenya, and this is meant to be achieved together with a number of partners. Now, in our roadmap, we anticipate that by 2024, KMRC will have supported the doubling of affordable housing or housing in Kenya. We currently have about 26,000. KMRC anticipates to support the issuance of up to 30,000 homes in the next 4 to 5 years. We also anticipate, obviously, that with that kind of support, KMRC will influence significantly the number of or the value of mortgages in Kenya against the GDP. At the moment, it stops at around 2.5 to 2.7%. And we anticipate to push that to 5% in the near term.
I note with much appreciation this initiative is a partnership between the Kenya government and private sector, and it demonstrates the possibilities of the growing synergy between the private sector and the government towards the delivery of public goods. And I believe that this groundbreaking initiative only adds the momentum to our quest to enhance access to affordable housing for all. This scheme will include a housing guarantee mechanism for those with low incomes or employed in the informal sector to help expand access to housing finance.
Of the KMRC marks an important milestone in our financial markets, as the company is expected to play a critical role of deepening the primary mortgage market through its intermediation activities. As you are aware, KMRC will play a very significant role in the affordable housing pillar of the Big Four agenda by availing affordable credit to participating financial institutions, which will be extended to eligible borrowers for housing finance purposes. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the idea of forming a liquidity facility of this kind is a culmination of various discussions on how to address constraints hindering the growth of the mortgage market in Kenya. The National Treasury therefore sought support from the World Bank to provide technical assistance in the realization of this initiative.
Your Excellency, this program has helped a lot in terms of supporting infrastructure in the informal settlements, that's the slums. Through this program, we've also got security of tenure for various properties within the informal settlements. And so far, we have issued 25,000 titles to date.
I note with much appreciation this initiative is a partnership between the Kenya government and private sector, and it demonstrates the possibilities of the growing synergy between the private sector and the government towards the delivery of public goods. And I believe that this groundbreaking initiative only adds the momentum to our quest to enhance access to affordable housing for all. This scheme will include a housing guarantee mechanism for those with low incomes or employed in the informal sector to help expand access to housing finance. I wish at this point to thank the World Bank and the African Development Bank for agreeing to support this initiative of ours by committing Kenya shillings 25 billion and Kenya shillings 10 billion respectfully to this institution. And I am happy to say that the capitalization of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company has been finalized, as well as the development of the operational framework and the constitution of the board. The company is now ready to commence business, and therefore Kenyans can now count on us to deliver lower interest rates to finance acquisition of their homes.
Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding, which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government, in this case with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders and also look at the interventions. And number 3, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institutions that are participating with KMRC, both banks and circles, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Allocation of Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government, in this case with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number 1, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number 2, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders and also look at the interventions. And number 3, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha. We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institutions that are participating with KMRC, both banks and SACCOs, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Also support housing developers by linking them up with the participating mortgage lenders. We have about 20 institutions that participate with us, so that we effectively create a link between supply and demand. We are convinced that when the developers have a clear view of demand, they will be motivated to invest more in affordable housing developments. Accelerating mortgage registration and the title transfer processes will also have significant impact on the ability of developers to reach scale in affordable housing developments and to better manage their capital and liquidity constraints. We encourage banks, because they play in both the demand and the supply side, now that they have good clarity and visibility on both sides, to support, especially on the supply side in terms of development, because with clear visibility on the demand on this side, they will be able to potentially better manage the risk, which is a lot higher in the supply side. Although small at present, Kenya has a dynamic mortgage industry which is growing rapidly and becoming increasingly competitive. Several institutions are now in this sector. Apart from the banks which are considered traditional mortgage lenders, we now have microfinance banks, savings and credit cooperatives, who ordinarily offer loans, a majority of which go into housing, but they don't develop or they don't produce mortgages or they don't do mortgages. But KMRC has partnered with SACCOs, who we believe have a lot more greater need for liquidity for purposes of enhancing the scope of affordable housing, as they will be able to diversify their product offering. This diversity favors home loan borrowers and it creates the much needed competition in the market. We encourage Kenyans to visit our partner institutions and get information on how they can apply for a mortgage funded through KMRC, which will enable them to own an affordable home. On behalf of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, I wish to congratulate the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for completion of this project and the launch of the first affordable homes in Kenya.
This program started last year, April. And I don't think there is any government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688#. You can go to the portal and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a first and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation, because there is a KYC process, or know your client process, that we need. We also need to get your income details, because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number 3, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised at least 12.5% of the cost of the unit typology that you have elected that you want. Number 4, you need to choose Park Road, because there are other settlements, there are other schemes that are coming up. So you need to actually go and choose and say, I want Park Road. Because if you don't choose, then you will just appear as a general, you're just interested. This affordable housing agenda has been misunderstood. Perhaps to say that it's government that is going to be building houses. No. This agenda is about government facilitating the private sector. This housing scheme has been undertaken by an investor. They put in their money, they built it, government provided the land, and once the housing scheme was completed, we had mobilized the money from civil servants from all over the country to pay them. So I think it's important to understand how this model works. And you cannot do that without the financial institutions, because we know that our housing sector, the market is broken, and it is a systemic problem that has taken many years to be. For a country of 47 million and above to have about 25,000 mortgages, I think you can all attest that we have a problem. But we have started the journey to right those wrongs, and we cannot do it without getting the private sector involved. Any Kenyan born can aspire to have their own house. This is very, very, very important. So laying the right foundation is important, but making sure that we do it with the right partners is critical. And I can also attest that we have over 20,000 acres of land that we have set aside. So really, this journey of affordable housing, it may have taken a little bit of time to take off, but the dream is still alive. And we still believe that it's better late than never. And we will be able to deliver on this great aspiration for majority of our people. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today, because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that have been created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Starehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thanks for your indulgence and for being here early enough. I just wanted to alert you that we should be starting shortly. So feel free to settle in, plug your computers. We'll be having a good 2 days here. Thank you.
Mortgage Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we are going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institution that are participating with KMRC, both banks and circles, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. On the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya, and we call to action because we want the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government, in this case with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya, and we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation. Get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institutions that are participating with KMRC, both banks and SACCOs, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
As a National Housing Corporation, we are proud of this project. This has been a project that has been achieved through work by a lot of players, and I'm here to recognize their effort, more so the public who showed a lot of trust, particularly in a government entity. At the end of the day, we have been able to achieve these houses. But most importantly for us as National Housing Corporation is how the houses will be shared to the public. And we wish to reassure you that as a NHC, we have always had an open and transparent policy of allocating houses. We've been in business since 1953. And you know we have a lot of projects within Nairobi itself and across the country. We will ensure that those who did put in the applications and are eligible for houses will be considered in a fair way. And I know there are more people who applied for the houses than we have here. But at the end of the day, this is not the only project. We have a multitude of other projects coming up. And as we always say it, this is more of a proof of concept for the houses that we will do.
Today marks a critical milestone in the affordable housing agenda with the launch of the allocation of the Park Road Housing Project. This launch today literally provides an important convergence between supply and demand. As we all are aware, the critical demand for housing has not been adequately met by the supply side of the market. In fact, the demand-supply gap is mostly noticeable at the lower end of the housing market, as the lower income households have limited access to decent housing. Over the last few years, however, the country has been able to provide an average of 50,000 housing units per year, but mostly for the high-income families. In this regard, the entry of KMRC in the market is expected to improve mortgage affordability, increase the number of qualifying borrowers, and result in the expansion of the primary mortgage market and home ownership in Kenya. As a wholesale lender, KMRC provides bulk long-term housing loans to participating primary mortgage lenders at concessional rates of about 5% per year at the start. The primary mortgage lenders are expected to pass the benefit of fixed long-term funds, potentially at lower than market rates, to wananchi. We have already approved a refinanceable portfolio, that's KMRC, of about 4.5 billion, which we are working to release in due course. The institutions are now at an advanced stage of finalizing the required documentation to access the funding. We have nonetheless already received the funding for purposes of refinancing that portfolio. We have also approved credit limits of about 50.7 billion Kenya shillings on aggregate for all the 20 participating institutions, giving them greater clarity on the amounts they are eligible to draw down up to 30th of June 2021, after which new credit limits will be set. KMRC therefore stands ready to refinance mortgages originated out of this Park Road project and indeed in any other project currently under consideration. KMRC will seek to leverage its broad shareholder mix that includes the Government of Kenya, commercial banks, savings and credit cooperatives, and development finance institutions to support development in the housing market. We will also support housing developers by linking them up with additional mortgage lenders. We now have microfinance.
Government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a Juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688#. You can go to the portal, and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center, and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a first and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation, because there is a KYC process, or know your client process, that we need. We also need to get your income details, because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number three, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised at least 12.5% of the cost of the unit typology that you have elected that you want. Number four, you need to choose Park Road, because there are other settlements, there are other schemes that are coming up. So you need to actually go and choose and say, I want Park Road. Because if you don't choose, then you will just appear as a general, you're just interested. This affordable housing agenda has been misunderstood. Perhaps to say that it's government that is going to be building houses. No. This agenda is about government facilitating the private sector. This housing scheme has been undertaken by an investor. They put in their money, they built it, government provided the land, and once the housing scheme was completed, we had mobilized the money from civil servants from all over the country to pay them. So I think it's important to understand how this model works. And you cannot do that without the financial institutions, because we know that our housing sector, the market is broken, and it is a systemic problem that has taken many years to be. For a country of 47 million and above to have about 25,000 mortgages, I think you can all attest that we have a problem. But we have started the journey to right those wrongs, and we cannot do it without getting the private sector involved. Any Kenyan born can aspire to have their own house. This is very, very, very important. So laying the right foundation is important, but making sure that we do it with the right partners is critical. And I can also attest that we have over 20,000 acres of land that we have set aside. So really, this journey of affordable housing, it may have taken a little bit of time to take off, but the dream is still alive. And we still believe that it's better late than never. And we will be able to deliver on this great aspiration for majority of our people. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today, because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that are being created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Tarehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big scheme that will be coming up, Portland, where we have got about 16,000 acres, but of which 4,200 has already been set aside for a new city, and where we want to put up 240,000. The master planning is done, and we already have 4 investors that are already, we're already negotiating with them. So it is a slow grind, but it is a grind nevertheless. The demand is real. And so I'd like to urge our developers, because this is now where we need the developers to come to the table. The financing for end user is in place. The banks have told you how much they are providing, and KMRC has given them the assurance that they will refinance them. So it means that as they do the mortgages, they can recycle their money and do more mortgages over time. What we now need are developers and investors to come to the table and to start building. You don't need a big scheme like this one. You can even start with 100 units. You can start with 40 units. For as long as those houses meet the definition of affordable housing, any Kenyan can go to any of these participating banks and they will be able to get a unit of their choice. We have also put in a lot of governance structure. And one of the most important things that we wanted to demonstrate with this scheme is trust, that you can actually trust government. Because I think in the past, there is an element of trust deficit. Because sometimes we say something and we do something different. We say these houses are supposed to be for a certain class of people, and then you find that those who have money come and buy 10 and 15 of them, and then they end up benefiting from them. So we have actually put together a very good governance. We have got Zamara. They are the administrators, independent administrators of the housing fund. We have Britam, the fund managers. And then we also have the main custodial bank, which is KCB.
In the history of our country, when housing development is written many years from now, you remember this event. Because largely amidst global pandemic, we have PS and all of us have built together a program or a project in very difficult times. And when they say that there's always a silver lining in a cloud, nothing demonstrates that than this program. A lot of people are nervous in the environment we live today, and especially for the financial sector, who has stood strongly behind individuals, clients, businesses. If you look at the statistics of the banking sector, and many times it's never told. I've been chairman for long enough to know that banks are always seen as profitable and non-supportive. But if you look at the global pandemic today for COVID-19, banks have almost reached more than 1.3 trillion shillings of finances restructuring. And that's significant for what we are putting on the table to be able to support those businesses. And for housing development, I would say we've been doing mortgages much more on the medium to high end over years. But the affordable housing program is just a catalyst, PS. I would say it's a private public sector initiative for financing. It will demonstrate much more investors to come in. Just the banks which have made a commitment in excess of 365 billion shillings as a first start. And that's a commitment we made so far. It is a significant investment. If you look at lending at the sector, if you prioritize the lending portfolio in terms of the sector, this will be PS the third or fourth largest segment today, and potentially knowing how housing is, perhaps could become the single largest segment in the years ahead. So there is a real commitment for us as an industry. We have also done more beyond just this activity. So we've done work with the Kenya Mortgage and Financing Company. Johnson spoke earlier. A number of our banks are shareholders. And that will deliver loans at interest rate governor of below 10%. It's 9.9% as far as I remember for our banks that we have in the market. And so I don't see the challenge, PS, on financing the project that we have. Different banks have different agendas to be able to build, support investors, support people who are willing to invest in this program, and also even as we go ahead to create the partial guarantee scheme for housing, this is one way of extending the opportunities we all face. So mine is to thank you and give you a commitment for the industry, PS, that we will stand with all investors beyond yourself to be able to make this a reality. Thank you, and wishing you a good launch today. Asante sana.
As was mentioned a moment ago, when the history is written of housing in Kenya, and indeed our country, and indeed of 2020, this event today will be a significant element. It will have its own chapter. And that is actually something that we all acknowledge. But in terms of example, I want you to go back to a particular building that we all know, which is the Empire State Building in New York. We've all heard about it. We've seen pictures about it. It was the first building that was more than 100 floors. So that was the idea, 100 floors. It began at a time when they began building it, at a time when the economy of the US and other economies had actually collapsed completely. That was after the Great Depression, the collapse of the financial markets in 1929, etc. So it began in March of 1930 and actually was completed in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days, record time. And they wanted to prove something, that we can do it. We can do it. Today, obviously, it's a marvel. But it's interesting to look back at it and see it was built in record time, at a time when the world had collapsed, and at the end of it, the human spirit could not be suppressed. This is what we are witnessing today, Bwana PS. This is what you have put together, Bwana CAS, and indeed everyone else who's been part of this project. The idea that 2020, of course, has been a very rough year for everybody, but at the same time, we've managed to appreciate what is important for us as Kenyans, as people who care about each other. The reason we are here today is because we will have 1,300 families get a roof over their head that they own, their own building, their own housing. Hii ni yangu. And we have 1,300 today, but as PS has said, there is a pipeline. And that pipeline will continue into the future. The problem is we needed to start somewhere and prove it can be done. And that's what they had to do back in 1930 when they did the Empire State Building. And that's what this success is today. We've brought together PS and everyone else that was involved in this project. You brought together a set of people who are inspired by the objective of providing housing to everybody, but particularly affordable housing to that sector of our society that maybe at times we ignore them. Of course, it means bringing together people with their ingenuity and everyone pulling as they can. And I think this is remarkable. It doesn't happen often, and you've proved we can do it. PS, you should be proud of this. You and your team should be very proud because it's not only in housing, but it is in everything else. Unfortunately, many of our projects collapse, not because we don't have the ingenuity, but because other maneno comes in. I don't know what the maneno is. So you find that a project started, it's not finishing. Forget even finishing as per schedule. I talked about that building, and they completed it in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days. So it means they were doing something like 3 floors, an average of 3 floors per day. And the same here. You have done it in 1 year, 6 months. I don't think anywhere in Kenya you've had that sort of record. Secondly, you've also done it at cost. At cost. One of the reasons why this is affordable is because there was that concern about keeping the costs down
So yes, the material is good, but it doesn't mean that we have to splurge on things. You know, I think we all understand, you know, things that are supposed to cost 100 shillings, they cost 400 shillings, and all other problems that that produces. And that is why you can actually have a 3-bedroom house at the price of I think it was 3.25 million or something like that, because actually you made sure that the costs were kept down in terms of production costs, etc. But that's not just sufficient. It's also important to have others that will support in terms of lending. The finances are important. And I think the bankers should be congratulated for actually not just welcoming, but embracing this project, making it their own. And in some sense, not just financing it, but making sure that they can lend at single digits. That I don't think you could have gotten anywhere, say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever. But somehow, bankers have decided that this is something that they'll make money on it. They're not losing money. And yet, it'll make it affordable for the people. But the most important thing here is that you're providing dignity to the people that will be coming here. The issue of dignity is something that I think we have had to remember during this 2020 pandemic. We look at each other, we are the brother or the sister, the brother of whoever is on my left and right. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. And so we are concerned about treating others, making sure that they actually have dignity. And I think a key element in our lifestyle, in our lives really, is having a building that is yours, your home. And I think this really shows that we as a society can do exactly that. So this is something that I can say I'm proud to be associated with. I also have staff members who want these houses. And frankly, I think we support it very much. Here I'm going to say that we have decided to provide some financing for our staff so that they can get these houses. So I'm sorry to the bankers, because that's coming off you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
But it's something that we have.
Good morning. I must apologize, we're starting a little late, but we'll try to make it your while with a pace that you will appreciate. But before we start, I'd like us to be upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you. Please have your seats. Good morning once again. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Affordable Housing Conference that has been convened by the State Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company and a host of other stakeholders. Before we kick off this conversation, I'd just like Mr. Joshua from Lake Naivasha Resort to give us a brief safety note, and then we'll get the show on the road. Joshua, karibu.
Good morning. Welcome to Lake Naivasha Resort. Feel safe and secure as you'll be around. I'll take you through safety and security and a little bit of housekeeping so that you enjoy your stay when you are within the facility. I'll start with safety. First and foremost, if you're going out or you're coming in from the main gate, ensure that your temperatures are checked, you are sanitized, and then you are logged in by our security team from the gate. The purpose of logging in is for anything that might happen, so that we will account for the people who are within. So ensure that that is done when you're coming in. When you are accessing all our facilities in RMK or the other side, you ensure that you keep your safety. You sanitize, you mask up, and you ensure that anytime that you are within our facility, you are masked up. When our washrooms are where you are seated, they're on the right side. When you go in through that door, the first right that you get is the ladies, and then gents is way straight ahead. That's our washroom. Our lunch will be done at around 1:45. We are cascading our lunch to ensure that we have space enough for all the lunch down there. Our lunch will be done at roast dining. Roast dining, there are two routes that will take us to roast dining. You will go in this inside the RMK. You will go straight ahead to the far end. When you're at the far end, you will drop down. That is where we have our roast dining. Our lunch, when you're doing lunch, ensure that you keep distance. And then the seats that we have for lunch, we've reserved per group. So the groups are eating together when you're doing our lunch. Lunch is lunchtime. When we call for lunchtime, ensure that you keep that time, because we have groups that are coming in within different times. Ensure that when you are down there doing your lunch, all your valuables, phones, you keep them with you. The area has CCTV all over, but just ensure that, just in case, everything you carry within yourself. During lunch hour, if you are having laptops, all those things that you're having, you can leave them here. They are safe, because we'll have people who will be here during lunch hour. So you don't need to carry your laptops when you're going for lunch. The only thing you carry are your phones and all those things. Security. Today, when we are here, our assembly point is opposite the parking area. It's called Guava Gardens. That the helipad area, that's where we do our assembly point. If anything happens today, if the alarm rings, we have an alarm down here that we usually ring when we have emergency. If the alarm rings, ensure that you drop down to Acacia, to Guava Gardens. That's where we will assemble. And if it rings today, it is not a drill. It's real. So when we hear alarm today, it's not a drill, it's real. Let's get ourselves down there. If we are at Acacia Gardens, if you go down the other side, the main reception, if you're at Acacia Gardens, we have an assembly point in front of Acacia Gardens. If you hear an alarm from that side, you ensure that you go to the assembly point, and that's where you will be instructed. When we are down there, we have hippos, the other side. We have hippos that usually come over the lunch hour between 1 and around 3. Ensure that you keep yourself within the tracks that we've kept for the pedestrians. Don't jump over to the fence that we have there. We have 2 fences. One is is live wire. So ensure that you don't cross over to go and maybe we have had incidents where people want to take pictures next to the hippos and then they cross over. So you ensure that you keep yourself towards within the specified areas. We also have water bags and all those things the other side. So just ensure that you keep safe in terms of anything that you're doing and all through. We have tourist police usually come over all the time. So when you see police armed and walking through, they're just doing their normal patrols just to ensure that all of us are safe and we are aligned to safety of the staffs and also the guests that we have. Any question? Question in terms of safety and security. If you are coming with a vehicle, ensure that you are given the white tag at the main gate. Because without the white tag, you will not leave the main gate. And if you lose the white tag again, you'll be charged. So ensure that you carry that white tag with you. It assists us in terms of parking and crowd control. Any question? Again, welcome and feel free. If you have anything, then you can tag along and let us know. Your tea will be done just outside here. That's where you have your tea stations. So when you're doing your tea, you just slide out and then you'll do your tea outside the slide station. If you're a person who have special diet in terms of whatever needs to be done, if you have a condition and all those things, you ensure that you report early enough so that our team will ensure that they facilitate the same. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. His Excellency the Deputy Governor for the Great County of Nakuru, Dr. Eric Korir. Peers in the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Charles Hinga. Ms. Jumoke Jogun Dokunmu, who is the AFC Regional Director. And Mr. Johnston Oletatia, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the KMRC. All protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. I think I've said good morning for the 5th time. Bear with me. My name is Bonnie, program director this morning and of the day. And I'd just like to run you very quickly about why we're having this conversation. In the room here, obviously, there's lots of different stakeholders representing entities that are constantly working to ensure that the conversation of affordable housing is heard and implemented. And in the course of the next 2 days, we'll be seeking your input. So this will not just be another point where we have speakers come on stage and do different presentations, but the whole conversation about the Affordable Housing Conference today and tomorrow will be to try and put our minds together, get thought leadership, and explore areas of collaboration within the different stakeholders that are represented here. And so there will be a lot more of engagements other than just sitting and listening. We'll have several sessions where we'll require you to, we'll create rather opportunities for you to network. And so those will be mostly during our meal times, the tea breaks and lunch breaks. Please take advantage of these opportunities and get to connect with different players of different sectors. Exchange your job cards. Let's have these conversations going. For the guests that were here earlier on, obviously you're treated to a lot of information and data on the screens. And the whole conversation about housing is one that is unending. You all know the numbers, right? And the fact that the need for housing keeps growing in this country every year. There's been several efforts by the government, by the private sector, by PPP, by development partners to try and plug these gaps. And whilst there's a lot of ground that has been gained, there's still a lot of work that is needed. But more importantly, and perhaps the aim of this conversation for the next 2 days will be for you in the areas that you represent to try and figure out what is your role in this jigsaw, which part exactly do we play, and how can we best build that relationship, ensure that it's happening within the framework and also you're able to engage. Ladies and gentlemen, we do live in an interconnected world, and so I'm seeing almost everybody plugged onto their gadget. Remain there, okay? Free Wi-Fi. And we can have the conversation on stage, but also we can have these conversations online for a lot of other people who couldn't make it to be here. And the hashtag you could be using is Affordable Housing Conference. Once you use that, we should be able to collect that information and share a lot more with others that couldn't make it here. Okay? Great. So let's get this ball on the roll, and I think it's good manners to bring the host of this conference to formally welcome us and just share his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to bring on stage Mr. Johnson Oletetia, Chief Executive Officer at the KMRC. Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good morning. Mr. Charles Hinga, the PS, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, the Deputy Governor, Nakuru County, Dr. Eric Korir, the IFC Regional Director, Ms. Jumoke Jagun Dukum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. Welcome to the Affordable Housing Conference on Demand and Supply. We thank you very much for accepting our invitation and turning to participate in this all-important conference. This conference, which is jointly co-hosted by KMRC and the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, came about following a discussion that I had with the PS Housing sometimes June this year, where we discussed how to bring stakeholders together to discuss especially the challenges that we are facing on the delivery of affordable housing. In fact, we agreed that we needed to have a small team first to scope out the issues, and this led to the formation, which the PS did, formally formed a committee of about 20 plus entity people, actually very senior people from a number of financial institutions and government, to initially scope out the issues, especially the challenges that we face on the delivery of affordable housing, and identify some of the interventions that we need to get the housing going. We are going to take, or certainly take comments from this conference today and tomorrow, and hopefully we are going to improve the report of the committee, which will form a blueprint that will potentially use for purposes of addressing the issues to accelerate delivery of affordable housing in our country. We are very pleased to see all of you. This large turnout certainly is a statement of the significance you hold on the affordable housing and the need to provide affordable housing to the people. Indeed, we are looking forward to insightful discussions over the next day or two. As you are aware, we continue to face a number of challenges, not least issues to do with land matters, registration, end user financing that is not available, and certainly high interest rates, high cost of housing units, and among others, that are making it impractical for most Kenyans to access decent and affordable housing. KMRC provides, I think as the majority of you will know by now, funds to primary mortgage lenders in order to increase availability and affordability of home loans to a majority of the people. We provide concessional, fixed rate, long-term finance to mortgage financiers so they can finance individual borrowers and thereby making home loans more accessible and affordable for especially the moderate to low income earners. KMRC, therefore, is a key driver of the demand side of housing. Our objective is to intervene in the housing market to make it more responsive to demand, especially at the moderate to low income segments, to make home ownership a closer reality for most Kenyans. To demonstrate our presence in the market, KMRC is processing loan applications from 12 primary mortgage lenders. Of course, you know we have institutions that participate with KMRC who we directly lend to, and KMRC is a wholesale financial institution, so we don't lend to individuals directly. And for purposes of refinancing, and the refinanceable portfolio we're looking at the moment is 9.6 billion shillings. Certainly, we could already have processed and disbursed all this funding, but because of the challenges that I enumerated earlier, we are unable to essentially speed up the disbursement of funds, and we hope certainly that part of the discussions we're going to have today will help us to unlock some of those challenges so that we can accelerate the provision of funding. But we have nonetheless disbursed slightly over 1.34 billion to 5 financial institutions, with another 3.6 billion which we anticipate will be released shortly. Certainly the difference will be released most likely in the next 3 or so months. KMRC is disbursing this financing out of the funding pool of 35 billion Kenya shillings, which is informal sovereign debts, from the World Bank and the African Development Bank, that has been mobilized, especially through the National Treasury. We recognize that access to affordable long-term finance is just one of the variables in the affordable housing program. As a result, we are building synergies across the affordable housing value chain, hence the motivation for us to host this conference. Confronting the challenges in the affordable housing market require us to be innovative, accommodative, proactive, and all-inclusive in our approaches. So we need to strengthen collaboration and ensure commitment by all parties. From our end at KMRC, we appreciate the importance of collaboration, and that's why we are working closely with the various stakeholders, not least the State Department of Housing, the primary mortgage lenders, and thank you all for coming, the National Housing Corporation, the National Treasury, the DFIs, including the IFC, the World Bank, Shelter Afrique, and African Development Bank, among others, private developers, and even regulators and policymakers. We anticipate that with our joint efforts and with the right enabling environment, the housing finance market in Kenya will transform for the better. The next 2 days of discussion by you, majority of you are thought leaders in our market and seasoned industry experts, we believe will be very insightful, thought-provoking, and informative. We believe implementation of resolutions to be read out at the end of this conference tomorrow will help influence and push the affordable housing agenda in Kenya in the right direction. In conclusion, I would like to acknowledge efforts and commitments of the members of the Affordable Housing Committee on Demand and Supply, which I chair. This dynamic and very dedicated team has been spending valuable time, including time spent last week here in Naivasha, to scope out the challenges that we continue to face in the affordable housing space. And we thank you very much for that dedication. I would also like to thank the Logistics Subcommittee for making all the arrangements on a very short notice in order to make this conference a success. I also thank especially my exemplary team at KMRC for ensuring effective delivery minding the details, and generally facilitating success of this conference. Finally, but not least, I would like to thank the PS Housing and Urban Development. He and I conceptualized this idea, and he has been exceptionally supportive. Thank you, PS, for the support. Always being optimistic and profoundly passionate about delivery of affordable housing. We plan to make this an annual event, and KMRC commits to continue taking a lead role, and I'm positive already about the outcome of this conference. And so I look forward to the engagements and deliberations and lots of networking, and we hope that you'll exchange contacts and have conversations at the sidelines of this conference. Again, thank you and karibuni.
Thank you very much, Bwana CEO, for welcoming us here and for that charge that you've given us that we need to consider ways of how we can plug this gap. Before we continue from one host to the other, I'd like to bring on stage the Deputy Governor for Nakuru County, Dr. Eric Korir, to make his remarks. Karibu sana. Makofi ya governor tafadhali.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Our peers, Judge of Housing and Urban Development, Bwana Alsinga, the Regional Director, IFC, our CEO for Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, Bwana Johnson Moletetia, and all the distinguished guests who are in this particular meeting today. Good morning. As you have heard, I'm called Dr. Eric Korir. I'm the Deputy Governor for Nakuru County, and I'm here today on behalf of His Excellency the Governor, Governor Lee Kinyanjui, who was not able to attend, but he actually requested that I attend on his behalf this particular conference today. I hope you accept his apologies. First, I think the topic affordable housing is actually in the heart of so many Kenyans. Because one, among the basic needs as far as Maslow's hierarchy of needs are concerned, one of the lowest of them apart from food and what have you is actually housing, where you stay. So when His Excellency started the Big Four agenda, and under the Big Four was the affordable housing being one of them, I think it was the most welcomed one among most of them, because I think it touched the hearts of so many Kenyans. The cost of housing in Kenya for a long time, what we normally refer to as real estate, has actually been very expensive. And because of that expense, most people managed to put up affordable houses. And it has resulted in so many slums. People will be actually seeing cities made up of informal settlements, which cannot have most of the amenities that are required. So I must say, in fact, each and every one of us the first kind of investment they would want to do is actually to do something, a roof over their heads, so that they have something good. In Kenya, at the moment, the high earners normally have no problem in getting their affordable houses. But the issues about about housing is actually a big issue for the middle class and the lower, staying there for as long as possible, because normally it fluctuates and it gives a lot of problem to the middle class and the lower. Get these credit guarantees so that it lowers the cost of interest, so that we can afford to pay over a long period of time, or even provide a soft loan, which is actually not flexible, with no interest, so that the people can afford. I think the uptake of some of these projects will actually be big. I know it's huge, at the moment it's big, but as we increase on our number of affordable houses, I think many people would want to apply, many people would want to actually be part of this, so that they can earn, they can have a place, what do they call, a roof above their heads. I'm happy to say, I think among the very few counties in Kenya, Nakuru is one of those counties which have seen some start in terms of affordable housing. And I must say, in May this year, we launched the construction of 605 houses, what in Bondeni, Nakuru East sub-county. The housing units will comprise of 45 one-bedroom, 182 bedroom, and 33 bedrooms, and will be completed maybe within 30 months. Because of availability of affordable houses will reduce the demand for subdivision of agricultural land into plots that are sold to with a desire to buy their homes. I want to say some few examples. If you have known Nakuru and you've come from areas like Bahati, in some few 20, 30 years ago, this was strong agricultural land. But as we talk, there are high-rise buildings which have actually mushroomed in these areas, meaning we will be having, if we continue like this, if we don't go up and we reduce on the land service, we'll have a lot of problems actually providing the food to our citizens. To continue working in ways to help flexibility in payment for the houses to ensure maximum uptake by the targeted sector. With those few remarks, thank you and God bless.
There, your comments, and we're happy to share with a lot wider community that are obviously interested in this conversation. So just remember, you go back to Affordable Housing Conference is the hashtag, I think, on Twitter, and you're able to connect and share your thoughts as well in this conversation.
Responsive to the investment opportunities, paving the way for greater collaboration opportunities, as the CEO of KMRC said earlier. The World Bank Group is supporting the entire housing value chain in Kenya to effectively address the housing finance gap through investment, advisory tools, and policy advice. On the demand side, we supported the design, operationalization, and funding of KMRC, and also look to continue in the funding phase as KMRC grows. We are pleased to see it becoming an organization that can fulfill its intended role in making housing finance accessible and more affordable for Kenyans. On the public sector-led housing institutions to complement private sector-led delivery of housing schemes with financiers, which could lead to possible securitization of rental receivables, and other financial structures that will bring down the cost of housing. I would like to share 4 key lessons that we have learned in over 30 years of World Bank Group experience supporting affordable housing developments around the world. Firstly, a comprehensive approach is needed to reach scale. What do I mean? Affordable building at scale to reduce costs. Therefore, supply, no lender will provide mortgages or finance to the developer. We cannot successfully build the number of affordable units required unless all of these pieces are in place and the different stakeholders are around the table. That's why I'm very happy to see that all these are on the agenda for discussion at this conference. Secondly, we have learned that a public-private approach is vital to meeting the demand for affordable housing. The government of Kenya has taken a proactive approach to support affordable housing. But we all know, I mean, we're in the midst of Corona. Corona has decimated the fiscal envelopes of a lot of countries around the world. Actually, this is a fantastic opportunity to bring in private sector capital into this space. And the government can act as an enabler or catalyst to facilitate private investment. The application of public-private partnerships in the housing sector can be especially valuable in embedding best practices and governing principles in legal, regulatory, and finance structures. And is extremely useful in, as we say, getting the biggest bang for the buck. In several countries that we've worked in, as varied as India on the one hand, and Fiji and Timor-Leste on the other, we have concluded housing PPP projects. For example, in India's Odisha state, we assisted the state to identify private sector partners to develop additional housing units for the poorest section of the society living in the capital, Bhubaneswar. That project was successful, it's under construction. On the other hand, in a small country like Fiji, we did the same thing. In a small country like Fiji, we did the same thing, providing affordable housing across less water. We are stepping up our efforts and have committed to 35% climate finance across our operations by 2025. So green building is an important part of our climate commitment, and we think that and hope that we can all move this forward as well. For housing, in helping to address this demand and accelerating the shift to green mortgages and buildings, there is what is called the Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies tool, the EDGE tool, which is the certification and stamp of approval of green buildings, which enables the buyers of the houses to get all these benefits that I have listed out. Finally, the fourth thing, I said four different things we've learned. One of the most important that I would say is the fourth one is to remember who the houses are being built for. Remember their needs, the ultimate home buyer. The housing development must account for their needs. In some projects where this was not taken into account, I'll give the scenario. The construction of the housing project would not want to happen in Kenya. And so that is one key lesson that we say is learned. So going forward, we, the World Bank Group, will continue supporting development of affordable and
and the support structures that are involved. And talking about real life examples that you can see. Outside this plenary, there are 2 exhibitions that are currently happening by 2 developers on different projects, one in Ongata Rongai in Nairobi and the other one in Bondeni project in Nakuru that the governor talked about. So you could also just pass by and just get a glimpse of what's happening. Remember, this is a conversation that brings together everybody, whether it's county government, private sector, housing cooperatives, landowners, as well as financiers. Ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, I'd like to invite the PS State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Bwana Charles Hinga, to address us. Karibu.
Madam Jumoke Jagun Dakunmu, I hope I've gotten the pronunciation right. The CEO of KMRC, Joe, your team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first start by apologizing for being a bit underdressed. It's not every other day you get an opportunity to get out of Nairobi and lose your tie. I was telling Joe I had carried 2 pairs of sneakers, enumerating some of the very significant and visible progress that we have made when His Excellency the President determined that housing will form part of the daily conversation in this country. The Affordable Housing Program has provided us an opportunity to right some of these systemic issues through clear interventions on the demand side and the supply side of housing, focusing on unlocking supply.
Recording in progress.
I've just started. I know my speeches tend to be very long, so just relax. Focusing on unlocking supply through facilitating developers and addressing how Kenyans can access home financing. One statistic that I'm happy that we are working very hard to change was the ratio of mortgages to GDP in the country. We were told through that report of the unaffordable and unavailable that Kenya has one of the lowest ratios of mortgages to GDP. And I'm sure when we listen now to the findings of the work of this committee that we set up, one of the things that going forward we shall be doing is documenting some of these changes, because recently I went for another one of those conferences, and we are still citing statistics for 2017. And I don't think we are now in 2017 regime. Our programs envisage an inclusive delivery strategy involving county governments, private sector, housing cooperatives, landowners, financiers, people with technology, amongst others. The key components of the program includes mobilization of affordable housing finance, land identification, and registration. And that is why we are happy today. We are represented by the government chief valuer, who will soon be addressing you on behalf of our PS for lands. And hopefully all those questions about lands, because while there has been visible improvement, and we've seen it, especially on the digitization of the land registry, we still have a lot of challenges on matters land. And this conversation here is an honest conversation that we need to have, because all of us have agreed that in order to dent those numbers, we must all be on the same page. The other aspect that we've been doing is mobilizing provision of supporting infrastructure, and especially for counties. Through Kenya Urban Support Program, from December 2018, we have disbursed close to 20 billion shillings to the county or to the newest municipalities for them to be able to invest in horizontal infrastructure that will open up new areas where you can go and invest in housing. The day before yesterday, I was privileged to preside over the commissioning of the first ever 3D printed house in Kenya. Makofi tafadhali. Now, I must say, if you allow me to digress a little bit, when I was told about printing a house, I looked at it with a lot of pessimism. And when they came to my office and they told me now we can print a house in 2 days. And in my mind now I'm thinking a printer and a house. And then they sent me some videos of something. Then they sent me something they've done around Honduras and I don't know where. It all looked very far-fetched until sometime this year. I met with Holcim and I think it's 14 Trees. That's what they're called. And they say that they're going to be investing in the first 3D printed house. And now the first 3D printed house has been done in Kenya. And I'd like to invite all of you to go and visit it because it is a fantastic house. And over and above that, it is the first affordable housing or the first affordable house that has received the IFC EDGE certification. Yeah, I think that also deserves a clap. Because it's not just about 4 walls and a roof, and it's not just about putting up houses. We must do it also in a sustainable way. And we need to understand that this moment, this day, here in Naivasha, to me, is a meeting with destiny. Because we're not just here for a talk show. We're here to shape. We're here to shape a lot of things that will happen in this country 30, 50 years to come. And so I think we all need to be very cognizant of the solemn nature of this moment. You may just think that you're a financier. It is just an opportunity for you to make another buck, which is fine because that's why you exist. I want you to make a lot of money. But while you make money, we need to make sure that we think many years from now. And that is why we are talking about planning-oriented developments. Because we can just get a lot of money and just build houses. But if you're not putting the houses in the right location, with the right social infrastructure, we were talking with the regional director of IFC, when we're talking about Nakuru, Bondeni, where the housing is coming, there is a market. A lot of our people are traders. There is a bus park coming up there. There are schools and all the social amenities that we need. When you look at Pangani housing, all right, it not only just provides the house on the ground floor, if I'm not wrong, it is a whole market they built, which is totally different style. Because in Nairobi, you're very much constrained with space. So there's a lot of innovation that is coming in, and I'm very, very, very happy that we're not just chasing these numbers, the 500,000, but we're doing it also in a planned and also thinking about the future. Part of what we've done in those 3-4 years has been to review a lot of legislation. I like to give this example, which I gave also on the day before, on Monday, about the misalignment of policy. And misalignment of policy does not mean that government is. Sometimes we have got very good policies, but on a standalone basis. And I like to give this example that in 2018, we had 2 very nice policies on a standalone basis. But then in the larger scheme of things were very bad. In 2018, we as a country spoke about increasing the tree cover. And so one of the interventions was to ban chopping of trees local. And I think that is good because we want to, climate change is real. But in the same token, we had advocacies from KEPSA and Kenya Association of Manufacturers that had a very good policy that we're pushing for, which was import substitution. And they were saying, look, if there is something that is being made here in Kenya, we want to buy that first. So on a standalone basis, we all agree that is a good policy. So they went to Treasury in the Finance Act now of 2018. There was an increase in excise duty for imported timber. Because on one hand, we recognize that we have a lot of timber in Kenya. So, but what have we done? Now we have banned local timber, and we have increased the price of imported timber. And here is a preacher talking about affordable housing. And this affordable housing uses a lot of timber. So what happened to the price of, what was going to happen to the prices of housing was going to go up. So as you can see, on a standalone basis, very good. But because we're not talking to each other, there end up being a conflict or what we call misalignment of policies. And that is why we're very happy that His Excellency the President, in his wisdom, in January of 2019, he came up with Executive Order number 1, where he came up with what we call a one government approach. One government approach. And I can tell you, because I serve in one of the subcommittees of cabinet, we have managed to solve a lot of those type of issues. A lot of, even before now, some of these bills go to parliament, they have to be discussed by those committees so that we understand we are not scoring on goals while we think we are scoring on the other side. So there's a lot of legislations. I think we were counting, I don't know, we lost count 39. Jane, I don't know how many now. We've been looking at policies that have been changed, legislation that we have changed, whether it is statutes, new ones that have come up, and all in the process of making housing an attractive asset class for you as investors and also for majority of our people. So these initiatives have had positive impact both on the supply and demand side. This has enabled the cost of development to become more affordable in the delivery of homes. Now, this is not just a statistic. 18, I procured for police housing in 2018. And the cost per square meter that I procured police housing in 2018 was 88,000 per square meter. 88,000 per square meter. Today, and I'm glad that I have examples both on the private sector and on government side. My good friend Mushoki here tells me that in Pangani, your cost of construction was below 30,000 per square meter. The cost of construction. And we, as a State Department, about months ago, we procured a project at below 25,000 per square meter. This is significant because the main thing we're talking about here is affordable housing. And affordability to be attained, we must make sure that we're delivering it at the right cost. And I'm so glad that some of those things, and you ask yourself, between 25,000 and 88, what was going on? It can't all be profit. It is profit plus other things. So we are not the most popular person, but we've shut down some taps and wastage. And I think these efforts need to be applauded. And I'm glad because now I know in the next project that we are looking at, we are aiming at breaking the 20,000. And it is doable. Some of the things that we are doing, for example, in Pangani, was to leverage technology and time. Because I think you're using, is it what? Aluminium? Formwork. Using aluminium formwork. Mushoki tells me, I don't know, they're doing a floor every week. Right? Here is 3D. They're telling me they can do a house, although that one is story a house in 2 days. It takes 7 days for it to cure, and in 10 days, someone is in their own home. That cuts a lot of the cost, even the cost of financing, the cost of, generally time. We talk about time value of money. So I'm very glad that we have also looked at the building code, because that building code, I can see, because when I look here, I can see we're almost all of the same age. That building code predates all of us here. I think it was in the 40s. I don't know whether there's anybody here born before in the 1940s. So I'm glad that now we have worked on a new code, and we are going to embrace a lot of these technologies so that they are embedded on our building code, because our building code was only recognizing stone as the only permanent building material. On the demand side, government efforts have been put in place to support home buyers to access affordable home financing. I know Joe and his team have worked very hard. And it's not been an easy job, because I know to get KMRC to where it is has also taken a lot of hard work. And I'm so glad, Joe, that you stayed the course, because I know how frustrating it can be to get things running. So therefore, with all these various interventions in place, we have a framework of engaging you as stakeholders so that we can develop strategy that will allow the private sector to thrive and to take a lead. And I think this is something I like to emphasize, because the vision of these 500,000 homes, we estimated was going to cost about 1.2. And even if we manage to get that kind of money from Treasury, which not even 1% that we got of that 1.2 trillion, even if we had and Corona came knocking, that money was going to be reallocated. So I'm so glad that we anchored this program on a sustainable, private sector, market-driven program. And that is how it should be done, because there is a commercial flavor. And this is what I've been trying, especially when I talk to our friends in the pension funds, and I'm glad to see the regulator is here. A lot of them have invited me to their annual conferences. And I've been trying to tell them, because especially the trustees, that money is not yours. So you need to convince the members that the money is actually going into good use. And there are three key things that you should look at. Is attractiveness of the investment class, is about risk, okay? And of course, there has to be some element of public good or social impact. And I was able to demonstrate to them that affordable housing is actually a very attractive asset class. So I'm not asking you to put in money in an asset class where you're saying, you know what, let me just park my money in bonds. It's safe and very attractive. We went through the numbers. Think about it. Let's take an example of Park Road. The land cost is not factored. It's not factored in the pricing of that unit, because government has provided land at no cost to you as an investor and correspondingly, we want you to pass that benefit to the buyer. We have VAT, which has been exempted. And by the way, some of the developers that are in this room, and I hope you have also created an opportunity for them to talk to us, because we just don't want to talk to each other. Let us also get the people who are making it happen. How are you doing it? How is the projection? How is the trajectory looking like? And when they come here, they will tell you that some of the projects which cost about 6 billion, they're getting close to $1 billion back from VAT exemption. That is huge, because VAT in our sector, as you all know, is a real cost because there's no output. You can't claim it back. So if you are able to get the exemption of VAT, that means that entire money goes straight to your bottom line. So if you look at the VATable component, which averages, say, about 10% of your entire development, whatever return you had as an investor, that is another 10% straight to the bottom line. How can that not be attractive? How can it not be attractive? You know, we are writing off approvals from counties. I want to attest that because one of them, the county is here, that is not Hekaya Abunwasi. He's here. He can tell you that the King's developer in Nakuru, they were exempted from the development fees because the county also wanted to be party to this good news. The buyer is putting in 12.5% deposit minimum. So in Kenya, if you look at the average, when you look at the development, the percentage that you ascribe to land in terms of the entire development is anywhere between 40 and 60% because our land is very expensive. It's more expensive than anywhere else in the continent. That is what a study showed the other day. So if you already have land, some of this land is zero rated. That is 40% off. There is 12.5% deposit that this person has put. There is another 10% that we are giving you back as VAT. Suddenly, when you think about that asset class, it is actually a very attractive asset class. And because me, I'm talking to watu wa pesa, and mimi ni mmoja wenyu because me, I understand money. I came from your world. So, why this conference was very important was because we felt there's a lot of effort that has been put in on a lot of areas, but we are still not getting that push. Why there not a massive rollout of housing everywhere in the country? That is what we want to get out of this particular conference. And if there's anything more that we need to do, although I must warn you that I probably have become a persona non grata in the National Treasury. Wakiniona wanasema, sasa amekuja kuomba gani tena? Because I'm always, you people tell me, the other day, CBK. I don't think CBK has amended the prudential guidelines in so many years. They did it for you. Now, one of the things, Joe, I want to hear is that adjustment. What has it done to you? Because I am sure it released liquidity to your banks. Ni ukweli, my friend? Hiyo pesa iko wapi? Nataka iwe muhimu, nataka iende kwa nyumba. And our challenge today, we still have some challenges on the end user side, financing. But the biggest challenge is on the supply side. So can we find solutions as to what more do we need to do so that we can accelerate? And I'm so glad that some of the developers are local developers. They have taken a risk, but they've taken a view on Kenyans. And I don't think better placed to take a view than the local developers. So I want you banks to back up your local developers, because I have had very tiring meetings with a lot of the guys coming outside, and they say, oh, we swim in money, I don't know, we have bags. wanting to come to Kenya to invest. Later. Then they will ask for so much from us. Offtake, these guarantees, sovereign. And you know, sovereign now is a swear word. I'm supposed to say it in very, very hush. Right? But where is the king's developer? They are there at the back. Bila sovereign guarantee. Mushoki sumefanya bila sovereign guarantee. These are local developers. Why are we not backing them and backing others so that we can accelerate the delivery? And because the developers themselves are here, and because I have said this shouldn't be just another conference where we come, we talk to each other, we excite each other, and then we leave here with no actionable plan. For me, I want to challenge you that let's listen from the people who are doing it. How are they doing it? And how can you scale them up? Because one of the things that I have to tell you, one of the secrets I have to tell you, is that the margins are not that big, but this is a volume play. It's a volume play. It's a volume play. And because for many years since independence, we've not sorted the right for the right people. So majority of the people in Kenya don't have decent homes. The demand is not a problem. And I know some of you look at Bomayangu, for example, and look at those numbers and think, these are just idle people. Maybe there is an excitement about a platform. Let me test. Yes, maybe there is 10% that just wanted to test this platform. But I don't think there are many people who have a lot of time and they sit down, they register, they upload their documents, they give you a lot of confidential information, their marriage status, that is it's not an easy thing to give. Although I see, anyway, let me be disciplined today. There's new legislation that has dealt some people. Anyway. Let me read the speech. So therefore, we have over 320,000 Kenyans that have registered on Bomayangu. The financial institutions have given you an unfettered access to Bomayangu. Unfettered access. What are some of the things I want to understand from this meeting is why is it difficult? Why are we not pre-authorizing and pre-approving mortgages? Because when you go to markets like in South Africa, where I lived for 20 years, I was already pre-approved and pre-authorized to look for a house for a certain amount of money. They did a credit check, and they said, I end up after nyumba. So out of these 320,000 people that are on Bomayangu, even if we had 100,000 of them pre-approved by you, to say you qualify for a 4 million house, we are not saying give them the 4 million. And within the same bank, you have got the mortgage division. So if you have a pre-approved, you have the construction finance division. So if the mortgage division has pre-approved, I believe the people who are now approving the construction finance, you're almost creating your own offtake. How difficult is that? So one of the practical takeaways from this conference that I hope is identifying what is missing to make that a reality. What is missing? I think I have one example or one idea in Kenya, and we can sit down and develop that together. We don't have mortgage originators, proper mortgage originators. We don't have mortgage. Is Standard Bank here? Standard Bank? Mukwapo. Me, my mortgage in South Africa is by Standard Bank. Or Stanbic. But it's when you look, I only know it's Standard Bank when they send me the statement. The company that got me the mortgage is called SA Home Loans. SA Home Loan is not Standard Bank. They are the face. They're the ones who are going out there looking for people, telling them there is this development, there is this whatever you qualify. So why can't we create that intermediary so that we can accelerate the pre-approval process? So is that something that we can agree we need to do? I know, is it, and we don't want to do too many laws and whatever, because where that exists, we also create more bottlenecks. So let's come up with a common sense approach to say, how do we support mortgage originators so that we can create the offtake that the supply side is looking for. For me, I think that is a positive takeaway. So because of my off-cuff remarks, I just want to quickly read through the mandate of the committee. The first thing was for them to look at how now and in the future the form of government support is still required towards accelerating supply of affordable housing units. So we want to have an onslaught on supply in this conference. Let's have an onslaught on supply, because that is where we are now a bit stuck. Right? Then we need the harmonization of tax policies and tax incentives. And one of the things that I hope to drive further, because even though the exemptions are there, some of them are taking too long. Some of them are taking too long. So we want, maybe you can be able to craft what you think is an ideal process. And then we can take that through the various committees and have it embedded as policy, so that we take away these discretional powers that we give ourselves to make decisions. And the problem with exemption is that if you don't get exemption today, KRA has no provision for refund. You have no provision for refund. While I think exemption is better than zero rating, because zero rating, yes, KRA will owe you, but good luck, because there are many others ahead of you whom they owe. So you'll just be another statistics. And you will have a number there, maybe showing a deferred asset or whatever you want to call it, or a receivable. And your auditors will tell you, IFRS what says he write off. So the exemption is very difficult to get. We have got it. All right? Let's come up with a process. Concrete engagement strategies for the affordable housing program to access financing for developers and homeowners through pension funds. So the law is done now, regulator. How do we unlock? Because you have every time I meet your people, they tell me, it's like they're bragging. We have trillions. So the other day I asked them, just give me 100 billion. And they say that is not even 10% of the amount of cash we have. And because you have worked very well with us to provide the amendments in the RBA Act, we've created a new asset class that allows pension funds to invest in affordable housing. There's a new 10% over and above the 30% that you have for real estate in Ukweli. Ukweli. So those that had maxed or close to maxing your 30%, you have another 10%. So then how do we accelerate? And for you bankers, you need to find a way of mobilizing that money so that it comes to you. So I'm looking for intermediation. I'm looking for ideas. How do we unlock that money? And they do have genuine concerns, because the last thing that we want to do is to have a run on those pensions. So how do we unlock it? The 40% that which is very generous for you to withdraw your pension, so to go and buy a house, still there are gaps even on the 40%, because maybe the 40% that someone has saved is not sufficient to buy the unit. How do you intermediate that as financial institutions? I saw they think one bank that has done something about that. I was hoping that a lot more of you would be able to do the same. Some of you financial institutions are also trustees or of your own staff pensions. So I think there's a lot of exciting things that we can do that immediately puts in a lot of liquidity into the market to allow our developers to move ahead. Concrete engagement strategies, I think that one I've spoken about. Integration of mortgage pre-approval, I think I've spoken about that, for home buyers and Bomayangu by participating financial institutions. To date, I know initially there were some people who did not want to give you access. We've given you development rights. Go integrate so that anybody who's coming in on Bomayangu, you can even get a notification. Jen Mwangi ameingia. And all of you should be competing for that person because you want to get the good guys to be in your mortgage book. Unlocking affordable housing developer financing through seamless credit appraisal and end user pre-approval for mortgages. I think I've spoken about that. Unlocking KMRC financing. Joe, I don't know what was your target for this year, but I've heard you say you've disbursed about 1.something billion. Yeah, I think your target was about 4 or 5 billion. So there is another 3 billion that Joe has for you. The money is there. And mind you, the 40-odd billion that we have with KMRC, that is almost like a seed capital. We need to get KMRC to be going to the capital markets. But they can't go to the capital markets to go raise money when they have a lot of cash that they have packed there. So how do we do that? So I'm expecting solutions from you. Now, my friend, the Chief Valuer. We need to unlock land administration process. This, I can tell you, is probably the elephant in the room. And I thought all the congregation will say amen. Right? This is the elephant in the room. I would like, as a subset of this committee of yours, Joe, that we bring together the Lands Ministry, we bring NLC, we bring the AG, we bring Treasury, and our State Department. Can we craft a common sense process? You know, Madam Chief Valuer, and you will be my friend from today because you will be our point person there. We need to convert you so that when you go there, these guys have a lot of money. There is plenty of money. But without sanctity of title, they will not invest. They won't. There are banks here that have financed housing schemes. They are complete. They have people ready to buy those houses, but they can't because of the titling process. Now, if you say, okay, maybe it's taken 2 weeks, 3 weeks, one can understand. 3 years. Now, these financial institutions here will tell you, and I don't think it's because they are mean. Their business is to take depositors' money, all right, and deploy it, get a return, right, and even get a return for their depositors. Now, when they have already deployed money to finance a project, and it's taken 2-3 years to exit the developer, do you know what happens with these financial institutions? They don't say, oh, to the developer now, because the developer is the one who has borrowed the money. They don't say to the developer, oh, I feel for you, it is not your mistake. These people in lands, they need Jesus. No. What they do is they keep on charging interest. And it is compounded and compounded. Now, when you take this compounded interest over 3 years, ask yourself the question, where do you think that money is going to go? Because the developer is in this to make money. So the developer will have to look at that interest and pass it to somebody. Guess who is going to pass it to? The poor Kenyans. The poor Kenyans. That is an own goal that we can all agree when we live here. We need to stop scoring. Right? Because it can be done. It can be done. I have been a victim of that process. Even in government. Even in government, the process is too long. And the other day, I got so frustrated and I asked NLC, can you map out for me this process? Because every other day, we are very close to releasing the title. Oh, but now, I don't know, the CS signed, now we have verified the signature, we need to send it back for him to put a stamp. Now he has put a seal. I don't know, he's asking for an opinion. You know, it doesn't make sense. Why don't you make the CS sign once? Why? Because he has a lot of other things to do, right? Now, and then also remember, now these things are piling up. So you have got more titles and titles and titles, and you still require the same CS to sign. So why can't we come? Because a lot of these processes are adding no value. There is no beneficiation that has happened. But it is by conduct. In Kikuyu mnaita mutaratara. Even ndio tunafanyaga. But it's not because it has any value. So Joe, I hope we can be able to get the buy-in from Lands Ministry. And because the PS is my friend, and I was hoping he was going to be here, the PS committed himself at the beginning of 2018, before His Excellency, that on any matters to do with affordable housing, the match that was going to take is 14 days. So I don't know whether they said 14 and then they left days, and then days were substituted, because certainly it is not 14 days. The other thing that we can agree on is a foreclosure process. I think people have spoken about the foreclosure process for so long. So again, let's find out those markets that have addressed this issue of housing, whereby the private sector is providing. What have they done? There is a non-judicial foreclosure process. Why can't we get that done? Right? So, Joe, I hope I'm helping your case. Right? And for me, I'm hoping that when we leave here, we have real practical proposals on how do we address these challenges. And maybe even these good people in some of these very important offices, maybe they don't understand that the bureaucracy they have actually cost Kenyans. Right? So I hope we'll be able to deal with that. So the last one was understanding the foreclosure process and coming up with ways to fix that. So Joe, I'm sure if I sit down now, I've done justice for you and your committee. I know you've been here for 5 days, and I must say, I really want to thank you and your team. All those who are in the committee, really thank you very much, because I know how busy you are. This is not the only thing that you're looking at. You know, in government, we have some other incentives for public servant. I don't think that incentive is good enough for you to be here in Naivasha for 5 days. I don't know why, by the way, you didn't invite me, because I'll have partaken in that incentive. Joe, you invited me for 1 day. But I do know, and there was a lot of thought process that went into identifying those people. And Joe, remember also we said you have the leeway to co-opt. Let's co-opt other people that we may, you know, today here they might come and say, I really want to join because I can make a positive contribution. So, since we have a very packed 2-day agenda, and I can see we're almost now flirting with tea and lunch, so I don't know whether we're going to have them as combined. Let me close my remark by once again welcoming you and inviting your candid contributions to our deliberation, understanding that we share a common objective. We really do share a common objective. And I hope you forget about everything I've said, especially you financial institutions. The more government fades and you take the center stage, I think the more successful you're going to be. We want to be a silent partner on this journey, but not the main partner. Because anything that is government-led has, even for me to procure these conference facilities, there is a process. If I didn't start it on time, we will have postponed this conference. Lakini for you, it is to talk to one, whatever, and you have a preference. Like Naivasha, letter to sign. Me, I have to get quotations, I have to do whatever. And it's okay because government is bureaucratic by design. Right? So some of us who joined government believing that we are coming to change government from being a bureaucracy, we got a shock. But I must say to my government colleagues, especially from the State Department, led by our housing directors, I see our director estate, we have Gatana, I have Secretary Jenga, I have so many of you who are here, support. I must say, including the team from the IPDU, this has been a journey that has been worth it. It has been a worthwhile exercise because I don't think there is many people that get the privilege. I was born in an informal settlement in Bondeni, where we are putting up new housing. I lived in streets of places called Kaptembwa, which is an informal settlement. I don't think there are many people who get an opportunity in life to go and make a positive impact, especially if you came from places some of us came from. And so I count it as a blessing to serve the country, to serve you, but I can't do it without these public servants. And I know the notion I had of public servants, especially when I was chasing tenders, I was also on the other side. And when they don't make decision or they make the decision to another person, not me, and the notion that I had of public servants, of guys who drink a lot of tea. By the way, there's a lot of tea. That is true. You will not lack a cup of tea in government. But the notion that we put our feet up and drink tea the whole day, let me tell you, some of the most hardworking people are in this government. And so for you, people in the State Department, let me take this opportunity because I don't think you really get the credit that you deserve. What we've done for this country on this agenda is history making. And of course, with partners, the World Bank, Sheila, and your team, Madam Regional Director, and everybody else, we would like to say thank you very much. And so now, it is my great pleasure and honor to declare this conference officially open. And before I forget, allow me to send the apologies of my cabinet secretary who was supposed to be here. But as most of you might have seen, we have a state visit in Tanzania. Our president is a chief guest in their national day tomorrow. And one of the things that we are signing in Tanzania is an MOU on housing. So some of the work that you're doing here, Tanzania is saying, hey, we've been seeing a lot of good things, even though here we are mourning and saying we are not perfect, we are not there yet. There are other people that have more challenges and they really want to come and learn from us. And that is why our CS has gone there so that we can be able to pass this love of affordable housing to our neighbors in Tanzania. So he has sent his greetings, and he was also going to join us via video conference. But I don't know where my friends from Safaricom are because I know they are there. The network was not as good. Thank you. God bless you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Peace, for very candid words. I think it was really refreshing to look at and hear the very clear efforts that the government has done to create an enabling environment for investments. but also to just critique some of the things that could be better. And I think that's the purpose of the next few days, to try and get better ways of doing these things. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to invite us for a health break that will take exactly 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 12:20 for a brief session that will end at 1 o'clock. Tea will be served right at the back. Please network and get to meet somebody else you didn't know when you got here, and we'll see you at 12:20. Thank you.
Company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first affordable housing conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institution that are participating with KMRC, both banks and SACCOs, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Refinance company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company. that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding, which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first affordable housing conference that we're going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institutions that are participating with KMRC, both banks and circles, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Refinance company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding, which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation
As a National Housing Corporation, we are proud of this project. This has been a project that has been achieved through work by a lot of players, and I'm here to recognize their effort, more so the public who showed a lot of trust, particularly in a government entity. At the end of the day, we have been able to achieve these houses, but most importantly for us as National Housing Corporation is how the houses will be shared to the public. And we wish to reassure you that as a NHC, we have always had an open and transparent policy of allocating houses. We've been in business since 1953. And you know we have a lot of projects within Nairobi itself and across the country. We will ensure that those who did put in the applications and are eligible for houses will be considered in a fair way. And I know there are more people who applied for the houses than we have here. But at the end of the day, this is not the only project. We have a multitude of other projects coming up. And as we always say it, this is more of a proof of concept for the houses that we will do.
Today marks a critical milestone in the affordable housing agenda with the launch of the allocation of the Park Road Housing Project. This launch today literally provides an important convergence between supply and demand. As we all are aware, the critical demand for housing has not been adequately met by the supply side of the market. In fact, the demand-supply gap is mostly noticeable at the lower end of the housing market, as the lower income households have limited access to decent housing. Over the last few years, however, the country has been able to provide an average of 50,000 housing units per year, but mostly for the high-income families. In this regard, the entry of KMRC in the market is expected to improve mortgage affordability, increase the number of qualifying borrowers, and result in the expansion of the primary mortgage market and home ownership in Kenya. As a wholesale lender, KMRC provides bulk long-term housing loans to participating primary mortgage lenders at concessional rates of about 5% per year at the start. The primary mortgage lenders are expected to pass the benefit of fixed long-term funds, potentially at lower than market rates, to wananchi. We have already approved a refinanceable portfolio, that's KMRC, of about 4.5 billion, which we are working to release in due course. The institutions are now at an advanced stage of finalizing the required documentation to access the funding. We have nonetheless already received the funding for purposes of refinancing that portfolio. We have also approved credit limits of about 50.7 billion Kenya shillings on aggregate for all the 20 participating institutions, giving them greater clarity on the amounts they are eligible to draw down up to 30th of June 2021, after which new credit limits will be set. KMRC therefore stands ready to refinance mortgages originated out of this Park Road project and indeed in any other project currently under consideration. KMRC will seek to leverage its broad shareholder mix that includes the Government of Kenya, commercial banks, savings and credit cooperatives, and development finance institutions to support development in the housing market. We will also support housing developers by linking them up with the participating mortgage lenders. You know, we have about 20 institutions that participate with us, so that we effectively create a link between supply and demand. We are convinced that when the developers have a clear view of demand, they will be motivated to invest more in affordable housing developments. Accelerating mortgage registration and the title transfer processes will also have significant impact on the ability of developers to reach scale in affordable housing developments and to better manage their capital and liquidity constraints. We encourage banks because they play in both the demand and the supply side. Now that they have good clarity and visibility on both sides to support, especially on the supply side in terms of development, because with clear visibility on the demand on this side, they will be able to potentially better manage the risk, which is a lot higher in the supply side. Although small at present, Kenya has a dynamic mortgage industry which is growing rapidly and becoming increasingly competitive. Several institutions are now in this sector. Apart from the banks which are considered traditional mortgage lenders, we now have microfinance banks, savings and credit cooperatives, who ordinarily offer loans, a majority of which go into housing, but they don't develop or they don't produce mortgages or they don't do mortgages. But KMRC has partnered with SACCOs, who we believe have a lot more greater need for liquidity for purposes of enhancing the scope of affordable housing, as they will be able to diversify their product offering. This diversity favors home loan borrowers as it creates a much needed competition in the market. We encourage Kenyans to visit our partner institutions and get information on how they can apply for a mortgage funded through KMRC, which will enable them to own an affordable home. On behalf of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, I wish to congratulate the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for completion of this project and the launch of the first affordable homes in Kenya.
This program started last year, April. I don't think there is any government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time, you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly, is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688#. You can go to the portal, and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center, and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a fast and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation because there is a KYC process or know your client process that we need. We also need to get your income details because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number three, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised at least 12.5% of the cost of the unit typology that you have elected that you want. Number four, you need to choose Park Road because there are other settlements, there are other schemes that are coming up. So you need to actually go and choose and say, I want Park Road. Because if you don't choose, then you will just appear as a general, you're just interested. This affordable housing agenda has been misunderstood. Perhaps to say that it's government that is going to be building houses. No. This agenda is about government facilitating the private sector. This housing scheme has been undertaken by an investor. They put in their money, they built it, government provided the land, and once the housing scheme was completed, we had mobilized the money from civil servants from all over the country to pay them. So I think it's important to understand how this model works. And you cannot do that without the financial institutions. Because we know that our housing sector, the market is broken, and it is a systemic problem that has taken many years to be. For a country of 47 million and above to have about 25,000 mortgages, I think you can all attest that we have a problem. But we have started the journey to right those wrongs, and we cannot do it without getting the private sector involved. Any Kenyan born can aspire to have their own house. This is very, very, very important. So laying the right foundation is important, but making sure that we do it with the right partners is critical. And I can also attest that we have over 20,000 acres of land that we have set aside. So really, this journey of affordable housing, it may have taken a little bit of time to take off, but the dream is still alive. And we still believe that it's better late than never. And we will be able to deliver on this great aspiration for majority of our people. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that are being created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Tarehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big scheme that will be coming up, Portland, where we have got about 16,000 acres, but of which 4,200 has already been set aside for a new city, and where we want to put up 240,000. The master planning is done, and we already have 4 investors that are already, we're already negotiating with them. So it is a slow grind, but it is a grind nevertheless. The demand is real. And so I'd like to urge our developers, because this is now where we need the developers to come to the table. The financing for end user is in place. The banks have told you how much they are providing, and KMRC has given them the assurance that they will refinance them. So it means that as they do the mortgages, they can recycle their money and do more mortgages over time. What we now need are developers and investors to come to the table and to start building. You don't need a big scheme like this one. You can even start with 100 units. You can start with 40 units. For as long as those houses meet the definition of affordable housing, any Kenyan can go to any of these participating banks and they will be able to get a unit of their choice. We have also put in a lot of governance structure. And one of the most important things that we wanted to demonstrate with this scheme is trust, that you can actually trust government. Because I think in the past, there is an element of trust deficit. Because sometimes we say something and we do something different. We say these houses are supposed to be for a certain class of people, and then you find that those who have money come and buy 10 and 15 of them, and then they end up benefiting from them. So we have actually put together a very good governance. We have got Zamara. They are the administrators, independent administrators of the housing fund. We have Britam, the fund managers. And then we also have the main custodial bank, which is KCB.
In the history of our country, when housing development is written many years from now, you remember this event. Because largely amidst global pandemic, we have PS and all of us have built together a program or a project in very difficult times. And when they say that there's always a silver lining in a cloud, nothing demonstrates that than this program. A lot of people are nervous in the environment we live today, and especially for the financial sector, who has stood strongly behind individuals, clients, businesses. If you look at the statistics of the banking sector, And many times it's never told. I've been chairman for long enough to know that banks are always seen as profitable and non-supportive. But if you look at the global pandemic today for COVID-19, banks have almost reached more than 1.3 trillion shillings of finances restructuring. And that's significant for what we are putting on the table to be able to support those businesses. And for housing development, I would say we've been doing mortgages much more on the medium to high end over years. But the affordable housing program is just a catalyst, PS. I would say it's a private public sector initiative for financing. It will demonstrate much more investors to come in. Just the banks which have made a commitment in excess of 365 billion shillings as a first start. And that's a commitment we made so far. It is a significant investment. If you look at lending at the sector, if you prioritize the lending portfolio in terms of the sector, this will be PS the third or fourth largest segment today. And potentially knowing how housing is, perhaps could become the single largest segment in the years ahead. So there is a real commitment for us as an industry. We have also done more beyond just this activity. So we've done work with the Kenya Mortgage Financing Company. Johnson spoke earlier. A number of our banks are shareholders. And that will deliver loans at interest rate governor of below 10%. It's 9.9% as far as I remember for our banks that we have in the market. And so I don't see the challenge, PS, on financing the project that we have. Different banks have different agendas to be able to build, support investors, support people who are willing to invest in this program. And also even as we go ahead to create the partial guarantee scheme for housing, this is one way of extending the opportunities we all face. So mine is to thank you and give you a commitment for the industry, PS, that we will stand with all investors beyond yourself to be able to make this a reality. Thank you, and wishing you a good launch today. Asante sana.
As was mentioned a moment ago, when the history is written of housing in Kenya, and indeed our country, and indeed of 2020, this event today will be a significant element. It will have its own chapter. And that is actually something that we all acknowledge. But in terms of example, I want you to go back to a particular building that we all know, which is the Empire State Building in New York. We've all heard about it. We've seen pictures about it. It was the first building that was more than 100 floors. So that was the idea, 100 floors. It began at a time when they began building it, at a time when the economy of the US and other economies had actually collapsed completely. That was after the Great Depression, the collapse of the financial markets in 1929, etc. So it began in March of 1930 and actually was completed in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days, record time. And they wanted to prove something, that we can do it. We can do it. Today, obviously, it's a marvel. But it's interesting to look back at it and see it was built in record time, at a time when the world had collapsed, and at the end of it, the human spirit could not be suppressed. This is what we are witnessing today, Bwana PS. This is what you have put together, Bwana CAS, and indeed everyone else who's been part of this project. The idea that 2020, of course, has been a very rough year for everybody, but at the same time, we've managed to appreciate what is important for us as Kenyans, as people who care about each other. The reason we are here today is because we will have 1,300 families get a roof over their head.
I'd like to invite us back in.
Their own building, their own housing, hii ni yangu. And we have 1,300 today, but as PS has said, there is a pipeline. And that pipeline will continue into the future. The problem is we needed to start somewhere and prove it can be done. And that's what they had to do back in 1930 when they did the Empire State Building. And that's what this success is today. We've brought together PS and everyone else that was involved in this project. You brought together a set of people who are inspired by the objective of providing housing to everybody, but particularly affordable housing to that sector of our society that maybe at times we ignore them. Of course, it means bringing together people with their ingenuity and everyone pulling as they can. And I think this is remarkable. It doesn't happen often, and you've proved we can do it. PS, you should be
Mic check 1, 2, 3. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We can create a session for mic check. There are many.
Yeah, they're about
60.
16.
16.
What you can do when we have the afternoon plenary, if we have questions.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got lots of feedback. 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 second. 5, 4, 3, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mic check 1, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's good. Check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. I'd like to invite us back in for this session. So if you're still having tea, you could kindly bring it back inside. And then we should be able to start in a moment or two. If you're still outside, kindly let's move back in. Please take your seats. We'd like to start the next session. You can bring your tea inside if you're still having.
The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing.
There are several participants who've obviously sent questions in. We'll try to create an opportunity to answer those questions in the course of this session. So if you still have a question or two, please send it through, and we'll be happy to collate all that. And then in the afternoon, we'll have a session where we'll have different speakers try to address and have that. Okay. I'd like to ask you guys. Hello. Excuse me. Let's have one meeting, please. Thanks. Okay. Kindly let's take all our seats. And part of the remarks made by different speakers earlier on, they alluded to the different gaps that exist currently in the quest for an environment that would create affordable housing. And there was a lot of conversation about, what government can do and what private sector can do. And the next few sessions we'll try to just spend time to wrap our minds around that and try to come up with what the PS called common sense approach to some of the problems that we currently do face. So this session we'll just have two speakers and then we'll break for lunch. And then in the afternoon, like I mentioned earlier on, we will have a session to respond to some of the questions that have been asked online. Remember, you can continue to ask questions through the hashtag Affordable Housing Conference. There's a team that is collating all that and all your questions, and we'll have different speakers here to respond to you. And like I said, it's a great platform to engage with the people who could not make it to this conference, okay? So please, let's keep talking virtually and physically. Remember, the hashtag is Affordable Housing Conference. Right, next we'll have a representation from the Principal Secretary of Lands. And the next speaker, obviously, you heard the PS allude to her a lot. And I think it's a chance for a right of reply, but also to share her remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on stage Madam Jacinta Mutua, the Chief Government Valuer. Makofi tafadhali.
Recording in progress.
Karibu sana. I need to sanitize you. Yeah. Sorry. It's letting me down. But the mic is clean, so let me fix this. No worries. So you can just use the mic is clean, yeah?
So, can you hear me? Not yet. Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The PS, State Department of Housing, Sir Charles Hinga, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Korir, IFC Regional Director, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you've heard, my name is Jacinta. I'm the Chief Government Valuer. I stand here on behalf of my Permanent Secretary, Dr. Muraguri, who was not able to attend this meeting. I wish he was here to take the hit. So I'm struggling to gain a thick skin and go through with this. But I will read what he asked me to read to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we seek to unravel the affordable housing problem, one thing that should not escape our attention is that housing comprises of various components which should be deconstructed so as to reveal the areas that in the realization of the housing dream. Out as a key component towards affordable housing delivery. The relationship between land administration and housing provision springs from the key to housing delivery. Means not only its location and tenant, so affordability features. Therefore, access to land is to housing means which land is available in what location, under what tenor, and at what price. Markets and housing markets. In Kenya and everywhere in the world, land administration is a process. And conveying value of land policies. The essence of land administration is, I hope I don't have to repeat myself. The essence of land administration is to preserve the details of land parcels, records, and provide the land information data to the relevant stakeholders in an efficient manner. In effect, the land administration process relies on the cadastral system of a country. Notably, in Kenya, the land administrative frameworks traditionally borrowed from the colonial rubric, and as such it was based on a manual and complex cadastre that made access to land and land information become expensive and difficult. For instance, the previous Kenya cadastral system was characterized with different types of maps, with the survey maps, registry index maps being the dominant ones, while the survey plans are used for fixed boundary parcels of land, where deed plans showing accurate dimensions are produced for individual land parcels. The RIM is the main map generated for the initial registration of land during adjudication and displays the layout of all distinctive parcels within a region using general boundaries. Besides, just like the cadastral system, the land registration regime has also been characterized with numerous acts, which are similarly aligned to different cadastral structures. The different cadastral and registration structures have, however, complicated both the land information and registration system, and subsequently has complicated land management in our country. The above factors have led to land administration process that is costly, arduous, and inept to the majority of us Kenyans. And since the land market is closely intertwined with the housing market, inefficiency in the land market is translated to inefficiency in the housing market. Expensive access to land implies that most people are unable to access land within the formal system. This has been the main disconnect between land administration and affordable housing delivery. In most cases, the high cost of housing in the urban setup is due to a number of issues, ranging from inadequate land governance policies that promote speculated purchases, poor urban planning that generates urban sprawl, and inadequacy of essential infrastructural facilities that leads to a significant increase in the cost of serviced land, and ultimately enhances the housing development cost, and therefore making housing unaffordable. This is because land costs normally constitute, like the PS said, land costs normally constitute the largest component of total housing costs. Therefore, the efforts to improve access to adequate affordable housing should be considered in tandem with the affordability of land available for housing development. As we are aware, toward efficient land administration process is actually the mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning in this country. Through our different departments, we are mandated to plan, for instance, to advise on planning. We do registration of documents. We give land tenure to Kenyans and any landowners. We do also valuation. Sir, you have talked about us, but valuation, we've worked very well with you, especially on PPP. I wish you had remembered to say that. Yeah, because we have been very efficient with your department. Yes. So our mission is to facilitate improvement of the livelihood of Kenyans through efficient land administration, equitable access to secure tenure, and sustainable management of the land reserve. So we have our challenges, as you all know, as Kenyans. And I think, like the PS said, that is the elephant in the room, because our services have not been as efficient as even us in the ministry would like them to be. And I think, like I said earlier, the biggest problem has been the registration of land under so many laws, you know. So the Constitution of 2010 asked the government to consolidate all these laws and make land registerable under the Land Act and the Land Registration Act, which we have already done, assisting. You remember we used to have Registration of Titles Act, Government Land Act, so many acts. So you would come to the lands office and you want this and you are told, no, your property is actually registered in Mombasa, can you go there? You know, because we don't have a harmonized form of registration. And I think that has been one of our biggest challenges as a ministry. Much as we want processes to move faster, we have still, and you know now to move from, for instance, Land Registration Act to Land Registration Act, Registration of Titles Act to Land Registration Act, we have what we are calling conversion, so that all the land is now under RIMs. So it is really a complex process which we are struggling to deal with. We also have an issue of
recording in progress.
We still deal with manual records, which are very hard to retrieve. And since independence, you can imagine how many records we have generated as a ministry. So until we deal with the existence of so many records that are manual, we still have to be patient. But we have done a few things as a ministry. We are struggling to help Kenyans and to also become more relevant as a ministry. We realize our centrality, you know, because we know we are an enabler of any kind of development in this country, because everything literally happens on land. When you are building houses, you are doing manufacturing, you are doing the health sector, everything. We are that important as a ministry. So we are aware of what we need to do, and we are doing that. So I want to just bring up some of the things that we are struggling to do to make your work easier. One, we are doing, and I think everybody of us has heard that, we are doing digitalization of land administration and management processes. through what we are calling the RDSASA platform. And this one will allow, when it is finally effective, it is slowly picking up. It will allow landowners and other stakeholders to interact with land information and processes which are undertaken by our ministry from the comfort of their homes or even offices. This will automatically make transactions faster and will provide reliable data on land. As you know, when data is actually manual, it is very easy for people to manipulate it. So we are struggling to end this manipulation of data, sometimes from within, by digitalizing our processes and our documents. So the launch of the National Land Information Management System, which will now facilitate...
Recording in progress.
It now facilitates online transactions in Nairobi County, and is a significant milestone in our reform initiatives. It is playing a critical role in strengthening economic resilience in the country. The process of digitizing land records and processes is anchored on the development of an electronic cadastre, which means you're referencing all land parcels in the country, and it's going to be critical so that you can have a national land register for efficient and effective land management and governance. As is envisaged in the Land Registration Act 2012, cadastral plans and cadastral maps are the registrable documents for conferring of land rights. The ministry has accelerated this program to ensure that land administration services are digitized in all land registries, hopefully across the country by 2024, as envisaged in our strategic plan. The vision is in tandem with the provisions of Access to Information Act 2016.
Recording in progress.
In other words, this system will create an online platform for paperless transactions that are easy, cost-effective, and transparent. It is therefore has a significant relevance to affordable housing delivery. The ministry is leveraging on technology to reduce physical interactions, eliminate manual records, enhance revenue collection, and spur economic growth. And housing is part of that. So you can see as a ministry we are trying to make things easier. We also have enhanced national title. As you know, and I think PS you have alluded to that, when people don't have ownership documents, even as a private Kenyan, you know, the bankers are here, they know they will not give you a loan if you don't have a title, isn't it? So we know titling is one of the key components that will allow and encourage people to own homes. So the ministry has actually enhanced, I don't have numbers here because I didn't think they were necessary, but we have enhanced national titling across Kenya, especially through the processes of adjudication. You know the ancestral lands out there in Meru, in Ukambani, which were owned by your great-grandfather and still lying there. There is and saying family ya Mutua inafika hapa, family ya Hinga ni hapa. So we are now titling people so that even the fact that you own a title will give you a sense of, even if you're not borrowing, you can develop your land with confidence because you know really this is my land. So that's one of the things we are doing. We are enhancing titling across Kenya, and we've done very, very well. I'm sure wherever you come from, you know. Your grandmother has told you, your dad has told you. We are actually going out and looking for who needs a title right here, who has a problem. I don't know whether you can answer that. Have you heard that? Or you are all town dwellers, you don't know. But that's what we are doing, especially out in the counties out there. So that is going to have a direct bearing on affordable housing, because with titles also, the banks are asking for these registration documents to be able to advance loans. So that is something we are doing, and we are doing very seriously. The third thing we have done is, as I said, the legal reforms. As I said, we were registering land under so many laws, and this became very complicated. The Constitution required us to harmonize these laws, and we have done that. We now have the Land Registration Act and the Land Act of 2012. What is now remaining is to convert those lands that were under the other laws to conform to the new law. But this is something also that we are doing. In fact, let me just read. This includes the consolidation of the many laws that previously governed the land sector to streamline and simplify land processes. We are in the process also of reviewing the land policy, and we also developed the National Land Use Policy, which is currently being implemented. With the land use policy, the counties were saying that there is a lot of subdivision, which may be uncontrolled. But as you know, the fiscal planning aspect is now devolved Our ministry just gives guidance on what you can actually do on the ground. We have the national land use policy, but it is to guide you as you function in your place. So I think the county now needs to take heed of this and be able to plan without always blaming the ministry. This is a devolved function now, and you can the best way you know how with our guidance. The ministry also reviewed what we call the Section of Act, and that is which allows apartment owners to be able to own title. And we have now gone to the extent of, once we finish the regulations, we shall be able, if you have an apartment, you'll be able to pay your own rent as a unit, to pay your own land rates. If you have an apartment here, you know the land rates and land rent are paid globally. All the people inside there have to pay. But now we are saying, we need to give you a chance. If you want to take a loan, you can go get a loan or do whatever you want with your unit without waiting for your neighbors to help you pay your land rent. So that is the direction we are moving. And I think this is good also for ownership of housing. We are now in this act, we have completed it and is waiting the finalization of the regulation. The ministry is also, because you know we are also the main agency, we are the main advisor on surveying in this country. So the ministry is also engaging the Association of Licensed Surveyors of Kenya to fast track the georeferencing of sectional properties. Georeferencing, where is the surveyor? Just to make sure you get the exact measurements of that, the opposite of a general boundary or the general extent. With this referencing, now we are able to know how big unit, and how much would you rent or rates. So it will allow unit owners to deal with their properties without necessarily engaging the owners of the property. You remember before you would get, for instance, a long lease on your apartment, but the main title is still with the owner. In fact, we have seen cases where an owner has gone and taken a loan, and now you are there with the title with an apartment, but you have no control of what happens on the land. So I think this section of properties is also going to encourage people to own homes. The ministry, the georeferencing of these units and the ultimate registration will spur business growth in the real estate industry. It will also boost the confidence of prospective investors. I think I've said that. We are reviewing many acts, including the Act, the Valuers Act, and the Estate Agents Act, among others. Why? Just to bring them to speed and make them move with what the new constitution says. Minister, can you hear me? We are implementing and the process of conversion of land from regimes under the Land Registration Act is at an advanced stage. In fact, in Nairobi County, we have 90% of those conversions, so that all of them will now be under the Land Registration Act. You will agree with me that as you come to Land's office, you'll find it easier to know that you don't have to ask, which act is this, where is my deed plan? And so those are some of the things we are doing. We also managed to do what we are calling the Land Value Amendment Act of 2019. This one will touch on legislation, and it will also develop what we are calling. Continue. Okay. So, on what it is doing on the part that is on NLC. But it is asking the Cabinet Secretary Minister of Lands to develop an index for Kenya. What is the index for Kenya? It is asking us to geographically map Kenya in terms of value. So that if we do Nakuru through the counties, we've already done Nakuru just 2 weeks ago. This guide, it will guide you as you try to obtain land. It will guide even banks, because it will give base on values of land for this country. So that a banker, my neighbor here, and you want to give me a loan, a valuer will not come and tell you this land is 20 million, because you can access database and say, no, no, no. The government is not saying 20 million, it is guiding us on a different. We are not saying it is going to control valuation, it's not going to control values, but it is a guide. When government wants to do compensation for land acquisition, it can also, it can be able to say, if we look at this land and this area, we want 100 acres for this. Averagely, it's going to cost us 200 million. It's not like acting from the darkness. So this is something that we have also pushed, and it has happened in 2019, and we are very grateful. We are also decentralizing land processes. I think this will happen mostly as we wait to digitalize our documents. You realize that some people who really have to access land processes and land service from very far away. Some counties don't have land offices. Some counties have very many sub-counties, and people have to travel for a day or two to access land services. So we are saying we want to decentralize. And that, in that respect, what we are doing is opening more offices in the counties, more and more offices, sending officers across Kenya so that Kenyans can access. We are also, after the conversion, going to, we will not tell you now your property is registered under land, there are so many. So you have to go to Mombasa and have it there. We are going to make it general so that people can now be able to access land services easily. Are we trying? Why are you not? They are still thinking about you, sir. But we are trying. We are trying because we don't like the bad name, and we also want to serve Kenya the best way we know how. Because we are also Kenyans, we want to access these services. Our parents have land, our brothers have land, and we want every Kenyan to be able to be served properly. So the ministry is a central player of Kenya's socio-economic plan. It is keen on carrying out its mandate within a sustainable land use and management policy framework in line with Article 60 of the 2010 Constitution. We are working with stakeholders in the land sector, civil society organizations, Kenya Land Alliance, the European Union, and FAO of the United Nations to develop what we are calling standard operating procedures. What we are saying is, at the end of this, our activities across the country should be streamlined, so that all our officers will be expected to operate within the framework provided in the document. The development of what we are calling SOPs will be completed this year, and we also believe that should also be able to assist in our service provision to satisfy our customers better. The ministry is also, I think I've said that. So as I said, although it's in another point, that the full operationalization of Adisasa in the country will boost revenue collection, enhance transparency in land transactions, curb fraud in the sector, and provide access to land-based information to decision makers, policy developers, and investigative agencies, among other benefits. So, as we say, the digitization of the cadastral plans for Nairobi City has been a result of our collaboration with what we call JNAM. This is a significant milestone in the country's urban development. It will facilitate quality physical planning, spur increased revenue collection, safeguard public land, and promote environmental conservation by use of detailed and accurate maps. Lastly, but not least, I think the complaints we have had, because we say today is an honest day, the complaints we have received mostly in our ministry is people complaining about our attitude as service providers. Meeting officers who may not have, that's a complaint. I think I can acknowledge that. I'm not saying we are like that, but I'm saying it's a complaint. Sir, I'm not admitting, I'm just saying people have complained, isn't it? So we are actually having very many change management courses for our staff. Recently, just 2 weeks ago, we were in Mombasa, so that we talk to our staff, and because I think because of having so much work and sometimes less staff, people tend to concentrate on the work that is close to you. Maybe your boss has called or something like that. But we are telling people, including ourselves, because we are not angels, we need to have a change in our attitudes and the way we look at our clients and the way we serve our clients, much as we are bogged down with a lot of manual documents that need a lot of work, and sometimes we don't even have enough storage. If you go to some of our county offices, especially, there's a place I went in Meru where they grow miraa. I don't know which sub-county that is. And our officers were because of course government needs money to build all these offices. So you look at those officers also and the conditions under which they are working, and you realize also they are going through a lot of stress and struggle, although that is something government is addressing day by day. So we are having these change management courses, and we have seen that they are having very good results. And what we are saying is the Ministry of Lands We are very committed. PS told me to say that as a last sentence. We are, we are committed to being a good enabler of the housing, affordable housing agenda and its success. So I want to say that we are doing our best, and I'm sure even where we are standing today, there's a title deed. So we are not that bad. Yes, we are not that bad. We have issued titles. It's just that there are so many that need to be done. But once we do the digitalization, I think we are going to move faster. We want to move faster because we don't want you to complain. We don't want our investors to run away. We want a very quick process, and that is our commitment today. So in conclusion, let us say, although while efficient land administration system can facilitate affordable housing, I think affordable housing should also aim at delivering housing units that are acceptable and of sustainable standards. Thank you for listening. I survived.
Another round of applause to Government Valuer, Madam Jacinta Mutua. And thank you for the commitment coming from the Ministry of Land. Indeed committed to this process to ensure that keeping this approach with a very good go forward. Great. I'd like us to spend the facing as far as the supply of housing. We want now for the solutions that will be coming from all of you in discussions today afternoon and tomorrow. So this is just to set the scene where we are, but then the bigger question is where could we possibly be, and how do we get there? And more importantly, finding your piece of the jigsaw in understanding this is the role of my organization, and I think this is the role I can play. I think there was also an invitation earlier on from the earlier speakers that you might be a stakeholder and perhaps you haven't plugged into this process. You are very much welcome to say, this is the role that I can play, the provision of housing concerned. And to just paint that picture of what challenges we are facing as far as supply and demand is concerned, I'd like to bring back on stage the Chief Executive Officer of the KMRC, who is also chair of the AH committee, to share with us this. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Madam Valio, arrived yet? Q&A. We'll get you here. I hope this mic is working. I think we have a problem with mics around here. So hang on, please. You'll still come over to tell us a few things on the Q&A. Now, this presentation was meant to be done by my co-chair, who is the CEO of NHC, but he's not in. So I hope I can run through, and I think the other most important thing is that I'm standing between you. And so I'll do a very quick overview of the challenges and the proposed intervention. And thereafter, we have two panel discussions that are actually led by the sub-chairs of those subcommittees, who will now go into the greater details on all the issues that I'll actually be highlighting here, and potentially even more. So hang on there. I will do a very quick overview, and we'll, I think, move from there. Now, I just want to initially just set the context by demonstrating who are the key players in the supply and demand of housing. And on the demand side, we have banks, we have SACCOs, we have microfinance institutions, which are institutions that work with us, DFIs, and of course KMRC. Now, on the supply side, we have the National Housing Corporation, developers, banks, State Department of Housing, and developers here we mean any developer, both private and public. Now, but we have the enabling environment, which I think is where the Madam Valuer here was talking about, and that is certainly the Ministry of Lands. We have the regulators, pensions, and I'm glad to have my very good friend here from the RBA, Bwana Mutuku, and insurance, among others. Now, so based on that, we also just want to have a very quick overview so that you can see the growing need for housing. And that is in relation to our population and the households we have. And that, which is actually the next slide. Please keep moving. Now, you see that there is obviously a growth in our population. And that tends to grow towards the city. And when you look at these numbers from the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics, you note that in 2019 we had about 14.8 million people living in the cities. And that has or keeps increasing from time to time. In fact, we understand we have an urbanization rate of about slightly over 4% per year. When you look at the number of households, as at the census of 2019, it was 12 million, and that keeps, obviously, certainly increases over time. Now, when you look at the housing deficit and compare with the rising urbanization, you realize that the demand actually keeps increasing over time, and that's on the next slide. So 30% of Kenyans live in the cities, and the urban population, of course, keep growing from time to time, like at 4.2% annually, like what I said earlier. And that population is likely to quadruple by 2045. Nearly 60% of our urban dwellers live in less than decent housing, which is unbelievable. And so, with that urbanization rate, more than 500,000 people shift to the city every time, and that applies pressure on housing. And that's why you see a lot of people then shifting into slums, and that also increases certainly the demand. So the demand is higher than supply, of course. And when you look at where it's actually higher, the production of housing units every year tend to be focused on the middle to high income. And that's for obvious reasons, that they can afford and things like that. But there is obviously a far growing need on the moderate to low income. And when you look at the population or the number of houses which we understand are reported on an annual basis of 50,000, only about 2% earmarked for the low to middle income. And that is why we have a problem. But this problem also creates opportunities. And certainly you see the opportunities that come in when you look at these numbers. Now, having set that context, I will just want to run through some of the affordable housing supply and demand challenges that the committee has, highlighted so far. Now, on the demand side, and a majority of this, of course, have already been discussed, highlighted earlier by the PS and a couple of other speakers that came in the morning. So actually, and I understand, I know majority of you already know, the lengthy mortgage processes, and this, of course, you realize the primary mortgage lenders are accused of this, loan appraisals, documentation, and security perfection processes. We have a lawyer who is coming in next this afternoon who will be telling us about the security perfection processes and the legal requirements. So he will enumerate on that. Difficulties with property registration, Adam's valuer, remember? Lengthy charging processes, and we all point guns at the Ministry of Lands on that. And we're glad that they're actually very committed to support the process. We'll keep applying pressure, so we are not about to remove pressure from there. Lack of standardization. So you see, every financial institution at the moment who does mortgages have their own practices. And that disenfranchises customers because they do not have an opportunity to get some form of uniformity or even an idea of the process from time to time. Financial institutions have very low appetite or risk appetite for the low income or the informal sector, MSMEs for that matter, lengthy processes of security realization. So at the end of it, a financial institution ordinarily want to see the risks, and the risk is in case of a default, what happens, how can I access funding or my funding as soon as possible. And of course, end user financing options that continue to be limited. Now, some of the key proposed interventions on the lengthy mortgage processes: efficiency in delivery of financing, shortening processes. We had a little challenge at KMRC when we started lending, especially to SACCOs, and the processes appear to be longer than was anticipated. And that is caused by some of the requirements under the Department of Cooperatives, which essentially, for example, requires SACCOs to hold an AGM to get approval to access refinancing, which is unbelievable. So one of the recommendations here is the repeal of that section or a workaround, just to make sure that, because it's an additional process that does not yield to much, it's more of a protectionist kind of arrangement, which in our view needs to be reviewed. And I think this the additional thing here is about developing mortgage brokerage services, which is what the PS enumerated earlier. In fact, he was sharing with us some experiences on what he had in South Africa and how he was accessing his mortgage, and the way mortgage brokers package, a mortgage for you, and essentially create an enablement where you can be able to see everything that you ever wanted to see in a mortgage, and of course they do the sales. On the lengthy processes, a non-judicial foreclosure process. So the next one is about standardization, which we are currently working at in KMRC together with the Kenya Bankers Association. In fact, we've had several meetings already on this. We have already achieved some form of standardization on the SACCOs, because we hired, initially when we started and SACCOs were not necessarily doing mortgages, we hired consultants who develop basically very uniform standards that SACCOs are currently using. Those at least that are working with KMRC on origination, underwriting of mortgages. Now, on the low risk appetite, develop alternative credit scoring mechanisms. So we also have some conversation later during this conference about credit scoring mechanisms. Some institutions that are also working with us on this for purposes of determining creditworthiness of people with informal incomes as well as MSMEs. Develop mortgage guarantee mechanism to de-risk financial institutions. This is something that works in other jurisdictions, and it tends to de-risk financial institutions, that especially the primary mortgage lenders, and obviously enable them to go into the mortgage more profoundly. Difficulties with property registration, lengthy charging, fast-tracking digitization. I think the valuer has discussed this. The Ministry of Lands is working on easing these processes already. Formation of a devolved agency that will process sectional titles to enhance efficiency. So I know that's a proposition that will require a lot more discussion, but we strongly believe that there is need to have a devolved agency that can process sectional titles, and or at least something that creates a lot more efficiency, which is essentially what we need right now. Now, user financing options, financials to provide guarantee in favor of developers where off-plan sales have been collected, put in place regulatory framework for developers. This is already ongoing. I think there's a bill in Parliament already which has a provision on developer regulatory board, which is great because it will protect both the developer as well as the end user or the buyers. Make structural defect liability cover mandatory to provide comfort to buyers. Now, on the supply side, some of the key challenges is lack of effective offtake. So we obviously appreciate that there has been a lot of discussion about offtake, about demand, the high demand or the availability of demand, especially through the Bomayangu and other areas. But effective demand is what we are talking about. So while there is generally demand, we are concerned that there is need to a bit more work to be done to actually create that effective demand. We need to have very good, clear visibility on the effective demand, and that's essentially what a financial institution will want. Now, lack of proper institutional framework to offer financing guarantee to developers. So we still have a problem on this, and that's why I think at the moment we've not hit scale. So we need to do supply, but we need to hit or to reach scale at some point. And to scale up that, a lot needs to be done on the support of developers. High cost of housing units due to input costs. So we've had that already. We've even had, I think, some incentives that have been put in place for that kind of arrangement. But I think that all needs to be properly scoped out so that we can be able to see how or the significant effect it has on the cost of a unit. Lack of developer capacity to develop or deliver large-scale projects, so we still have challenges on this, especially on the developer capacity, and this needs to be enhanced, both on the government developers, like NAC is a government developer, and of course we have also the private developers, but we need certainly these institutions to enhance capacity for them to be able to develop housing at scale. Delays, difficulty in property titling, of course we've had that already, and the lady from lands have already also explained that. Inefficient land management system, that goes without saying, of course, that's also something that we've already been touched on. Now quickly on the proposed interventions, revamp the Boma Yangu portal to assist identify effective homeowners, and that is what we were talking earlier about, effective demand. So a bit more effort has to be put on the Boma Yangu to essentially determine. So even if you have 300,000 people there who have expressed interest, how much of that can translate to an actual purchase? Government funding of bulk infrastructure, we believe strongly that this is necessary. In fact, this is one of the key things that government can help to support to lower the cost of housing units. The bulk infrastructure can be aligned with the institutions that already do that. Like for example, the institutions under the Ministry of Infrastructure that deals with roads and things like that can essentially align their developments without necessarily needing additional budgets into supporting this to provide the bulk infrastructure, and that lowers the cost. In fact, we understand that that infrastructure contributes about 20 to 30% of the cost of a unit. So you can imagine if that is taken in by government. Develop housing at county levels according to demand. So that means we need to go to the counties to check what is the demand for housing in the counties, and we follow that demand for purposes of developing units that meet the kind of demand that is required. Unlock the available tax incentives. So we have a number of them, and we're glad to have someone here from KRA who is making a presentation at some point, who will actually be telling us how to unlock the tax incentive, the steps that we're going to take. So we'll be looking out for that presentation from the Kenya Revenue Authority. A majority of these things that I'm mentioning here will actually be discussed in the panel discussion. So don't worry, there are experts here who will essentially take us through that conversation. Create mechanism for housing developers to access construction loans. So we have development finance, which is problematic. But now when you have offtake, or when you have at least an arrangement for offtake, that kind of removes a significant portion of a risk for a development finance institution like a bank, for example, because they will always want to care a lot about the offtake as they make arrangements to grant development finance. National Housing Development Fund, that fund needs to be actualized, and so there will be funding that will be required for that purpose, and we still believe that fund has a purpose to play on the supply side of housing. Sensitization of developers, invest in supply chain, manufacturing, building sustainable alternative building technologies. So I'm glad there's also some changes on the building codes or something like that will essentially enable, like PS was mentioning earlier about printing homes and things like that. those are the kind of technology that we want to develop housing a lot faster. Policy interventions for construction incentives, e.g. Duty exemptions and the rest, and we're going to get that conversation later. Strengthen financial capacity of NHC. So we believe NHC plays a critical role on the supply side. So strengthening NHC cannot be overemphasized. So funding NHC needs actually sustainable financing. And one of the ways of creating sustainability for that institution, because government subvention is very difficult. So you need a very sustainable arrangement, including even issuing housing bonds. And so this is one of the proposals that we're making, that NHC should have a very sustainable way of raising its financing over time, even if they still be able to access government subvention, because government subvention alone is not sufficient. Initiate developer capacity building programs, put in place regulatory mechanism, we've mentioned that already, and including even going into ventures and private equity investments. Difficulties with property titling, formation of developed agency, which we mentioned earlier, enhance awareness by implementing agencies and setting timelines, which is, I think, we heard of some timelines that Madam Valio mentioned earlier. We'll hold you to account. We look forward to further engagements to get those going. Create clearinghouse to expedite land titling. So this is still, I think, one of the proposals that we're making, that we need a clearinghouse to expedite land titling processes. So the form and shape of a clearinghouse is something that can be discussed, but at least the point is we need a clearinghouse. In efficient land management systems, of course, we can't say this anymore, because I think Lands already had a conversation about land information management systems, but mobilizing support from development finance institutions, which he mentioned earlier, and developers be allowed to issue 5-year leases to buyers. And with that, very quickly, that's the presentation we have from the committee, and we look forward to your questions and comments at the discussion later this afternoon during the conversations that we'll have with the rest of the teams. Thank you.
In about 10 minutes from now, so we can make our way all the way to, I think, the garden where Joshua had said. If you need any guidance, there are ushers right at the back who can help you to get anywhere that you need to go. But remember, even as you have lunch, network, meet somebody you don't know, and let's get back in the afternoon. Quick announcement in the afternoon for those who've sent questions, and also the CEO has invited questions. We'll have a session to just tackle all of those. So please get back in time so that we get to address all those questions. Bon appetit. Sorry. Let's confirm that.
The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding, which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institution that are participating with KMRC, both banks and SACCOs, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
Refinance company is a non-deposit taking financial institution, a fairly recent company that is driving affordable housing in Kenya on the demand side. The objective of KMRC is to provide affordable long-term funding to the primary mortgage lenders, who will then provide lending to the ultimate borrowers, the Kenyans, for purposes of making available affordable long-term funding, which has not been available in our country. KMRC's objectives are aligned with the government affordable housing agenda under the Big Four. We collaborate with a number of financial institutions and also government. In this case, with the State Department of Housing, who are driving affordable housing on the supply side. So KMRC on the demand side, the Department of Housing and Urban Development on the supply side. And this is why we are hosting what we now call the Affordable Housing Conference on the demand and supply. The reason why we are doing this is because we want engagements between the key stakeholders on the affordable housing in Kenya. The critical part of this conversation is, number one, to bring the stakeholders together, share perspectives, and discuss essentially what we have been up to in relation to affordable housing over the last couple of months or even years. It essentially takes stock. Number two, we essentially want to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the affordable housing, which will then be having a conversation with the rest of the stakeholders, and also look at the interventions. And number three, we will also want to explore possibilities for green housing in our country.
Kenyans need to take interest in the Affordable Housing Conference because it is going to address very particular issues about demand and supply in this country, which has never happened. This is actually the first Affordable Housing Conference that we are going to have.
The time is actually now for us to explore what we have in terms of the affordable housing in Kenya. And we call to action because we want to genuinely enhance the discussion on affordable housing to make it possible and more practical for Kenyans to be able to genuinely access affordable housing. The conference is scheduled to take place on 8th and 9th December 2021 at the Lake Naivasha Resort in Naivasha.
We call all Kenyans to take interest in the affordable housing space, and especially the conference that we're going to hold, because with that you'll be able to get solutions on both demand and supply, which is going to impact this country housing landscape. So we call upon all Kenyans to take interest in this conversation, get in touch with us, with our institution. We are the institution that are participating with KMRC, both banks and SACCOs, to get more details about how to access affordable housing.
The Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is
launch of the KMRC marks an important milestone in our financial markets, as the company is expected to play a critical role of deepening the primary mortgage market through its intermediation activities. As you are aware, KMRC will play a very significant role in the affordable housing pillar of the Big Four agenda by availing affordable credit to participating financial institutions, which will be extended to eligible borrowers for housing finance purposes. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the idea of forming a liquidity facility of this kind is a culmination of various discussions on how to address constraints hindering the growth of the mortgage market in Kenya. The National Treasury therefore sought support from the World Bank to provide technical assistance in the realization of this initiative.
Your Excellency, this program has helped a lot in terms of supporting infrastructure in the informal settlements, that's the slums. Through this program, we've also got security of tenure for various properties within the informal settlements. And so far, we have issued 25,000 titles to date.
I note with much appreciation this initiative is a partnership between the Kenya government and private sector, and it demonstrates the possibilities of the growing synergy between the private sector and the government towards the delivery of public goods. And I believe that this groundbreaking initiative only adds the momentum to our quest to enhance access to affordable housing for all. This scheme will include a housing guarantee mechanism for those with low incomes or employed in the informal sector to help expand access to housing finance. I wish at this point to thank the World Bank and the African Development Bank for agreeing to support this initiative of ours by committing Kenya shillings 25 billion and Kenya shillings 10 billion respectfully to this institution. And I am happy to say that the capitalization of the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company has been finalized, as well as the development of the operational framework and the constitution of the board. The company is now ready to commence business, and therefore Kenyans can now count on us to deliver lower interest rates to finance acquisition of their homes.
As a National Housing Corporation, we are proud of this project. This has been a project that has been achieved through work by a lot of players, and I'm here to recognize their effort, more so the public who showed a lot of trust, particularly in a government entity. At the end of the day, we have been able to achieve these houses, but most importantly for us as National Housing Corporation is how the houses will be shared to the public. And we wish to reassure you that as a NHC, we have always had an open and transparent policy of allocating houses. We've been in business since 1953. And you know we have a lot of projects within Nairobi itself and across the country. We will ensure that those who did put in the applications and are eligible for houses will be considered in a fair way. And I know there are more people who applied for the houses than we have here. But at the end of the day, this is not the only project. We have a multitude of other projects coming up. And as we always say it, this is more of a proof of concept for the houses that we will do.
Today marks a critical milestone in the affordable housing agenda with the launch of the allocation of the Park Road Housing Project. This launch today literally provides an important convergence between supply and demand. As we are all aware, the critical demand for housing has not been adequately met by the supply side of the market. In fact, the demand-supply gap is mostly noticeable at the lower end of the housing market, as the lower income households have limited access to decent housing. Over the last few years, however, the country has been able to provide an average of 50,000 housing units per year, but mostly for the high-income families. In this regard, the entry of KMRC in the market is expected to improve mortgage affordability, increase the number of qualifying borrowers, and result in the expansion of the primary mortgage market and home ownership in Kenya. As a wholesale lender, KMRC provides bulk long-term housing loans to participating primary mortgage lenders at concessional rates of about 5% per year at the start. The primary mortgage lenders are expected to pass the benefit of fixed long-term funds, potentially at lower than market rates, to wananchi. We have already approved a refinanceable portfolio, that's KMRC, of about 4.5 billion, which we are working to release in due course. The institutions are now at an advanced stage of finalizing the required documentation to access the funding. We have nonetheless already received the funding for purposes of refinancing that portfolio. We have also approved credit limits of about 50.7 billion Kenya shillings on aggregate for all the 20 participating institutions, giving them greater clarity on the amounts they are eligible to draw down up to 30th of June 2021, after which new credit limits will be set. KMRC therefore stands ready to refinance mortgages originated out of this Park Road project and indeed in any other project currently under consideration. KMRC will seek to leverage its broad shareholder mix that includes the Government of Kenya, commercial banks, savings and credit cooperatives, and development finance institutions to support development in the housing market. We will also support housing developers by linking them up with the participating mortgage lenders. You know, we have about 20 institutions that participate with us, so that we effectively create a link between supply and demand. We are convinced that when the developers have a clear view of demand, they will be motivated to invest more in affordable housing developments. Accelerating mortgage registration and the title transfer processes will also have significant impact on the ability of developers to reach scale in affordable housing developments and to better manage their capital and liquidity constraints. We encourage banks, because they play in both the demand and the supply side, now that they have good clarity and visibility on both sides, to support, especially on the supply side in terms of development, because with clear visibility on the demand on this side, they will be able to potentially better manage the risk, which is a lot higher in the supply side. Although small at present, Kenya has a dynamic mortgage industry which is growing rapidly and becoming increasingly competitive. Several institutions are now in this sector. Apart from the banks which are considered traditional mortgage lenders, we now have microfinance banks, savings and credit cooperatives who ordinarily offer loans, a majority of which go into housing, but they don't develop or they don't produce mortgages or they don't do mortgages. But KMRC has partnered with SACCOs, who we believe have a lot more greater need for liquidity for purposes of enhancing the scope of affordable housing, as they will be able to diversify their product offering. This diversity favors home loan borrowers as it creates the much needed competition in the market. We encourage Kenyans to visit our partner institutions and get information on how they can apply for a mortgage funded through KMRC, which will enable them to own an affordable home. On behalf of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, I wish to congratulate the State Department for Housing and Urban Development for completion of this project and the launch of the first affordable homes in Kenya.
This program started last year, April. I don't think there is any government project that has actually been undertaken with this kind of speed. And so I think we are also sending out a message that you can do good quality work, but at the same time, you are able to meet the deadlines. So we are very, very excited about that. But more importantly, is that these houses are going to be habited by the face of Kenya. And I think if all else fails, I think that is the most important thing, is that you don't need to know the PS, you don't need to know the housing secretary or anybody else. This process of allocation of these houses is the most transparent process, and anybody from Mama Mboga to a shoe cobbler to a Juakali artisan can today own a home. I want to clarify how the process works. Number one, you need to be registered on Boma Yangu. You need to be registered on Boma Yangu, and there are many ways in which you can register yourself. You can use USSD *688 hash. You can go to the portal, and there is a bomayangu.go.ke. You can go to Huduma Center, and you can just walk in, and we have got a help desk that is going to help you register. So that's a fast and very important step. Number two, you need to upload certain documentation because there is a KYC process or know your client process that we need. We also need to get your income details because the houses are allocated based on your household income. So that's very, very, very important. Number three, you need to start saving towards your home. It's important to note that you need to have raised. Housing is a great multiplier. It is a huge multiplier in terms of the economy. And Daktari, this scheme here, we have a Juakali association, 3 of them, from Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, that came together. They collapsed their business to form a corporate. And I dare say that they are probably one of the largest companies in Kenya today because they employ over 10,000 Kenyans. And this association is the one that made all the doors that you find here in Park Road. And that is to a value of 150 million. That is 150 million shillings that went to Juakali directly without brokers in between. And I think those are some of the things that we need to also realize, that when we talk about dignifying our people, we are also creating a lot of jobs. The number of jobs that have been created here, there's a time we came here with His Excellency the President, and you'll have thought that this was a campaign trail. Then just from the staff and the employees that were working here, we were running 3 shifts. And so this is such a massive undertaking. As we speak right now, we have a pipeline of 551,000 houses that are up in the pipeline in different stages coming up. Of the 551, 23,000 are already under construction. And soon we are going to be launching about another 10,000, which is Tarehe, Shaurimoyo A and B, in the coming months. We also have a big scheme that will be coming up, Portland, where we have got about 16,000 acres, but of which 4,200 has already been set aside for a new city, and where we want to put up 240,000. The master planning is done, and we already have 4 investors that are we are already negotiating with them. So it is a slow grind, but it is a grind nevertheless. The demand is real. And so I'd like to urge our developers, because this is now where we need the developers to come to the table. The financing for end user is in place. The banks have told you how much they are providing, and KMRC has given them the assurance that they will refinance them. So it means that as they do the mortgages, they can recycle their money and do more mortgages over time. What we now need are developers and investors to come to the table and to start building. You don't need a big scheme like this one. You can even start with 100 units. You can start with 40 units. For as long as those houses meet the definition of affordable housing, any Kenyan can go to any of these participating banks and they will be able to get a unit of their choice. We have also put in a lot of governance structure. And one of the most important things that we wanted to demonstrate with this scheme is trust, that you can actually trust government. Because I think in the past, there is an element of trust deficit. Because sometimes we say something and we do something different. We say these houses are supposed to be for a certain class of people, and then you find that those who have money come and buy 10 and 15 of them, and then they end up benefiting from them. So we have actually put together a very good governance. We have got Zamara. They are the administrators, independent administrators of the housing fund. We have Britam, the fund managers. And then we also have the main custodial bank, which is KCB.
In the history of our country, when housing development is written many years from now, you remember this event. Because largely amidst global pandemic, we have peers and all of us have built together a program or a project in very difficult times. And when they say that there's always a silver lining in a cloud, nothing demonstrates that than this program. A lot of people are nervous in the environment we live today, and especially for the financial sector, who has stood strongly behind individuals, clients, businesses. If you look at the statistics of the banking sector, and many times it's never told. I've been chairman for long enough to know that banks are always seen as profitable and non-supportive. But if you look at the global pandemic today for COVID-19, banks have almost reached more than 1.3 trillion shillings of finances restructuring. And that's significant for what we are putting on the table to be able to support those businesses. And for housing development, I would say we've been doing mortgages much more on the medium to high end over years. But the affordable housing program is just a catalyst, PS. I would say it's a private public sector initiative for financing. It will demonstrate much more investors to come in. Just the banks which have made a commitment in excess of 365 billion shillings as a first start. And that's a commitment we made so far. It is a significant investment. If you look at lending at the sector, if you prioritize the lending portfolio in terms of the sector, this will be PS the third or fourth largest segment today, and potentially knowing how housing is, perhaps could become the single largest segment in the years ahead. So there is a real commitment for us as an industry. We have also done more beyond just this activity. So we've done work with the Kenya Mortgage and Financing Company. Johnson spoke earlier. A number of our banks are shareholders. And that will deliver loans at interest rate governor of below 10%. It's 9.9% as far as I remember for our banks that we have in the market. And so I don't see the challenge, PS, on financing the project that we have. Different banks have different agendas to be able to build, support investors, support people who are willing to invest in this program, and also even as we go ahead to create the partial guarantee scheme for housing, this is one way of extending the opportunities we all face. So mine is to thank you and give you a commitment for the industry, PS, that we will stand with all investors beyond yourself to be able to make this a reality. Thank you, and wishing you a good launch today. Asante sana.
As was mentioned a moment ago, when the history is written of housing in Kenya, and indeed our country, and indeed of 2020, this event today will be a significant element. It will have its own chapter. And that is actually something that we all acknowledge. But in terms of example, I want you to go back to a particular building that we all know, which is the Empire State Building in New York. We've all heard about it. We've seen pictures about it. It was the first building that was more than 100 floors. So that was the idea, 100 floors. It began at a time when they began building it, at a time when the economy of the US and other economies had actually collapsed completely. That was after the Great Depression, the collapse of the financial markets in 1929, etc. So it began in March of 1930 and actually was completed in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days, record time. And they wanted to prove something, that we can do it. We can do it. Today, obviously, it's a marvel. But it's interesting to look back at it and see it was built in record time at a time when the world had collapsed, and at the end of it, the human spirit could not be suppressed. This is what we are witnessing today, Bwana PS. This is what you have put together, Bwana CAS, and indeed everyone else who's been part of this project. The idea that 2020, of course, has been a very rough year for everybody, but at the same time, we've managed to appreciate what is important for us as Kenyans, as people who care about each other. The reason we are here today is because we will have 1,300 families get a roof over their head that they own, their own building, their own housing. Hii ni yangu. And we have 1,300 today, but as PS has said, there is a pipeline. And that pipeline will continue into the future. The problem is we needed to start somewhere and prove it can be done. And that's what they had to do back in 1930 when they did the Empire State Building. And that's what this success is today. We've brought together PS and everyone else that was involved in this project. You brought together a set of people who are inspired by the objective of providing housing to everybody, but particularly affordable housing to that sector of our society that maybe at times we ignore them. Of course, it means bringing together people with their ingenuity and everyone pulling as they can. And I think this is remarkable. It doesn't happen often, and you've proved we can do it. PS, you should be proud of this. You and your team should be very proud, because it's not only in housing, but it is in everything else. Unfortunately, many of our projects collapse, not because we don't have the ingenuity, but because other maneno comes in. I don't know what the maneno is. So you find that a project started, it's not finishing. Forget even finishing as per schedule. I talked about that building, and they completed it in 1 year, 45 days. 1 year, 45 days. So it means they were doing something like 3 floors, an average of 3 floors per day. And the same here. You have done it in 1 year, 6 months. I don't think anywhere in Kenya you've had that sort of record. Secondly, you've also done it at cost. At cost. One of the reasons why this is affordable is because there was that concern about keeping the costs down. So yes, the material is good, but it doesn't mean that we have to splurge on things. You know, I think we all understand, you know, things that are supposed to cost 100 shillings, they cost 400 shillings, and all other problems that produces. And that is why you can actually have a 3-bedroom house at the price of I think it was 3.25 million or something like that, because actually you made sure that the costs were kept down in terms of production costs, etc. But that's not just sufficient. It's also important to have others that will support in terms of lending. The finances are important. And I think the bankers should be congratulated for actually not just welcoming, but embracing this project, making it their own. And in some sense, not just financing it, but making sure that they can lend at single digits. That I don't think you could have gotten anywhere, say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever. But somehow, these bankers have decided that this is something that they'll make money on it. They're not losing money. And yet, it'll make it affordable for the people. But the most important thing here is that you're providing dignity to the people that will be coming here. The issue of dignity is something that I think we have had to remember during this 2020 pandemic. We look at each other, we are the brother or the sister, I'm the brother of whoever is on my left and right. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. And so we are concerned about treating others, making sure that they actually have dignity. And I think a key element in our lifestyle, in our lives really, is having a building that is yours, your home. And I think this really shows that we as a society can do exactly that. So this is something that I can say I'm proud to be associated with. I also have staff members who want these houses. And frankly, I think we support it very much. Here I'm going to say that we have decided to provide some financing for our staff so that they can get these houses. So I'm sorry to the bankers, because that's coming off you. But it's something that we have done, and we are sure that the allocations are going to work appropriately. And if you don't mind, Bonasias, just to show you how conflicted I am, I wanted to show the commitment of our staff, and I'm talking of staff members of the Central Bank of Kenya, those who actually are in this category and have applied and will be getting those allocations, just to show and to represent their commitment to this. I will provide something, a little something which will be clear, and I'll ask my colleagues to come to the front and join me in this task. Wallace wants me to say that this represents the commitment of our members of staff. It's coming from the members of staff that have actually applied and will be getting allocations in this set of housing. Of course, we are part of the 30,000 that are in there as well. So there are only 58 here, but there will be many more, I'm sure, as more buildings become available. Thank you very much, PS.
It gives me great pleasure to join you for this brief ceremony as we formally begin the allocation of the Park Road project to the beneficiaries. It's a special occasion, and we will not be prouder of the timing. In the past 9 months, our economy, like all economies everywhere in the world, has been constantly tested by the adverse effects of COVID-19. As we have embraced containment strategies to curb the spread of COVID-19, a number of our key projects have been delayed and in some cases been halted altogether. Even so, this flagship project remained on course, and we have truly doubled our efforts to deliver this project within the proposed timelines and projected cost. We feel proud of the work done so far, and it motivates us to continue with other projects across the country. Today's ceremony, therefore, is a source of pride and joy for us, but most importantly, to the beneficiaries who are set to own these houses. As mentioned by Pierre Singer, we have commenced the allocation of all the 1,370 housing units at Park Road. This process will take 1 month, and we will ensure that all the beneficiaries who qualify are allocated the houses. Ladies and gentlemen, our ambition to provide decent and adequate housing is born out of a great need among our rapidly urbanizing cities and towns. With so many of our urban dwellers living in inhumane conditions, our quest to realize the constitutional right to decent and adequate housing must continue. Access to housing on the Sustainable Development Agenda at the global level and has also been envisioned among the key factors for promoting inclusive urban development, which embraces the right to live well for all. It does not only benefit the beneficiaries of the houses, but also the thousands of Kenyans involved directly and indirectly in the development process. It gives me immense pride and honor to say that many of the intended applicants for this flagship project will be in the income groups that would typically work in housing projects either as employees or suppliers from small medium enterprises or Juakali sector. Ladies and gentlemen, these housing units we are allocating today demonstrate the government's commitment to delivering affordable housing, and as we gear up to commission the next projects at Shauri Moyo, Starehe and Athi River, we are focusing on supporting our developers to deliver these houses during these uncertain times. We want to reassure the public that we have a pipeline of projects across the country awaiting funding in order to be rolled out. These projects would be able to confer the same pride and joy that Park Road will offer to so many of you who will be selected during this allocation process. Even as we await groundbreaking on government affordable housing project developments, we have projects from our private sector strategic partners that remain available to the public. These projects are advertised on Boma Yangu, and we encourage the public to review and visit these projects to assess their suitability for home ownership. Our strategic partners have committed to our development framework guidelines and offer units in the affordable pricing range that we have set the pace with on this Park Road flagship project. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to further spur home ownership by supporting the National Housing Development Fund. The Housing Fund is the funding vehicle that will allow us to deliver these homes in the future. With a shift from mandatory to voluntary contributions, we need many more of you to contribute together on Boma Yangu so that we can finance the multitude of projects in our pipeline and spread the pride of home ownership to other Kenyans. The National Housing Department Fund remains a safe haven for your contributions, and it will serve a decent purpose in inspiring development of affordable housing. But beyond inspiring development, the National Housing Development Fund offers an opportunity to provide affordable financing for home ownership. Some of these allocated homes in this Park Road project will be financed through a tenant purchase scheme, and a nationwide tenant purchase scheme can only be available if we pool our resources together. Even so, we have explored multiple options for funding homeowners. We expand the ability of potential homeowners to finance the purchase of units, we have 7 local banks who have set aside funding to put towards affordable mortgages and other financing mechanisms. These Kenyan banks have committed over 300 billion to end user financing and are accessible through the Boma Yangu portal to assess and review your home financing needs. As government, we take the approach that the best thing we can do for the economy is continually improve its resilience and its capacity to adapt. To this end, we will continue in our efforts to facilitate the developers and strategic partners to continue the execution of this ambitious program. All the developers who put up low-cost residential houses will continue enjoying lower corporate tax rates as we look to boost investment in housing for low-income earners. They will also enjoy other government-backed incentives, including VAT exemption on importation and the local purchase of goods for the construction of houses under the Affordable Housing Scheme, a low import declaration fee, and railway development levy for affordable housing imports. We are confident that these incentives will contribute to lowering the cost of developing houses, and eventually the benefits are passed to potential homeowners. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in the journey towards creating sustainable and socially equitable human settlements, a lot of investment is required, and we must adopt a shift in our mindsets that embraces and avails opportunities for all to afford decent and adequate housing. To achieve this, we need an enabling environment where affordable housing can be developed with the right infrastructure, investment, and macroeconomic policies targeted towards social and financial inclusion. We must continue on this journey of the affordable housing program, as everyone deserves a safe place to live in. It can transform the quality of life of individuals and families. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
KMRC was established in 2018, actually to be precise, in April 2018, as a non-deposit taking financial institution under the Companies Act of Kenya and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. The institution was formed as a partnership between the public sector and the private sector, and the reason was to crowd in private sector financing to support affordable housing in Kenya. Of course, there is a lot of challenges that the market in Kenya faces, not least the deficit in the non-affordable housing agenda. KMRC borrows from existing mortgage refinance companies around the world. The distinction, however, on the model of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is on the institutions that are participating in the KMRC. Now, unlike most mortgage refinance companies around the world, KMRC has among its members savings and credit cooperatives, which are SACCOs in Kenya, as well as microfinance banks. The reason why the SACCOs came into the equation is based on the recognition that SACCOs in Kenya play a significant role in housing. So they provide personal loans, most of which go into incremental housing development in Kenya. We went into the operationalization of the institution, and that requires putting into place the necessary structures for the company to start operations. Part of the key requirements actually, or part of the key operational things that we put in place was the necessary requirements for the institution to be granted a license. That means that we needed to have a governance in place. We needed to have the operating frameworks, including even the ICT infrastructure that is needed. So in March 2020, the Central Bank of Kenya recognized that KMRC had met most of the requirements, and KMRC was granted an in-principle approval, which was a commitment for licensing by the regulator. And on 18th of September 2020, the Central Bank granted a license to the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, which now clears the way for KMRC to start lending operations.
One of the regulatory requirements by CBK was to have an ICT framework in place and to implement that framework. And this was key for us to obtain our license. So through procurement, we identified suppliers or vendors we could work with to initiate the process of actualizing the ICT framework, one of which implemented the mortgage refinance system. A milestone to the implementation of the mortgage refinance system is the short implementation period, which took 14 weeks as opposed to the normal average implementation period of 6 months for such a project. And what attributed to that is the methodology that we used to rapidly implement this particular system.
KMRC supports the affordable housing pillar of the Kenya's Big Four agenda, and it's supporting that primarily on the demand side, and that is provision of long-term financing to the primary mortgage lenders for purposes of lending to ultimate borrowers, so that obviously we create more access and affordability in the market for people to be able to get decent housing. So there are institutions and other government entities that play on the supply side, but KMRC mainly provides the support on the demand side. But we also have clear visibility on what the supply side is doing so that we ensure that the two meet. We have also put in place a 5-year strategic plan, 2020-2024, which will certainly guide the institution in its development agenda. KMRC obviously also has a development agenda in it, that is deepening of the capital markets by constant issuance of bonds as a more sustainable funding arrangement for KMRC. Apart from the strategy plan, we have also put in place a strategy for public awareness, creating the much needed awareness on the operations of KMRC and the development role of the institution, and also making a call for borrowers to obviously go to their lenders to be able to take up housing. The issue here is to demonstrate that this new institution is there to support the affordable housing agenda and call for action. We want to have as much as possible Kenyans to come in and take housing, and the fact that there is now potential to get housing at affordable rates is something that obviously KMRC is keen to communicate out there.
The journey of a credit review starts from identification of a portfolio, a refinancing portfolio, and before that it starts from gap analysis from the primary lenders. These are the banks, SACCOs, and the microfinance bank, where you look at their mortgage process, you identify what needs to be done, because you realize this is a new concept, especially for SACCOs, because they have not been doing mortgage lending.
One of the features, or some of the features that the mortgage refinance system has is the lending module, which takes care of the lending process for KMRC, which is one of the core areas that facilitate the lending business, which is the core mandate of KMRC. We also have other modules that facilitate the internal operations of KMRC. We also have the business intelligence and analytics module, that will enable us make quick decisions by actively analyzing the data within our servers and our various applications.
One of the things that we established is that we need to standardize the processes, because you understand each and every institution have different approach to mortgage lending, and therefore as a Kenya Mortgage Finance Company, within our mandate also we have set forth to standardize documentation and the process so that we can make it as seamless as possible, and that will assist us to penetrate that market.
KMRC is just one of the cogs in the affordable housing space. There are a number of others. But with the entry of KMRC, we anticipate to influence the growth of the affordable housing, and that will mean also addressing the challenges within the environment. And we are working with the Department of Housing as well as the Ministry of Lands with the support of the World Bank, which under its technical assistance project, for purposes of creating efficiencies that will then help in the greater rollout and the enhancing of the scope of affordable housing in the country. So KMRC have had a number of board meetings, obviously, and prepared its annual report, first annual report for 2019, and held its first annual general meeting on 30th of June 2020, obviously where the shareholders made certain critical decisions during the meeting. KMRC also operates within an environment, and KMRC recognizes that environment, and among those are the needy among us. And KMRC recently went on to provide that kind of support to a children's home, which has been affected greatly by the pandemic, because a number of children had been shifted out from hospitals who have pre-existing conditions and needed obviously to be put in a place where they're a lot more secure. And on that basis, KMRC recognized the need to provide that support, and we offered our support in a small way into the Imani Children's Home. So KMRC obviously has great intentions to significantly support the growth of the housing market in Kenya, and this is meant to be achieved together with a number of partners. Now, in our roadmap, we anticipate that by 2024, KMRC will have supported the doubling of affordable housing or housing in Kenya. We currently have about 26,000. KMRC anticipates to support the issuance of up to 30,000 homes in the next 4 to 5 years. We also anticipate, obviously, that with that kind of support, KMRC will influence significantly the number of or the value of mortgages in Kenya against the GDP. At the moment, it stops at around 2.5 to 2.7%, and we
for all. This scheme will include a housing guarantee mechanism for those with low incomes or employed in the informal sector to help expand access to housing finance.
Kenya has made significant political, structural and economic.
Ambapo ni kulikuwa nyumba mbovu, nyumba ya matope, nyingine za mabati. Na hizo nyumba hatungeweza kuzingatia usafi kwa sababu hatukuwa na choo, tulikuwa na bafu. Tunashukuru serikali kwa vile imetokea na mpango wa kutujengea nyumba, kwa sababu tukiangalia hata nyumba ambazo zimejengwa za kwanza ziko na choo na bafu na zimezingatia usafi.
Affordable housing program is part of our midterm plan, which is the Big Four agenda. Because of the rapid urbanization that this country has been experiencing and underinvestment and also other factors like the cost of land being so high, what has happened is a huge majority of those people, especially moving to the urban areas, have been left without decent housing. Therefore, it became imperative that we need to address that particular issue by looking at what are the issues that have made housing to become unaffordable and unavailable.
The Affordable Housing Initiative was launched in 2019 and rolled out across the entire country. Park Road is the first integrated human settlement project in Nairobi.
We are currently at Park Road Affordable Housing Project,
which sits on an acreage of 7.9 acres. And once completed, this project is going to have 1,370 units. Some of the amenities found in this project include ample parking for all the residents. We have a kindergarten for children. We have a green space for recreation. We have water connected by Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, and 2 boreholes have been done by the contractor for the residents. We have a football pitch on top of the parking. We'll also have solar water heaters, lifts, power connection by Kenya Power, commercial center, and an access road which is going to be tarmacked.
Affordable housing is a win-win for everybody. The citizens own homes, financial institutions provide financing, the informal sector is formalized, more jobs are created, and therefore growing the GDP of Kenya.
These affordable housing projects have really benefited the Jokari sector because we have increased our capacity and we have learned how to do work in a more professional manner and in an organized manner. And I would really like to thank the government for this opportunity it has afforded us.
To ensure the success of this project, the government has provided legislation and policies that support affordable housing, enhanced partnerships with the private sector, and developed stakeholder engagement guidelines for seamless implementation.
In the policy of 2016, we have also defined what affordable housing is. And affordable housing is a housing that is adequate and where the owner of the house, whether it is rental or owner occupied, does not spend more than 30% of their basic salary. So any housing that where one spends more than that, that is deemed to be an affordable.
Affordable housing is not just about putting up the houses. There are also attendant services that are required. Proper roads, lighting, schools, health facilities within the affordable housing sites. All these functions are devolved functions. So we expect the county governments to be able to service these lands where affordable housing will be put.
The problem in the rural areas is more of quality than quantity. And our focus is improving the quality of the houses in the rural areas. So we have a program within the State Department where we are training people to use materials that are going to improve their houses, and we call it appropriate building materials and technologies.
What we have seen, the cost of construction through the various policy and fiscal intervention that we have made as government has already gone down. When we started the program was at about 75,000 shillings per square meter, and right now it's below 35,000. So affordable housing is not government building a house for you. It is government being able to work with you, all right, so that we empower you to be able to build your own house or go and buy another house that is being built in the market. That, I think, is something that people have really not been able to understand. The cost is coming down. And what does that mean? Forget about the big schemes that we're building. It means that anybody can now be able to go and build their own home.
Nimefurahi sana serikali kufikiria mtu wa chini kupata nyumba Nairobi. Maishani mwangu singekuwa nafikiria naweza kupata nyumba na nipate nyumba Nairobi. Nimefurahi sana.
We have an appointment with destiny to shape this country into a country that we want. And this is the beginning of a journey out of hopelessness for the majority of our people to give every Kenyan the Kenyan dream. Kenya has made significant political, structural and economic reforms that have largely driven sustainable economic growth, social development and political gains over the past decade. However, housing in Kenya continues to be a big challenge. In 2019, the housing deficit stood at 2 million units, with nearly 61% of the population living in informal settlements.
Mimi naitwa Jenny Adema, nakaa hapa Soweto, Kibera, Soweto East, kwa miaka 30. Na wakati ya kukaa pale tulikuwa na nyumba ambapo nilikuwa nyumba mbovu, nyumba ya matope, nyingine za mabati. Na hizo nyumba hatungeweza kuzingatia usafi kwa sababu hatukuwa na choo, tulikuwa na bafu. Tunashukuru serikali kwa vile imetokea na mpango wa kutujengea nyumba, kwa sababu tukiangalia hata nyumba ambazo zimejengwa za kwanza ziko na choo na bafu na zimezingatia usafi.
Affordable housing program is part of our midterm plan, which is the Big Four agenda. Because of the rapid urbanization that this country has been experiencing and underinvestment and also other factors like the cost of land being so high, what has happened is a huge majority of those people, especially moving to the urban areas, have been left without decent housing. Therefore, it became imperative that we need to address that particular issue by looking at what are the issues that have made housing to become unaffordable and unavailable.
The Affordable Housing Initiative was launched in 2019 and rolled out across the entire country. Park Road is the first integrated human settlement project in Nairobi.
We are currently at Park Road Affordable Housing Project, which sits on an acreage of 7.9 acres. And once completed, this project is going to have 1,370 units. Some of the amenities found in this project include ample parking for all the residents. We have a kindergarten for children. We have a green space for recreation. We have water connected by Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, and 2 boreholes have been done by the contractor for the residents. We have a football pitch on top of the parking. We will also have solar water heaters, lifts, power connection by Kenya Power, commercial center, and an access road which is going to be tarmacked.
Affordable housing is a win-win for everybody. The citizens own homes, financial institutions provide financing, the informal sector is formalized, more jobs are created, and therefore growing the GDP of Kenya.
These affordable housing projects have really benefited the geocari sector because we have increased our capacity and we have learned how to do work in a more professional manner and in an organized manner. And I would really like to thank the government for this opportunity it has afforded us.
To ensure the success of this project, the government has provided legislation and policies that support affordable housing, enhanced partnerships with the private sector, and developed stakeholder engagement guidelines for seamless implementation.
In the policy of 2016, we have also defined what affordable housing is. And affordable housing is a housing that is adequate and where the owner of the house, whether it is rental or owner occupied, does not spend more than 30% of their basic salary. So any housing where one spends more than that, that is deemed to be unaffordable.
Affordable housing is not just about putting up the houses. There are also attendant services that are required. Proper roads, lighting, schools, health facilities within the affordable housing sites. All these functions are devolved functions. So we expect the county governments to be able to service these lands where affordable housing will be put.
The problem in the rural areas is more of quality than quantity. And our focus is improving the quality of the houses in the rural areas. So we have a program within the State Department where we are training people to use materials that are going to improve their houses, and we call it appropriate building materials and technologies.
What we have seen, the cost of construction through the various policy and fiscal intervention that we have made as government has already gone down. When we started the program was at about 75,000 shillings per square meter, and right now it's below 35,000. So affordable housing is not government building a house for you. It is government being able to work with you, all right, so that we empower you to be able to build your own house or go and buy another house that is being built in the market. That, I think, is something that people have really not been able to understand. The cost is coming down. And what does that mean? Forget about the big schemes that we're building. It means that anybody can now be able to go and build their own home.
Nimefurahi sana serikali kufikiria mtu wa chini kupata nyumba Nairobi. Maishani mwangu singekuwa nafikiria naweza kupata nyumba na nipate nyumba Nairobi. Nimefurahi sana.
We have an appointment with destiny to shape this country into a country that we want. And this is the beginning of a journey out of hopelessness for the majority of our people to give every Kenyan the Kenyan dream. Kenya has made significant political, structural and economic reforms that have largely driven sustainable economic growth, social development and political gains over the past decade. However, housing in Kenya continues to be a big challenge. In 2019, the housing deficit stood at 2 million units, with nearly 61% of the population living in informal settlements.
Mimi naitwa Jenny Adema, nakaa hapa Soweto, Kibera, Soweto East kwa miaka 30. Na wakati ya kukaa pale nilikuwa na nyumba ambapo nilikuwa nyumba mbovu, nyumba ya matope, nyingine za mabati. Na hizo nyumba hatungeweza kuzingatia usafi kwa sababu hatukuwa na choo, tulikuwa na bafu. Tunashukuru serikali kwa vile imetokea na mpango wa kutujengea nyumba, kwa sababu tukiangalia hata nyumba ambazo zimejengwa za kwanza ziko na choo na bafu na zimezingatia usafi.
Affordable housing program is part of our midterm plan, which is the Big Four agenda. Because of the rapid urbanization that this country has been experiencing and underinvestment and also other factors like the cost of land being so high, what has happened is a huge majority of those people, especially moving to the urban areas, have been left without decent housing. It's imperative that we need to address that particular issue by looking at what are the issues that have made housing to become
that are required. Proper roads, lighting, schools, health facilities within the affordable housing sites. All these functions are devolved functions. So we expect the county governments to be able to service these lands where affordable housing will be put.
The problem in the rural areas is more of quality than quantity. And our focus is improving the quality of the houses in the rural areas. So we have a program within the State Department where we are training people to use materials that are going to improve their houses, and we call it appropriate building materials and technologies.
What we have seen, the cost of construction through the various policy and fiscal intervention that we have made as government has already gone down. When we started, the program was at about 75,000 shillings per square meter, and right now it's below 35,000. So affordable housing is not government building a house for you. It is government being able to work with you, all right, so that we empower you to be able to build your own house or go and buy another house that is being built in the market. That, I think, is something that people have really not been able to understand. The cost is coming down. And what does that mean? Forget about the big schemes that we're building. It means that anybody can now be able to go and build their own home.
Nimefurahi sana serikali kufikiria mtu wa chini kupata nyumba Nairobi. Maishani mwangu singekuwa nafikiria naweza kupata nyumba na nipate nyumba Nairobi. Nimefurahi sana.
We have an appointment with destiny to shape this country into a country.
As you take your seats, just to remind you that this afternoon we'll have a session for questions and answers, and we'll have several experts here to address your issues. So please do stand by with your questions. The guys right at the back, if I could invite you back to your seats, please. So I'm waiting for you guys at the back to take your seats, then we can start. Great. So, like I said, you can continue sending your questions using the hashtag Affordable Housing Conference. There's a team that is collating that and will be able to share with you. This afternoon, we'd like to spend a few moments just exploring the legal environment around the whole question of affordable housing. And if we're to create an environment that is favorable for investment, then we also need to streamline our legal space. And so we'll be taking time to look at that and also affording you an opportunity to raise some questions that you might have on that. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, he is a partner at Walker Contours Advocates with over 20 years experience in real estate transactions and structures. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and a commissioner for oaths. He is a convener of the Law Society of Kenya Environmental, Land and Conveyancing Committee. And he has also been a member of various regulatory task force on land reforms and regulations in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on stage Mr. Peter Mwangi. Karibu.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hoping that they will project my presentation. Okay, so just by way of introduction, my presentation this afternoon is actually from a practitioner perspective. So maybe a bit more detailing in how the presentation will be. It is understanding security perfection and the evolution of built environment laws. So maybe I'm just waiting to see whether they'll be able to project so that we can start. A bit of a technical hitch, I suppose, but hoping we're getting there. If anyone said before that lawyers are not good in technology, that's not true. This hitch is not my doing, but but I'm hoping we'll get there presently. My apologies. I think we can now start again. The presentation this afternoon is something very topical. It's something that most of us, being practitioners, encounter very much about the long-term leases and the sectional ownership of property. Basically, it is understanding the application of the SPA, the Sectional Properties Act, and the action points regarding a moratorium that have been set by that statute that is affecting perfection and ownership of titles. Then subsequently, we'll briefly touch on built environment or built development laws. On that, we will be talking about the development process and any challenges relating to that, because all that is part of the building and affordability of homes. So when we talk about creation, perfection, and enforcement of security, it is in three parts. The first part is the creation of security. And by that, as most of you know, it is the heavy duty part, the heavy lifting part, because that is where lenders expect practitioners, legal practitioners, or even if it's not lenders, ownership of property. At that point, you are concerned about the title due diligence. You want to know about an official search. How easy is it today to carry out an official search? Because it is usually the first step towards ownership of a property or creation of security. We want to know how it is and how credible is the information that flows from the ministry or from the registries that you can rely on. We also want to know about the contractual requirements, such as when you are creating security, you are required to get a consent. How easy in the land administration processes has this happened, or how easy is it? Then we want to find out about what are the impact of the various processes that are currently ongoing, like title conversion, migration. How are they impacting on this process of creating security? And then we want to know what role do practitioners have to play in that exercise, because in most cases, lenders want to get a legal opinion from practitioners. How does that play in the scheme of things when you are undertaking that exercise? Then when you talk about perfection of security, we are looking at execution of those securities. Is there anything that has happened, particularly when you talk of electronic conveyance, that has impacted in how the perfection of securities happen and what can be done to improve it? So then we talk about enforcement of security. When you have your security and
Recording
now
in progress.
you want to enforce it, what is the lay of the law of the land in terms of how easy it is for a lender to realize security in the current environment at the lands office and also in other registries, not just lands office? So those are the issues that we'll be talking about. And we are starting with the easy one. This is the Adisasa. May I request whoever is moving, help me with the movement. So the first one is the Adisasa. And in the Adisasa is the topical, most topical issue right now, because it is a great transition that we have all been waiting for. Transition from manual to electronic. How is that process going? And how credible is it? So that is the first part. And again, I'm sorry, whoever is helping us with that. Then the Adisasa exercise, this is really, as I said, is a paradigm shift, because all along since independence, we have been dealing with manual, dealing with land, which is not efficient, and it has brought a lot of duplicity in titles. It has brought a lot of handshake because of credibility of the information that you get. So the Adisasa is supposed to migrate us from that manual system to now an electronic, more credible system that is aligned with what the Constitution required, that everything about land administration and registration should be electronic. So with that Adisasa, what has happened so far? The exercise started in 2020, towards the end of the 2020. Before that, we had what used to be called LIMS. But this exercise actually goes back to 2012. That's when this exercise started after the Constitution. So where are we at this point, and what are the issues that have emerged that are of concern to practitioners? So when you talk about that, we'll have to look at the legal framework. The first part is the legal framework. The legal framework is that the Adisasa is properly anchored in the law. As I said, it starts with the Constitution, It starts with the Land Act and land registration. The legal regime currently requires that we don't have an option. We have to migrate to an electronic platform because that is what the current laws that are being held require. Again, sorry, the person is moving to go to the next one. So the whole ADISASA program is founded under a part of the land registration regulations. So it is properly provided for, and it's also one of the many laws that have been formed to help ensure that we all move on the electronic platform that is credible, that is supported by law. So we have got quite a number, about 10 legal frameworks that are set out there, what we typically call the E-regulations. Those E-regulations transcend all aspects of land matters, be it survey, be it stamp duty, all the aspects of registration, they are all actually founded on electronic. There is now a law that supports the process. So as far as the laws are concerned, we can now be certain that we are there. We are currently got a good grasp of the laws. As you can see, most of those laws are 2020. So they are pretty current, but also very relevant in order for us to move forward. So the issue that takes us next and the concerns we have with ADISASA is not really about the laws. It is about the implementation. So the next aspect that I'll be talking about is now the concerns regarding ADISASA that stem with implementation. So that figure just illustrates some of the issues and the issues that emerge when we try to navigate through electronic aspects of it, because they are all interconnected, but at the same time they are quite sort of troubling when one system or one aspect does not work. Why are we bothered with all this? We are all bothered with this because when we deal with security or when we deal with land ownership, we are actually dependent on the state guarantee of title. Kenya is unique. In some countries, you have situation where you have got a guarantee of title insurance. We don't have a title insurance. Our title is supported by the state. So if you don't get the state process properly in place, properly synced with your documents, then you run a risk. And where do you get that synced? You have to show that you are relying on the official records from the lands office, and that comes through official searches. So the official search has to be kosher in order for you to rely on what you get out of it. That is what is indicated in the section that we are highlighting there. But the most important thing is that we now have an electronic search which is facilitated through ADISASA. So when you interface with ADISASA, what you get out is an electronic search. So how credible is that electronic search? Because before you had a manual search, which is now the guarantee, but now it is electronic. Is this electronic search guaranteed by the state? Yes, it is. In fact, there's a law that says that when you have an electronic search, it has the same weight as a manual search. So that is, the law has taken care of that. However, the search actually indicates, and this is where maybe you need to be careful, is that the whole securitization process starts and has to be aligned, not only land administration and also registration. So some aspects of it are not covered by ADISASA. And that means, however way you look at it, it is a combination of manual as well as electronic. And so we are not yet out of the woods as yet with regard to the manual aspect of it. Then we look at the next part, which is the execution and attestation and verification of execution. Remember, manual paperwork, the paperwork is not over until you sign. Now, with manual, it means by hand. But the ADISASA envisage a situation where you are supposed to sign electronically. So in order for you to sign that electronically and to be kosher, the law that supports electronic signatures has to be in place. The law is in place, but the system is not in place, because electronic signatures require certification by a third-party certifier who is qualified and who has signed a contract with the ministry and also with and you as a person using it. So that has not worked out yet. So when you talk about signing electronically, we are not yet there. Yet our laws again there is a bit of alignment, particularly with security documents. Our laws on the execution and attestation of security documents are not aligned with electronic signatures, because like UK, that aspect of security taken, they want it to be wet signature. By wet signature, it means the person actually has to sign by hand before an advocate. That has still not been worked out. Then there is a challenge of certification. Whoever is supposed to certify the electronic signature, that part is still not yet worked out. So there are applications that have been obtained, there's still a process that is ongoing, but that exercise is not yet there yet. So we are supposed to be aligned on that part of electronic signatures, but we are not yet there yet. So the next aspect of it is the ADISASA platform is not fully functional. What do I mean by that? In order for you to complete end-to-end, the system has to make it easy for you to get consent. Consent is that enables you, particularly on leasehold properties, for you to have a complete completeness of the security documents in terms of being able to give a legal opinion. So sometimes last year, during LIMS, land administration, it was possible to get a consent through electronically, but that was disabled at some point. And I know, as we speak, that the ministry is working towards reinstating that functionality, but currently it's not there. So those are some of the immediate challenges we are having with regard to the credibility of the system in terms of relying on that. Then the whole issue of ADISASA is the data in, because data in is data out. What you get out of it is what has been put in the data. And that's the whole program of is the information in ADISASA complete? How reliable is it? I must say that up to now, we still have quite some few gaps, quite some challenges with the information flow that comes up. In terms of usability of the system, practitioners are still having quite a bit of a challenge in trying to make it usable in terms of being able to log in, because there's a requirement that for every transaction you do, the counterparty must also be registered with the system in order for the transaction to flow. That becomes a bit of a challenge, because one of the issues of being able to carry out public registries is that you don't need to inform the owner of the property that you are carrying a search on their property. The ADISASA platform right now requires you to be interfaced with the owner of the property in order for you to navigate through. It requires the bank, when you are creating security, to be fully in sync with the customer in order for you to navigate. We take those as transitional issues, but they're having a big impact in the efficiency of the system. But we are taking it as transitional because, as I said, the law has set out the modalities, but it is in implementation that we're having serious challenges with it. So what is needed to be done? So in the next brief, I'm saying, we feel that the ADISASA platform can work better if we increase a bit of technical capacity in the people who are doing it. If you don't mind, the next break. So the exercise will work best if the people who are keying in the data, we had more technical working people helping the system to navigate through. We know as a fact that in many countries which have taken this route of electronic conveyance, there is a standing committee whose sole duty is to make this system work. In Kenya, we don't have that. So the same registrars who we deal with in other ordinary registries on a day-to-day basis, they're the same ones who are being recouped also, balancing their time in order for them to make this system to work. So it's quite a challenge. They are doing their best, I suppose, but it's quite a challenge because the amount of data required to make this happen is major. Then there's a need to align or alignment with all the other laws. I mentioned about the digital signature. We still have a gap in that area. The digital signature laws are not fully aligned with the execution, particularly with the bank security documents. And that means that in as much as we're talking about ADISASA being in Nairobi block titles, you cannot complete a security document without going manual. And then there is an aspect of the fact that there are so many exercises happening at the same time. In order for you to be fully aligned on the ADISASA platform, you must first complete the title migration. That we'll talk about later. But the title migration means your title must be aligned with the new system of land registration. That is the process that we're talking about, title migration. Only then are you fully aligned with the requirement of a land register, and only then can you get the full output of what a search from an online search ought to have. Then a key aspect that needs to be a work in progress is that we still have a challenge of first in, first out. We have never had that. So again, that's an efficiency thing, that the system is not aligned such that when you load your documents today and I load my documents tomorrow, that I'm behind you in the queue. The queuing system of getting this aspect out is not yet worked out. And so it's a bit of a challenge when you find that some people go in, get your documents out, and others are in the queue for quite a long time. So there's a need for, I suppose, more fiscal support to make sure that this whole aspect of the security and the technical capacity is built into it. And that also helps a lot, particularly now that we're talking about KMRC. KMRC's performance is basically assignment of securities that are registered. That requires a lot of efficiency in making sure that across the line, any security documentation that requires to be assigned can work. And that is not really working at the moment. So I will quickly move on to title migration or title conversion, because again, it's a very key aspect of what we are talking about. We are in a system that for the longest, we are a country that had about 10 different land statutes. The constitution said that all those statutes need to be coalesced to one registration system. And with that, there was a system of actually under the Land Registration Act, as the premier act for registration, there was a requirement that all the old titles be converted into the new digital and certificate or title that conforms with the register under that act. It has all the information that you ordinarily look for. You know, across the board, when you transact with an individual, you want to know, is this person married? Our system is so advanced, if it followed to the letter, that there's a requirement that that title will be able to tell you, or that register will be able to tell you that so-and-so is married, there is a spouse you need to get consent from. Is this person able to deal with this thing as a trust or not? The system requires that that information be there. What is the user of this property, this title? That information is supposed to be in the register. So it's supposed to be very comprehensive. When you get a search out, when the system is fully operational, under the new title system, it's supposed to be very comprehensive. You don't need to look anywhere else. It gives you all the information you need. And that is where we are heading to when you talk about title conversion. Because the previous system did not give you that. It required labored hours of carrying out the route of the title to get all that information. With a click of the button, the ideal in our laws is supposed to give you all that information. So that process started, and is a process that started with the Gazette notice. You have all seen the Gazette notice that have been circulating that requires that within 90 days, we were supposed to migrate in the titles that were listed there to the new platform. Did that happen? Not really. I think we are now in Gazette number 3, because in order for that to happen, the Gazette notice has to be very comprehensive. Every time the exercise has started, it has stopped because the information is not comprehensive. And so right now, the latest one said that Gazette number 7146 and 8632 of 2021, they were supposed to be coming on board from the, first it was 1st of November, but that has been revised to 13th of December. If you follow the law, on 13th of December, all those titles that were in that notice, they are supposed to stop and be migrated to the new platform that is under the act, that is comprehensive in the manner that I've explained. Is that realistic? Is it going to happen? 1st November came, it passed, nothing happened. We continued as normal. So that has not happened yet. So we are hoping that within the next couple of days, the Lands Office will suppose on December 13 to migrate a very big chunk of the titles to the new land registration system. But that system is not going to happen because quite a number of prerequisite aspects of it have not been keyed in yet. So it is unlikely, and in my latest engagement with the ministry, it was disclosed that yet another Gazette notice will be issued, because quite a number of titles were not there. That in the next slide, you have like the conversion steps. They're actually very straightforward. You get the notice, you raise an objection if you feel there's an objection to make. And then after you raise an objection, you have a timeline for which your issues then will be marked and your title will be marked that you have an objection. What sort of objection would you make? You make an objection to say that that my title has been wrongly described. The information contained is written wrong. The land reference numbers are wrong. I don't like the place they have located it. All sorts of complaints that you may have before now you go to the next stage. If you raise a complaint, they're supposed to put a caveat on your land, but let the system continue to the next level. So then ultimately, the old titles are supposed to be given to the ministry and you get a new one. So what are the issues and concerns that arises from that? The concerns are that, and I have indicated, there is a big gap in the Gazette notices that have been issued. So one of the most glaring gap is that long-term leases have not been factored in. Most of the owners in Nairobi have a title system that is based on a long-term lease. It is either an apartment or a townhouse is based on a long-term lease. As a rule of practice, over time, a system emerged where there was a disconnect between registration systems for apartments and townhouses with the Survey Records Office. And what that happened is the Survey Records Office have no knowledge of the various titles that are out there in apartments. They only have knowledge of the mother title, but not apartments. So the cadastre that used to be there did not recognize the apartments and other such titles. So this title conversion exercise is supposed to clean up that exercise. And so the Gazette notices that have been issued have not factored that there is an exercise of cadastre that will ensure that even those apartments are captured in the information that goes out there. So that is a work in progress. Then a very key aspect of it that is very important is that the Sectional Properties Act came in. And the Sectional Properties Act, let me not say came in, it was revamped in 2019. And when it was revamped, there's now a requirement that you cannot deal with an apartment unless it goes through this process of cadastre and it goes through this process of actually making sure that your title is noted. And that process meant that all owners were given 2 years within which to regularize their title ownership. The timeline started in December 2020, 28th December 2020. They were given 2 years. So at the time that the ministry issued the conversion notice for all these titles and gave a 90-day period, there is a disconnect because some owners have been given 2 years to regularize their position for which they cannot comply with a 90-day period until they comply with that conversion. And there's another process that is saying after 90 days you cannot deal with your titles because you ought to have migrated. So there's a bit of disconnect there. What are the numbers we're talking about? The numbers of titles out there that are on leases are amazing. It's a very big number. Actually, the majority of the titles in Nairobi. So to say that you not transact after a particular date makes it very difficult, particularly for security taking, unless that issue is resolved. So then there is another aspect. In order for you to get a new title under this system, you are supposed to give up the old title you are holding. Now, there's a bit of a challenge there. That's what the regulations say. However, knowing the record keeping at the ministry and knowing that there are so many incidents of 2 titles being out there, there's a big challenge because most people are saying, if I hand over my old title and somebody else comes up and say they have got a claim on that same property and have handed over my primary evidence, which is the title you're holding, there's a bit of a challenge. So we have been having a discussion with the ministry to say, can we tweak this regulation to do like we have always done in the past, where they put an entry on a title to say you can no longer use this title because it has now migrated to a new one, but you still keep your old title for evidence purposes. And that's not really a joke because there are so many incidents of double, triple titles out there. And once you hand over your primary evidence, which is the title you have, you're going to have a big challenge of finding out how you defend yourself in court. So that is a work in progress that I'm hoping will be discussed. So what should be done? I think the next slide is what should be done. I think particularly for lenders, the question has been to review your portfolio of securities. And this is important, particularly for KMRC and those who are seeking to lend there, because compliance with this conversion is very important. And there are people who have not bothered. Ever since they gave their titles to banks, they don't bother. They have not been following. So what will happen to those who do not do anything? So the banks need to review their security portfolio to ensure that there's alignment with the customers to ensure this exercise is done. All the law currently requires that only registered proprietors make the application. But we're also making a case that lenders ought to be also be given an opportunity to actually make the application themselves. Because in a default situation, you don't expect the property owner to be at the forefront of validating a security or a title for which there's a default and enforcement is going on. Then there is the issue of verifying the entries to make sure the correctness within the timeline that we mentioned. And so that is a whole involvement that will require lenders or actually encumbrances to be given what is called step-in and cure rights, and to have that recognized in the regulations, that where somebody who's supposed to do something is not doing it, a third party can actually step in and do it. So let me go to the next aspect that I want to discuss to you about. Is about the sectional properties. Sectional properties is about the long-term leases. I was asked to specifically say something about this because it's very important. As I said, the majority of titles in our country are actually long-term leases. What is curious is that the law does not define what is a long-term lease. What it defines is a short-term lease. A lease of 2 years is a short-term lease. So you argue then and say that any other lease then will be deemed to be a long-term lease. But there is a distinction. It says if you have a lease of over 21 years, you are entitled to have a title. You can claim a title deed if you have a lease of over 21 years. And that really is the basis upon which most apartments are owned, because you find that the developer has, let's say, a 99-year lease or a freehold. And with that interest, they can then be able to give someone a lesser interest. That is, then you can find, like in most cases, they give 99 years because maybe they have a property in freehold or they themselves have 99 years. So they'll give you 99 years less a few days. That is how the concept of long-term leases has grown in this country. And for the longest time, this process depended on the developer. It's contractual. Depended on the developer being able to give you a contract or a lease for 99 years, and that lease was recognized by our laws and the previous laws that were repealed. It was recognized, and even the new law recognizes that you can give a lease of 99 years or a lease of over 21 years, and you're entitled to get a title out of it. And once you get the title out of it, then it is good security for any bank. And most banks actually have taken those as security. I'm sure, based on the security reviews we carry out, that the majority of security portfolio held by banks today is actually founded on the long-term leases. So what has changed? What has changed in that in last year, a law was passed, the Sectional Properties Act. And Sectional Properties Act came with a new requirement. It says that in order for you, it brought in what is now famously called Section 13(2) of the Sectional Properties Act. It says all those people who are having long-term leases now require to ensure that your interest is aligned with the Survey Records Office through a system called georeferencing. That is, your title is in the cadastre. And only after that is done will you be able to deal with your title. That is a moratorium that I mentioned about. What that has done is that it has become sort of like a showstopper in terms of new developments or new lending to banks for those who are taking loans on long-term leases. So with that, what has happened is that within the period of 2 years, so much was supposed to be done. I don't know whether is that possible. Are you able to hear me? I don't know. Able to hear me? Sorry, I think the element. I hope you can hear me. Okay, so I'll continue. I hope you can hear me. So basically, from 2020 last year until December 2022, you are supposed to carry out this whole big exercise of migrating to a new system of cadastre. You could not proceed because, unfortunately, the law was passed, but the regulations were not passed. Only last week, but 26 November, were the regulations under the Sectional Properties Act passed. They have not been gazetted. You have to give them 14 days before they become law. And only after those 14 days can you now start the process of long-term leases being recognized at the Survey Records Office. So that has just started now. Considering the volume of the titles out there, there is a very, very, very little you can hope to achieve within that period because the Survey Records Office is already inundated with work. It lacks the capacity, in our view, to carry out this monumental exercise for all the apartment owners countrywide, not just Nairobi, within the period of, I think, a year that's remaining. So that has a very big impact on the whole aspect of the long-term leases. So, okay, so we shall continue despite the rain. So one of the asks that we are saying is that in the context of this situation, that the 2-year period is too short a period for this to happen. Then secondly, the Sectional Properties Act only applies to only some long-term leases, not all of them. You have to elect to be in the long-term under the Sectional Properties Act. All those other people that are not under the Sectional Properties Act do not have to be registered under the Sectional Properties Act. So that distinction has not come out very well. And so there's a bit of a confusion as to how you proceed with that. Maybe I should end by saying that in order for you to migrate, for your apartment to migrate, you need to be given a unique prefix number that is given by the Survey Records Office. And I doubt very much that that can be achieved because the unit that's supposed to be giving this has not quite worked out as yet how they will achieve that purpose. For those developers who are carrying out phase development, you have somebody with 5 acres and they are doing apartment block 1, block 2, block 3. That aspect is not captured by the new law. So again, you got gaps in the law because it assumes that you are dealing with just one block. So when you have a developer with about 5 different developments over time, it really does not work under the SPA. So what should the banks do? I think I'll jump to that aspect. What should banks do? There's a need to review again your portfolio to see where you are affected and to comply with that. You have to factor in what to do with the new developments because the new developments then they are obliged to comply. And if they are not able to comply, then there will be a problem with the security taking. And then you also have to manage how the transition will work out. So some of those is that there is a request that has been made, and it was made by the Kenya Bankers Association, that all those things that I've been discussing about that affect banks, that affect how security taking is happening, can be resolved through the process of having a team that is only dealing with bank security work only. If that was to work, then there's a possibility that the delays that you see that is affecting the bank and creation of securities can be improved upon. So that's the person checking that for me. The next one. Okay, so there is again there is a request that has been made that the moratorium period can be extended. Unfortunately, it can only be extended by law because it is captured in statute. It cannot be changed by law. I don't think. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So because this change was done by a statute in law, there is no way that you can do it without going to Parliament and having an extension done by law. That need to be done, and it need to be done very fast because time is running out. And then there has to be guidelines on how the georeferencing and giving of unique numbers for the apartments is carried out. That need to be done. The time of 13th December is just around the corner. We know that it will not be achieved. Again, what we are saying is that there is a need for a new Gazette notice to be issued, because without that new Gazette notice, we'll have a situation where next week, which is the 13th, will come and pass, and we'll have made a milestone that the titles that we are currently holding, by law, we are not supposed to transact with them after the 13th of December, yet I don't think there is a preparedness unless there's a new Gazette notice that is issued to extend the time. That has not happened. So we need to factor in some changes in law and regulations to make this to happen. Then the land administration system, the ADISASA that I mentioned before, need to be rejigged to ensure that the functions for land administration, the giving of consents, the giving of rent clearance certificates can be done online. Because if it is not done online, then we cannot say that we have gone electronic. We are still having a mix of manual and electronic. Then may I go to the next one? I wish to talk about the evolution of built environment laws. And this will be very fast. By this I mean, whenever a developer is doing something, you know you have to get your approvals in line. And this affects countrywide. We cannot talk about moving ahead in the housing development space unless we ensure that our laws are aligned, that the structure that supports development is in line. By that I mean, we must have to have all the laws in place that will enable this to happen, and they has to be done in a regular process, and they have to be done in a timely manner. What are the laws that supports, what are the legal and institutional framework supports the development control aspect of it? We know that the Constitution has decreed that the whole purpose of housing and development is a devolved function. However, it's not just devolved to the counties. In order for it to work properly, it is an interface between the national government and the county government working together. And so that aspect is very important. The county governments have been given the development control function, but quite a number of national laws come into place and they have to be keyed in. Until quite recently, we did not have a comprehensive law that deals with the physical planning and land use act. That law was only recently passed, and it's only after that law has been passed that we can say that as a country we now have one homogeneous law that takes care of land use planning, the physical planning. However, that law has still, the regulations supporting that law are not in place. They were just recently published, but they are not yet in place. Then, in addition to those laws, we got quite a number of other laws that are very key to the development control functions, and they are covered by various other statutes. By that I mean environment, you got them in different laws. You got the National Construction Authority, which is very key. It needs to be devolved to the counties to make it more efficient. You got the Bureau of Standards that talks about how construction works. We got the land control boards that uniquely continue to be part of our laws in spite of the fact that they ought not to be. Then we got the rising incidence of residential associations that are now anchored in law under the public participation and required to be factored in any development that we carry out. So these are the typical things that we look at when we are looking at development control. It actually operates in all the aspects of it, from the change of use to subdivision and amalgamation, to the building plans, to extension of user, to extension of leases, the easement and way leaves, advertisement. All that is a development control function. And all of those now are centered around the Physical Planning Act that have just been published. I've set out below some of the key aspects and the legal basis for them when we are developing. You need to get development permission, you need building plans approved, you need to have a system of inspection to ensure that buildings do not collapse. You need to have environmental impact assessment, particularly with big projects. You need to have a process of change of user that is quite cohesive. You need to make sure that amalgamation and subdivision process is coordinated. And you need to have a certificate of completion to enable you to occupy a house that's complete. All that process is what development control process actually then takes into account. If I can go to the next one, what are the challenges that are out there? As I said, the physical and land use planning bills, there are 16 of them. They are still not yet into law. They have been published, but they are not yet into law. We are hoping they will be published very quickly, because until those regulations are published, we continue to rely on bylaws that were published in 1968. Those are the ones that continue to be the anchor bylaws that deal with the development function. So we need to enable the built environment bills in various countries to be passed into law in order to support the building codes, and also to ensure that all the counties cooperate in terms of the spatial plans that they are obliged by the Constitution and by the laws for all the counties to have, which are currently not in place. We also have to ensure that we have a detailed legal review to streamline national and county legislation to ensure that the building control functions are coordinated. That includes NEMA. I mentioned about the neighborhood associations. We need to deal with the riparian challenges. I'm sure we are here in Lake Naivasha, near Lake Naivasha, and we have the challenges of riparian and ownership of that. It affects so many other development functionalities. We need to deal with the whole concept of illegal titles and how to ensure that that does not impact on developments that come up. We need to implement measures that are consistent with all the other aspects, including the fire safety management policy. That need to be coordinated. It hasn't happened. We need to ensure there is capacity building to support the counties, because the counties need to scale up the training provided by the National Construction Authority and other bodies to ensure that the county government is sufficiently has the technical expertise to undertake the mandate that have been given to it by the 4th schedule of the Constitution. And we need also to deal very clearly on anachronistic laws. By that I mean, have again as an example, the Land Control Act. You cannot do any change of use of an agricultural property without having to deal with the land control authorities. And they are not equipped to deal with some of the applications that go to them. They deal with the issues that are not really part and parcel of their requirements, and there have been a serious drawback to development and getting security perfection working. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I had to do. Sorry, the elements were part of my presentation. And so I hope that you still got some of the gist of what I was presented, and I thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Can you hear me? Great. Before Peter leaves, he could take a question or two. Do you have a specific question for Peter? Okay, great. Right. So, Peter, there are some 2 questions. So, if you could just tell us your name, where you're from, and just 1 question only.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You can hear me? All right. My name is Peter Mugeni. My name is Peter Mugeni. I know you, Peter. There's this question about your referencing and those unique numbers that you talk about. Those are things you've been talking about for about a year now. What exactly is the challenge, and what is being done about it? Because without it, then to give impact to this section of Properties Act will remain a moot point. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Peter has asked a question about the unique preference number that every apartment owner is supposed to have, or every owner of a townhouse. I can tell you, Peter, that this requirement was put in our laws in 2017 in the regulations. And I was a member of a task force that was in a group that actually discussed that issue at length, and the surveyors were quite happy to say that the only way to capture the ownership of apartments is to ensure that every apartment owner is given a unique number that deals with their property. So if your apartment is, for example, 4A, that means you are on 4th floor, number 4. So you are supposed to have, as part of the cadastre, a recognition that shows that your title is there. And that is the cadastre that they were quite confident that they could achieve. 2017. And that is why it is in the regulation of 2017. It has also been reiterated in subsequent regulations, including the 2020 regulations, which I was also a part of. And the challenge has always been that the ministry did not get to work to get that realization to happen. And so when we invoked a section 13.2 that said that you had to comply within a 2-year period, they did not do anything relating to getting the survey people to get to work to see how that will be achieved. It is only on 26th November, that is about 10 days ago, or thereabouts, I suppose, when the special regulations for the SPA were published. And with those special regulations, there is now supposed to be the next step of agreeing, the surveyors agreeing how they can achieve that. To my knowledge, today, that has still not been agreed. The modalities of how they'll go about issuing the unique number has not been agreed. So it means when we talk about implementing, we are not there yet. And it's not going to happen in the next couple of days. And even if it does, remember the portfolio that you hold as a bank and how many units you hold across the board in the country. How many of those leases are there? And can we achieve that within the timeline of the next 12 months? Because the moratorium expires in 12 months. That is forgetting there is another process that is currently ongoing, the title migration, that assumes that that exercise has been done. So we cannot talk about title migration when a very big gap in our system has not been addressed. They need to deal with that aspect first before we can say that we can fully migrate into a new system that covers all the title. Because the law says you cannot migrate some and leave others. In fact, it says for you to migrate, you have to migrate a land registration unit. By that, I mean you cannot migrate Buruburu and you leave out the others. Then that platform will not be in accordance with the law. The law says only when you are able to migrate an entire land registration unit. In this case, if it is Nairobi, it is all the properties in Nairobi. They are supposed to migrate on the same day at the same time because the register is one. So right now, we are only very clear about Nairobi block titles. What of all the others, the land reference numbers, what of the apartments? We are not yet there yet. So that problem will persist for some time.
Wow, thanks, Peter, for the message of gloom. I'll allow one more question because we have a speaker on standby. One more burning question to Peter. One more question? Going once? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much again.
Now you see how 20 years of experience in land reform sounds like, right? But hopefully, I think the whole essence point us to some of those areas. And I think as a people now, we're able to see this is where we need to start if we're able to achieve X, okay? Great, thank you so much, Peter, for that. Next, we'll have a brief presentation that will be virtual. And this will be a few remarks by Andrew Chimfando, who is the CEO and MD of Shelter Freak Africa, who's joining us virtually. Andrew, if you could hear us, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Oh, fantastic. I would like to congratulate the State Department of Housing and Urban Development and KMRC for co-hosting this all-important conference on affordable housing in Kenya. I'll stand on existing protocols, but it's important to mention our chairman for the Board Audit Risk Committee, the Principal Secretary for Housing, Honorable Charles Maura, the Governor of Nakuru, His Excellency Lee Kinyanjui, the IFC Regional Director, Mrs. Tumoke, the Group CEO of KMRC, my brother, Johnston Olteta, and of course the MD currently of NHC, Patrick Butcher, all senior stakeholders, everybody who has a keen interest in developing what we are passionate about in terms of housing in Kenya. So, good afternoon, all delegates. Good afternoon, all members. I thought it was important, although I am not in the country. However, my deputy MD, Alfred Nikayenzi, is going to do a detailed presentation on how we can etc. It was important for me, EO, Mr. Masai, brother, and I'm hoping he's wearing his Masai gear. I first met Mr. Johnston when I joined Shelter Afrique in 2018. In actual fact, he's the first person I actually came into contact with. The first meeting I held as the managing director for Shelter Afrique, explained the concept of KMRC. We bought the concept of KMRC, and that was the first investment which was approved by our board with the strong support of our principal secretary and also fellow board member, Honorable Charles Hinga Mwaura. So Johnston and your team from Shelter Afrique, we want to congratulate you for staying focused to the cause and also for delivering what we believe now is a profitable business, and we are proud to be shareholders alongside other major shareholders. We as Shelter Afrique, of course, invested, and we were the first to approve an investment of the equivalent of $2 million US, which is equity, or the equivalent of maybe 200 million Kenyan shillings, to provide a catalytic effect to also crowd in the funding that then came out subsequently. So why is KMRC important to Shelter Afrique? This is because we believe that this is going to be, and also arguably, a successful way of looking at unlocking the affordable housing market through the provision of guarantees, etc., to primary mortgage lenders. So we as Shelter Afrique are looking forward to a future and sustainable mutual partnership with KMRC, and their, as you know, is to provide decent and affordable homes for all Africans. All Africans means the 45 member states, of which Shelter Afrique is housed, of course, in Kenya. As you know, we have a branch in Abuja in Nigeria. We have another branch in Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire. But we are fortunate and we are very grateful and thankful to the Kenyan government for hosting the headquarters of Shelter Afrique here in Upper Hill. And I believe that all those institutions that are looking for funding, be they banks, be they key developers, we are just on, Longonot Road, we are just in Upper Hill, take advantage of that opportunity. What have we done for Kenya? How are we relevant to Kenya? Yes, to date, you'll note that we have invested in more than 116 projects. I think we've invested more than 200 million. Is it not enough? No, but there's room to do more. What more are we looking at as Shelter Afrique? Apart from having further discussions on seeing how we can, together with KMRC, roll out partial credit guarantees, we are looking at 9 projects. with NHC. I think they're about $30 million, but I think we just maybe haggling on a matter to do with pricing, because this is a social housing project. I believe we will be successful to that end. Secondly, we will launch a bond which is unique, a bond which will be launched for the very first time with the Capital Markets Authority approval, of course, of the equivalent of $500 million in 2022. As I speak to you today, we've already filed for a bond in Nigeria of the equivalent of amount of $500 million We filed that. That will be the equivalent of 250 billion naira. Why? Why? Because we believe that one of unlocking and transferring funding into the low-cost, large-scale housing value chain is by issuing local currency bonds so that we develop local currency market. I believe, although it's in process, that we will be successful on the launch of the Naira bond in 2021. And in 2022, we look forward to launching the East Africa bond, which only will not be restricted to Kenya, but for the first time, all African countries that are looking for funding or in local currency, whether it's Rwandese franc from Rwanda, whether it is Tanzania shillings, whether it's Uganda shillings or Kenyan shillings, will be able to participate on that bond and be able to, it will allow us to take pension funds money, insurance company monies, to channel that money towards supporting large-scale, low-cost housing developments in Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, should you want to participate in terms of getting funding support, we have the Deputy MD who will present a detailed presentation on our products in terms of the lines of credit we provide, which no other bank can provide in terms of tenure. Of course, you'll also look at the public-private partnerships that we are intending to form, and then, of course, the issues to do with our support from the social housing value chain. Listening to Peter just now, I see that the issue of land titling, there's a lot to be done, but we believe that if we're focused and there's elements where we also as Shelter Afrique can support in streamlining that process, that is something that we'll be willing to look at. So beyond the $500 million bond that we will launch, but it will be in local currency in 2022 for Kenya to participate in, beyond the 30 million funding that we are working with closely with the MD Patrick with his team, we will also be looking at setting up SPVs, special purpose vehicles, with the likes of TDB. We've done the same in Rwanda for $500 million. Why can we not do the same for Kenya? What is key? What is key is in the development or the modeling of or the structuring of the deals is ensuring that there's proper offtake institutions that will take up the units once they've been developed or delivered. Of course, there's security. We will be needing land. And then, of course, the whole structuring process, that is the job of my team that are housed in Nairobi, in Upper Hill Road, in Kenya. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that we as Shelter Afrique are proud to be associated with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We at Shelter Afrique, on behalf of the board of Shelter Afrique, are proud to be investors and partners in KMRC. We'll soon be board members in KMRC once we've dealt with some issues that we will be successful to deal with together with my fellow colleagues from IFC. And as Shelter Afrique, we will continue to find ways to better support the housing value chain in Kenya. You cannot have a shortage of 2 million and only have 30,000 mortgages. We look at housing as a crisis. Although we're talking of Kenya, as Shelter Afrique, as a Pan-African institution, we look at across the whole country, across the whole continent. The whole continent, we estimate the shortage. I'm sure you've heard me speak in many, many forums that the shortage of housing is estimated at 56 million units at an average price of $25,000. That's about $3 trillion. So of course you need to work with smart partners. You need to work with strategic partners so that we can accelerate the delivery of housing in Africa. And lastly, we do have a Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence is there to support the low let's say the small scale developers that want to be capacitated to become large scale developers. Who are large scale developers? Developers that are delivering units of 1,000 units and above. So our Center of Excellence does capacity development of those people that want to be large scale developers. We also provide support in terms of research on affordable housing. And then, of course, lastly, we also provide an advocacy role. We are putting together a model law on ideal housing policy for Africa so that the different governments in Africa can also benchmark their housing policies for effectiveness and its ability to attract funding and providing the right conducive environment to be able to promote the injection or crowding in of capital from not only global financial institutions, but also other entities that are willing to provide housing in Africa. So from Shelter Afrique, I want to thank you all for listening to my short opening remarks. I want to assure you that we are here to do just one thing, which is to support the financing of large-scale housing in Africa. And I do believe with your support, with the support of everybody, we will achieve it. My challenge, I would say, although my brother Johnston, my Maasai brother Johnston, I hope he's wearing his Maasai outfit, not a colonial, pinstripe suit. One of the things we have committed is to ensure that we want to participate, we want to collaborate, we want to do more with KMRC because we are all aligned and we are all, I think, in unison in realizing the fact that there is more that has to be done because of this rapid urbanization. There is more that has to be done to be able to upgrade slums. There is more that has to be done for us to be able to make a difference. This is more a calling. This is more a calling. We've all gone to different universities, different schools. Now listen to the detailed presentation from Peter. We now need to use that education, that God-given talent, to channel it, to ensure that we now execute. Execution is about less talking, more doing. Execution is about counting the units we have delivered, because that is the only way we can look and see whether all our efforts have actually come to bear in terms of improving the livelihoods of our brothers and sisters in Africa. Of course, our mission in Shelter Afrique is clear, to provide, that's our vision. Our mission in Shelter Afrique is to be the preeminent provider of research solutions, advisory solutions, financial solutions that are geared towards resolving the housing crisis in Africa. And we do the creation of public-private partnerships in order to achieve sustainable development impact. I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. I thank Brother Johnston for allowing me to talk today, and I look forward to collaborating and working together with all the various players that are at this wonderful, auspicious conference. Thank you, sir. I leave you with those few remarks. I thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. Want to see you. You've gotten a challenge with of conference, so no pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now come to our first session of the panel conversation. And the whole idea of this panel sessions is not just to talk, but to have an opportunity to go deeper into some of the issues that have been addressed here, some of the issues that have been presented here. Some of the questions or answers to the questions you had will indeed be addressed in this session. So without much ado, I would like to first bring on stage the session on solutions to unlock Kenya's housing supply challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause as we bring on stage Madam Jen Mwangi, who's the Director Housing at the SD HUD. And Jane will introduce her panel. Karibu sana.
So thank you very much, our moderator, for today. I guess we are all supposed to come and... Can you hear me? Okay. The team that is going to lead us in this session, it is an opportunity for all of us who are in this conference to also give our views on this on this supply issue. We have been discussing affordable housing for the last 4 years, and in this discussion we have had all of us as stakeholders. But today I'll have a panel of about 5 persons, and they know that themselves they should start coming to the front. And they'll just lead us in the discussion on the solutions that we expect for this affordable housing. We shall not go into the discussion on the challenges they were discussed this morning. So we already know what the challenges are. The PS challenged us this morning to also come with solutions that can help him deliver on the affordable housing. So the panel here, will just start us off, and after that we will open it up to all of us to also give our solutions. And we are looking for practical solutions that we can immediately start implementing, so that we improve on the provision of housing. We enhance the number of houses that we have been providing. So I expect that this team will be able to help us in that. I like talking when I'm standing. Maybe first to go introduce my colleague, Mr. Gatan. He's Director of Servants Housing Program Department. And because he has been with us housing for that period that we have been implementing affordable housing, I want him way forward on some of the challenges that we have had as we have implemented the program. Because he has been with us, there are those challenges that we have identified along the way, and which we think that we can, if we did it differently, we can enhance our performance. As they talk, so enhance our performance in terms of
Thank you very much, moderator. Mine is very easy. Most of the issues that we are dealing with here have already been presented by our seniors, our principals. But the issue is the practical solutions to unblock the Kenya housing supply. And I'll be very brief. You are aware that the government has a very bold and very big agenda of the affordable housing program to deliver 500,000 houses in 5 years. This is not easy. If you ask me, it was plunging into uncharted waters, and there was quite a learning curve. But I can say we've done a lot because there is no way we are going back on this agenda. And it is something we need to carry forward even for the successful governments that are going to come. And the good thing is we've done a lot of projects, but there is a lot of room that there is a lot of room for improvement. So I want to share with you 3 areas which I think if dealt with, they can really unlock the housing supply. The first one is the one government approach. The one government approach has really helped this country to deliver services in a way that has never happened before. So this is something that we need to carry forward because we are mobilizing all the resources that the government needs to deliver on the focused areas. You are aware of the big 4 areas, but ours is the affordable housing program. What we are doing is to mobilize all the resources so that the implementers can deliver and rally around all the other MDAs to help the implementers deliver as enablers. So in this area, we've been able to do a lot, but my proposal is that we focus on one area. Moving forward, we give top priority in one area, and that is public transport. If we focus on public transport, we are going to unlock in a big way the supply of housing in this country. And I'm talking about BRT at the commuter rail system, because it's going to unlock a lot of land far and wide, not just the Nairobi we know or the other towns that we know. It is going to unfold land for far and wide, for such that we are going to deliver more land for affordable housing. We are going to deal with issues of even the cost of land and housing, because once you have more land that is injected into one's housing, then you are going to fix even the housing cost in terms of land and housing. And we are also going to fix the transport jams and congestion in our cities. Another area which has been discussed a lot is the land administration and titling. We cannot run away from this one. We have to fix it in one way or another. We've heard that it is a gigantic challenge. The ministry alone, I believe, cannot be able to address this. Again, we have to have the one government approach in order so that we are able to deal with this challenge. Titling in this country, including even for us civil servants, is still a challenge. I can assure you, like, I took possession of my house 10 years ago, and up to now, I don't have a title. So if even us, as civil servants, you don't have titles, how about the members of the public out there? So this is the thing we need to address once and for all as a government through the one government approach, so that we help the Minister of Lands, we help the other National Land Commission and the others, so that we are able to address this area once and for all, because it's a huge challenge. Another area which we can really explore is just looking at the way we've implemented projects before. There are so many lessons that we can learn from this in terms of the way we need to convert public land into private land, the way we need to handle the voluntary housing fund. There were so many issues around that. We need to look at the whole of that process, so from end to end, so that we are able to do better in the next phase of projects that we have ahead of us. And there are many areas. Again, we need to talk to the beneficiaries of this project, so that we have user reaction, feedback, so that we can ensure that we deal with the issues that we pick from them and do better in the next projects. I have in mind a few areas where I've had beneficiaries complain about. They've talked about issues of space. The spaces are a bit squeezed. Perhaps this is one area we need to look around this. The issues of certain functionalities, like somewhere where you can hang your clothes, where you can hang your washed clothes and dry them. These are fundamental issues of design that we need to fix in the next round of projects. So we need to carry out a survey, the already completed project, so that we fix the challenges that we have. You commend the stakeholders, because you cannot wait everything right. You learn by doing, areas to share the areas, cannot exhaust all of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gatana. I think you have heard what the challenges in the State Department has been. But as we have progressed, we have also been working with developers. And now I want to give a chance to my colleague, Mr. Zorafat Singh. He will represent the developers in this case. But we still have room for the participants to also give their views on the challenges they have had in this affordable housing program. Karibu sana, Mr. Zorafat.
Good. I think we need the ICT department here too to fix these mics. Good. Thank you so much. It's great to be on the panel. And, first I just wanted to commend this initiative, because I think this is the first time we're seeing public sector, private sector, and the financial sector come together to really address the issues on housing. And like we heard earlier today from our colleague from IFC, it really does take a collaborative approach. So, you know, a lot of credit to Johnston from KMRC, Jane, who I think is representing the ministry, Bona PS, who really I think has spearheaded this, because we had some very productive deliberations last week, and it's nice to see such rich dialogue today around these topics. You know, Director of Housing had asked us to think of 2-3 areas that, you know, we could really focus on that could help us in our respective channels. And as she mentioned, today I'm representing private developers as I sit on the board of the Kenya Property Developers Association, and I chair our program in affordable housing. And, you know, I realized I didn't have anything original to say, because actually a lot of these things are being said today. Bona PS touched on them, Andrew from touched upon them. But I'll still reiterate them. I'll still talk about them, but I'll try to frame them in a unique manner. The first one I'll talk about is tax incentives. And, you know, affordable housing as a sector is a capital sector. It's a capital-intensive sector. We see housing around the world is funded predominantly by the private sector. It is built by the private sector. It is funded by groups like pensions and private equity and REITs. So you have private capital, you have hybrid capital, but it's a capital sector. It requires a lot of capital. So therefore, it must abide by the rules of corporate finance. Projects must make financial returns. And whether it be in Kenya or other developing countries, the challenge for affordable housing is that projects don't make financial returns. There's a challenge for what people can pay on an offtake side, and the cost of construction and the cost of doing business is generally high, so your margins are thin. So the way that developing countries have enabled housing, affordable housing as a sector, is to provide incentives. So we know that we have incentives here. We heard about them earlier today. But I often think that the numbers don't lie. So I remember even before or around the time the affordable housing program was coming to fruition, people were talking about the corporate tax incentive, 15% corporate tax versus 30%. So a 50% reduction in tax, corporate tax or on profits. But the challenge is, to our knowledge, only maybe one developer, or I don't know, maybe more, but only a handful of developers have received this incentive. VAT incentive, which was implemented 2-3 years ago now, I think has only been received by 3-4 developers to date. So one thing is to have the incentive, another thing is to implement that incentive. And that is a big challenge, is the implementation. And that comes down to program management, is how do you go about implementing these programs, and how do you do it in a fast manner? How do you do it quickly, so we can truly realize the benefits of these incentives? So we go through the hard work of getting them passed by Treasury, getting them passed by KRA, but to not implement them is a challenge. So that's the first one, around implementation, coming back to program management, and really seeing through the initiative from the beginning right to the end. The second challenge, I think the resolution, because I think it's good to also present a resolution as well, is perhaps within the ministry, because these ones you apply through the ministry to receive these incentives. Perhaps we can have a fully staffed incentives department, some group there that is working to streamline. And I will say that this is something that the KPDA is working with the ministry on, so it is something in progress. So it's something that we hope to see more progress on and fully implemented. So a developer, whether it be public or private, knows exactly how to apply. Right now there's no website, there's no brochure, there's no knowledge on how to do it. So it should be common knowledge. How do you go about apply for these things if you want people to take advantage of the incentives, to reduce the cost of housing, to increase the returns of housing, to make housing viable. And because housing is not financially or economically viable, we don't see people building, therefore we have a housing gap. So that's the first one. Second one is on general regulatory approvals, whether they be development permits, whether they be sectional properties, whether they be NEMA, whatever they are. We constantly hear from developers that they are having a challenge to receive their approvals. They are delayed by months and months and months. We hear on average that it takes to get a sectional properties title over 6 months. Actually, a very interesting statistic. I think it's 78 billion shillings is tied up in units that are awaiting sectional properties titles. That was of September of this year. That's a tremendous amount of money just sitting on someone's desk, I presume. And then we also hear of 35 billion shillings that the KMRC has, only 1.3 billion or 3.7% has been deployed. Why is that? Sectional properties. How long have we been talking about sectional properties? Even before the affordable housing agenda, we were talking about the issue of sectional properties. Some ministry has been implementing something for a very long time. One could presume they could move a little faster. Because if we're expecting to see 500,000 houses, we cannot do that until these problems are fixed. So one should move in sequence. Fix the problem, therefore more units will come. You cannot have more units without fixing the problem. So now, how do we do this? Generally across the board, because now there's many different counterparties a developer has to deal with, whether it's NEMA, county approvals, construction authority. Perhaps we also have an issues resolution department that if someone is sitting on a permission for more than 3 months, 2 months, let someone come to this department. That one department can put pressure on a county or could put pressure on a government agency to really help get this approval. So now these things can start moving. Then the last one is on infrastructure. And that is, again, program management, right? How do you ensure that people are implementing the program, they're getting the permits that they apply for? Because it's not like people are asking for these things for free. You pay for these permits. People are presumably paid to give these permits. But people are not receiving the permits. The process is broken. The last one is on infrastructure. Now, we know that in housing, sometimes you have to expand out to new locations, and you require infrastructure, and developers know that. They benefit from cheaper land prices, but they go to further out locations. But in some cases, you have to put infrastructure that is considered public infrastructure, a road to your plot. So there you get an incentive. You get a VAT incentive. But those incentives, again, are not realized. We have developers coming to us saying, oh, either we've been waiting 4 years for these incentives or our VAT relief to come back, or we've been talking to the government about building this road for some time. So I think that comes back to the first issue around, okay, well, how can you enable some of these incentives to move faster? So summarizing all of this thing, I think it comes down to program management. If we're able to really help expedite some of these incentives, some of the regulatory challenges that we have, that would be first order of business. If we can do those things, projects become more economically viable. If they're more viable, more capital will flow to the sector and we'll see more housing stock on the market. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Korava. I think we have heard your concerns, and they seem related to what Mr. Gatana has talked about one government approach. But nevertheless, let's hear the other speakers. They are all bankers. And I will introduce Peter Mogeni first. Peter Mogeni is the MD National Housing Finance. But I would want him to tell us about the experience he has had from outside the country before he came to housing finance in terms of how we can deliver the houses faster. Mr. Mogeni.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. All right. Thank you, Jane, moderator. I think I'll share two experiences, one from India and one from Singapore. And they all relate to what I would refer to as the 3 C's. There's the communication, the coordination, and the collaboration. And when PS was talking earlier about, it also refers to what the developers do require and they need to do. If you look at India, for example, and our 27,000 mortgages. In India, just one company underwrites trillions of dollars of mortgages every year, but it's linked to the supply side. They are guaranteed, and way back from 2006, you could get a one-day home loan in India. You walk into a bank, you get all your documentation done, you get your titling done, you pay your stamp duty, and you get the keys to your house. And if we are serious about doing multiple units, I think it's important to borrow that example. There has been a lot of progress in terms of the integrations. Previously, you know that you needed to go to a bank to pay for stamp duty. And after paying for it, the ministry would take 4 days to confirm whether the money is in the bank. And then only then would they confirm. But today, you can do a transaction on phone. All banks are collectors of stamp duty. Where India has taken it a step forward is to appoint banks as collectors of stamp duty, but also as registrars. And how have they achieved it? In Gara, where we've got 1,000 units, everybody knows what the value of a 3-bedroom unit is, 3.5 million. And yet, if you want to buy that house, in the process, you will still need a government valuer to go and confirm whether it's 3.5 million. And that valuer will need to value all the houses in that development. That is inefficiency in the process. Earlier, I heard that there are guidelines around values when the chief government valuer was talking about it. There, everybody knows that the value of a house is X. The bank is then obligated to collect 4% stamp duty on X value that is known. The process is integrated. All the banks are integrated with the government departments that are required, and therefore you know how much duty has been collected. The bank then embosses the standard title documentation. Again, we are talking about the digitization of records so that the title is the same. I mean, even if we said process as is, there's no difference between the lease document that HF is going to take and the one that ABSA is going to take and the one that Coop Bank is going to take. The terms are more or less the same. They are standard. In the process, we've got many players again that take ages to draft that document. And then it goes in for registration and it takes minimum 3 months, maximum, I think the ones we booked in December 2020 are still pending. And therefore, if I've got a member of staff that is selling 4 products, they've got a home loan, they've got a personal loan, they've got another business loan, and they are paid commission on the loan that they originate. Guess which one they'll pursue first? They'll go for the personal loan because they earn their commission faster. So India has been able to achieve that. And for that reason, therefore, the banks are comfortable, the government is comfortable, all the sector players are happy that the process is defined and is outlined. The second example is in Singapore. Now, the interesting thing about Singapore is that they came to Kenya and took our sessional paper number 1 of 1965. But at that time, they had created the HDB, which is the Housing Development Board, but is modeled on National Housing Corporation. Why is it that HDB has been able to deliver 1 million housing blocks on average of 20 stories high, and therefore housing, if you take 4 people per house per household, and each block has got 20 units, you're talking 80 million people. The solution lies in some innovative approaches to financing. Now, originally, Housing Development Bond was fully financed by government of Singapore. They realized, like Pierre Zinga is talking now, that every citizen has a stake in the country. And the way in which to get a stake, I remember one time when I was driving on the street of Nairobi and admiring Nairobi, somebody mentioned to me, do you have a stake in this city? And I didn't have. So the thing about, and I think that's where the president is coming from, that every citizen has a stake in this country, that if somebody owns already, beyond taking away the dignity of not having a shelter, it has a multiplier effect on wealth creation. And therefore, HDB then decided that that's the route they are going to go to. In 1960, they had no housing, no public housing. People didn't own houses. Today, 80% of Singaporeans own their own houses. And HDB has been able to float bonds, and we talked earlier about housing bonds. They have been able to tap into the pension funds, again, enabling legislation around what proportion of pension. We know that when people retire, they actually take the pension and go build a house or buy a house, and now they've got no money left. So I think that even working with the current model, it's possible for NHC to innovate a little bit more around funding, and particularly around social housing, because the private sector, I mean, he started by saying it has to make financial sense. A lot of times it doesn't make financial sense to offer social housing, and yet we can't leave a section of the population behind us. Much closer home in Tunisia, by 1998, we look at Tunisia today and there's a lot of riots there, but by 1998, almost 70% of the population had at least a 2-bedroom house with running water and electricity. And they created something they called the National Solidarity Fund, which was a private-public partnership, and with a lot of funding coming in from the private sector and other contributors and other social housing players. I think that we've got enough examples to look at. As financiers, we are keen to support this process, but efficiency, as we are driven, and I think you heard the central bank governor earlier talking about it, efficiency dictates that we are able to offer our customer a solution that they can see the end to. Our customers often think that we as bankers don't want to disburse the loans, but we actually do. So we have approved to about 200 buyers of Ngara. We can't disburse those loans today, and yet that is a government housing project. So we think that there are challenges that we can take amongst ourselves and come up with very strong resolutions at the end of this program that say, let's start with this model one and walk through that customer journey, and at the end of it all, that acts as a pilot project for the others. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Jen. Yes, I hear. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Jen. Okay, thanks, Jen. Yeah, and I hear one thing I would like to assure is that we are in this together. This is our country. This initiative of ensuring that we have affordable housing and getting this goal realized is in the heart of us as a bank, is in the heart of us as KCB. And we are very clear that we cannot, this cannot be enabled by public sector alone. It has to have partnership with the private sectors. And we really value developers for this because they'll be heart of this so that they can be able to deliver. And I hear what Zola might have talked about. And I'll say this, for up to now, we really have been in partnership with them. And I can say this as part of KCB. Up to now, we have been able to disperse allowed 70 billion for developers in this country. But I'm very sure that that is not enough. That's why we see the evidence of the shortage on which is there. And we like to ensure that we partner up with them so that we can be able to progress on this. So how do we ensure that we get here and why? It's not only because of it's because of what is the end solution that we will be able to get. And how we will be able to get that is because if our developers are well by the time they are coming, and they have been able to avail a couple of documents and a couple of research they have been able to be done, it will have a higher TAT. As my brother here have talked about, it's not the work of the bank just not to disburse FAD, because the moment you disburse FAD, this they are going to be able to enable. When a developer comes to us as a bank, come to KCB as a customer, we see him as a customer, I'd like to ensure that he gets the progress on that. But if they are missing a couple of things, and this is what I would like to request our developers to ensure that they are able to come up with, so that then we can be able to enable their progress faster, so that then we can be able to achieve this. For that is that they need to be well prepared. They need to have done a very proper feasibility study. Feasibility study of where are they going to develop this. And why this? And as have many presenters have been able to come here and be able to assert is that some project, there's some areas you can be able to take those projects and they won't be able to kick off. And it's the work of ensuring partners as a radar with the developer to ensure that wherever they are going, there will be uptake. So it's very good they have done feasibility study, ensure there is social amenities, ensures there is load, ensures there is schools, ensure those things are there. And if they are not there, how will they be provided? So that then this can be able to take shape. And so some of these things they really clearly need to have done the feasibility study, clearly done, so that then again it can be able to avail that. And number two is that to ensure that let them involve the professionals. Always when you have the professional, we always say it's this cheapest costly. Ensure that you involve the professionals. They do well with professionals, ensure they have the right BQs, all have been able to be given a go-ahead, so that then again, you have done well with the engineers, and all those is put in place. And people ask themselves, why do banks get interested with this? It's because we really want to enable the progress and ensure whatever is the outcome can have an uptake, because it's a quality, isn't it? And it's also a very good thing that's ensure that it's coming. So we really need to ensure that they have been able to engage their professionals on that. Are they very clear on the demand side in that project? Are they whatever going to develop very clear on the uptake that is going to come? Do they have a clarity of a certain percentage? If they are able to finish this project, there will be an uptake. So that then again, they don't also go and invest their money and be able to develop a dead stock. So are they very clear about the demand which is there? Who are their first uptakers? Those are the things that will be able to be checked on that. And we encourage all the developers to ensure they have done this, so that then again it can have a head start. The other thing they need to check is that they are not taking their project to where there is already an oversupply. Because again, that might not be able to help them in terms of ensuring that they have been able to take on that. Again, another thing which have been very clearly talked about here and was presented by the person who was presenting here, they have all the necessary regulatory approvals that are there? Have they been able to engage whatever they are building in terms of the construction authorities, all the counties or all the states where they are building, so that they have very clear on that? We don't want them, and we won't try to invest to partner with them, invest in this, and then they are in the airline, airwave KCA, where then theirs are taking, the prints are taking away. So we have to ensure that that have been able to be done on that and ensure that that's done very well. Confirm the total project cost, so are their project very well? Are their financial planning very well? Do they have sellability of those units when they are able to develop? We have seen quite a number of project developers who are doing very well. Even before their project is done, they have been able to take off, sellability have been able to go, and they are able to move to another project. Similarly, you have been able to see developers who come, you finance them, and they cannot be able to sell, and they just stick there. And you see that, then again, even the image of that developer be able to come up, allow that. Again, also, we need to look at the road ownership, tightening there. I think the government need to come there so that then again, it's very clearly done on that. So these are a couple of things that we really need to ensure that the developers come with them upfront. And the most important thing is that we don't only look at developers as just our business, other people who are doing business. When they are coming to us, we want to have partnership with them. And if this harvest, then all of us together, financiers, developers, then we'll be able to give enough supply for the demand that is there to be able to use. So James, if those things are being able to avail, then we'll be able to ensure.
Thank you very much. I'm reminded that we need to keep time. Our final panelist this evening is Chris Chege, is head of mortgages at Cooperative Bank. And as Zolava was talking, he talked a lot about incentives. So I would like you to focus on the issue of financial incentives and how we can all help each other in making sure that those incentives come to the next level of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane, for that. And allow me to put perspective on, you can't talk about incentives before you collapse for us to understand that what's critical about a project, let's agree, there are 4 points. The concept must be right. The implementation must be done right. The financials must be right. That is what creates what is the most central thing about projects, which is exit. And unfortunately, if you look at most of the incentives around exit, and we define them and said, you need to be very effective demand. And by effective demand, you go beyond the name. So one of the key things that comes to mind now when you talk about exit right now in the country is that the market has not gotten to that point of aggregation that can give confidence on this other end. So the big question is, what else can we do in that area in terms of aggregating the market? Because once we aggregate the market, we are home and dry in terms of being able to get to the next level. A lot has happened, we must agree, but there is more that needs to happen in that area. Looking again at project for that, I think let's look at the financing plan. If you look in the country currently, most of the projects that you find, the financing plan is maybe the 4-step financing plan. One of the elements of that financing is pre-sales. Pre-sales are a very good way of financing project, but requires a lot of confidence. That confidence has been eroded in the market because of how that single item was utilized. On a standard financing, we'll find about 13% of pre-sales into a project.
Can you hear him?
Okay, thank you. You'll find maybe 13 to 14% application of pre-sales into a project. And in such an application, then you are sure the model can work. But what do you find? You find a project that is assuming a 40%, a 50%, and is not giving any incentive to the buyer. If anything, is actually side-draining mortgage buyer. So what happens now in this kind of projects is that they reduce. So to me, if you are looking at creating demand, then the systems, the kind of models, financing plans you put in place, the interplay between the loan that you want to take, the pre-sales, and your own equity must be firm and something standard to allow for you to be able to create effective supply that is sustainable. I think the other thing that has also been quite elusive is that equity. We find in most of developers, the equity is not defined for the one. When you see the rand, you are not sure whether they are going to inject money. It has an impact. And the impact is that, of course, if you don't have equity, you enter debt very early. Then automatically the price goes up. That does not create supply. That means that that project, even if it's completed, will be more expensive. I think my colleague has talked about project documentation. Let me not know that. But I think a lot needs to be done around the sub-leases. Leases and sub-leases, that is documentation, to within a manageable level. I think integration of the various processes that we have. Right now, we can say that there's a conversation about housing in each and every area. But the integration maybe is what we need to look through. Then how do we get all these processes in one pot? Why do I say so? Because that will be a boon to developers, a boon also to the financiers. Because that centrality creates to know what is available. Today, if you are to evaluate a feasibility, viability of a project in a locality, it is up to you and the research. You can start your project here, and tomorrow another one is just on the neighborhood without your knowledge. What does that do in terms of the concentration? What does that do in terms of the prices? And what you need to understand, affordable housing is an affordable housing. And by that standard, the margins are very thin. And when the margins are thin, you don't have the latitude to carry any other additional costs. So these are the other things that are coming. Now, coming straight to the incentives, I think it's the first one that I put is the margins. The margins are low. So the capacity of the project to hold or carry cost capacity is very low. So what it requires is that effective demand analysis, such that if I'm doing 100 houses, I can almost spot my 60 buyers. And the only way to do that is to analyze very well, is such that even if we say it and we have Boma Yangu, how can we get it to the next level so that it's able to distill almost to application level? Number two, I think delivery of these houses is a volume game. Being small units that have very thin margins, if you do very few houses, it tends not to be very lucrative. And what happens? Most of the developments end up seeing their price and their profitability more from the computer than from the ground. And with that in mind now, it becomes a running game. Which case, an analyst who looks at the project is fearful because the assumptions are not right. On the side of the developer, he's already engaged capital, equity, and the rest, so he's looking forward for accommodation. So one of the key things is, how can we start strengthening, having people combining? Can we have some pooling so that they're able to do units that can also guarantee some return? Remember, the margins are very, very, very low. I think the other thing that happens is a process handshake. If you look at our market now, all of us have been able to fight for our turf. Whether it is in the registry, whether it's in the bank, whether it's in the customer, the developer, all of us are saying we are okay. And the problem is with the next person. But to me, there is no handshake. So nobody is talking to the other in terms of, then how do I deliver this process to the next person? So a process or a project that was started at A with a cost assumption of B would end up with B plus 4, simply because the handshakes were not done on time. So I think one of the incentives that can happen around administration is to ensure that there is process efficiency, and at every time, everything is mirrored from an exit perspective. We do not visualize a project from sale or anything else. It's not finance that matters in a project. What matters is effective demand. Thank you.
much, Mr. Chege. We will open it up to the participants now, and maybe we just give two persons time to comment, and then maybe we will have to move to the next round of talks. So we have Charles Singer. You wanted to say something?
With the sound, you're really messing up a fantastic session and a fantastic
Recording in progress.
At least we can hear that one. The one we don't want. All right, let me try and shout. When my preacher skills. So on the Zorab, on the issue of the VAT exemptions, what I want to say is that perhaps we need to engage better with KPDA, because these are already being enjoyed. But Treasury has a very specific process that has to be followed. And I take your positive proposal, and I think that is what we're going to do, is together with the director, we are going to establish a specific unit that is going to deal with incentives and to deal with strategic partners. So Director Jane, that is what we're going to do. Okay? And we will have a level of a deputy director heading that particular unit, and that is all they will do. Every day they wake up, they're thinking about you, they're thinking about enabling you. We will also follow. The IPDU is here. We are working with on Bomayangu as well, because we don't want to go create another website. Is within Bomayangu, we will upload the process that you need so that you can get your VAT approvals. Right? There is a process. Even National Housing Corporation has to apply for those tax incentives if they have to bring down their cost. There's a master list that you need to produce. It needs to be in a certain format, but I can tell you, once we submit it, because when it comes to our side, there are QSs that we look at it, we'll engage your team, but once it is processed, we now follow up with National Treasury. So I think that is a very specific intervention that we can mark as an achievement from this conference. Tomorrow, and I hope all of you are still planning to come here tomorrow, so please don't go, because this conference shall be, the closing shall be the CES for lands. The CES for lands is here tomorrow, and she's the one who is going to close this conference for us. And I think Joe, while she may have a beautiful speech prepared to come and read here, we'll allow her to read the speech, but we must have a proper session whereby all these issues, I hope even Mr. Mwangi, Peter Mwangi, who is amazing, I think he did a fantastic job. Even if he can join us by video link, all right, and maybe just summarize. These are the bottlenecks. This is what needs to be done. The thing that I know about CS Karone is that she is extremely progressive. I've had an opportunity of working with her, and she's very, 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 very progressive and positive, right? So the issues of land is around this. You're talking about 78 billion with sectional title and so on and so forth. I know that there was a list that was submitted by all the financial institutions. I don't know. I know there was quite a bit of success in terms of cleaning that process. Maybe perhaps we need to know from the banks that are here whether you still have, any of those, submissions that had been sitting in lands that have not been sorted out. So that tomorrow, let's not just make it a speech. Let's make almost like these are the resolutions of this conference. And CS, the following resolutions pertain to your department. What are you going to do? She can commit to do some of the things, like I am committing myself. The other issue that you've, Peter Mogeni, we really appreciate your experience and the fantastic examples that you've given us. I liked particularly the Indian example. And actually it is also, because you're in South Africa, it is also the South African example. Banks are an integral part of this entire land transaction. The minute we just reduce it to just bureaucrats just dealing with this, and a lot of the issues can be handled by people who are looking at stuff commercially. I think we are making a big mistake. So I think tomorrow is one of the resolutions that we need to adopt, and you can work out how we whatever this, because these resolutions here, because I'm very serious about them, the resolutions we pass here, I will make sure they form part of cabinet paper so that it becomes national policy, right? So that we don't end up talking to each other. I don't think a lot of the things that you're talking about here, there's somebody who is having a wow moment that I didn't know this stuff. We all know a lot of this stuff. The issue is, what are we going to do about them, right? And this is what we want. We want to turn this conversation completely specific timelines. So maybe tonight, Joe and your team, from today's session and maybe tomorrow, let's actually work out on very specific resolutions with timelines that we agree on. There was something else I wanted to comment on. Now, finally, from Wanashege, I keep on hearing about Bomayango, and I'm laughing because, we're talking about effective demand. We've been talking about effective demand for now close to 2 years. What we have done on Bomayango, although we get excited that we have 320,000 people, but of course we know that not all the 320,000 people today qualify for those mortgages. So we actually don't know what we're solving for. Are we solving for the 320? But the people that can actually help us to scrutinize the effective demands is you, banks. I have written to you, I have given you access, unfettered access. I almost burnt my fingers because there was now these laws that were coming up on, but I said, I would rather go and be sued. But we have progressed. But there's been very little movement. Just one or two of you. So we've had almost no movement on this particular aspect. Some of you are my very, I meet with you personally. personally, we have, after the meeting, you guys agree you're going to do it, but there's nothing you've done. And if we cannot pre-approve the people on Bomayangu, we actually don't know how good that book is. So, again, financial institutions, and me, I still have a lot of time for you because I have no choice. But I want to have time for you, not because I don't have a choice, but because we are actually partners in real sense. Tell me what you need. We've asked you, and I know those fellows that had developed Bomayangu, were saying, no, we are the only ones who can develop. I said, no, you hire your own IT, develop the API, integrate directly. Now, one of the things, because you're competitors, but at the same time, we actually understand that the market is so huge at this stage. There is no one single bank here today that can be able to absorb the demand. So, there is a wonderful opportunity for all of you to club together, and I was talking to Joe, that maybe Joe can help us to bring all of you together with the SACCOs. Why, first of all, why today don't we have a credit referencing module on Bomayangu? Why? Now, if you ask me as a State Department to go and create it, the processes that I have to go through, tender, confirm budget, this, and then when I procure it, I'll procure it at 10 times what you can do. And yet, this is something that you already have those systems. So I think, Mugendi, the last thing that we agreed last time around was you guys harmonize and agree on a credit referencing process that is acceptable to all the banks. So why can't we agree as part of this conference that that is something that we can tick? So on Bomayangu, and in fact, what I was telling Joe, and we need to consult with my team, is I would love you guys to make me a proposal of how do we get Bomayangu out of government and into your hands. Because we've done the development, it is working, it is a marketplace. Bomayangu is a marketplace. When you actually think about what we've achieved with Bomayangu, the one-stop shop, we're bringing, the suppliers are there, the buyers are there, the funders are there. So, but as long as it's still staying in the hands of government, it still looks like another government platform. Why can't you guys take it now, then develop it into the next most progressive platform? Now, I don't wait. I mean, I'm not going to wait for all of you to have consensus. So if one or two of you agree that you're going to come and take over Bomayangu and run with it, okay, and then charge a service to anybody else who is coming in there, what is the problem? There's no problem, right? Because that information at the moment, those people who have registered in Bomayangu, it's not that they want Hinga to be opening every other day and then say, leo tumefika 340. Then what? They are looking for homes, right? Now, we talked about a mortgage originator. I mean, the mortgage originators, or what do we call them? Brokers. Bomayangu is a perfect place for you to start for all these mortgage brokers, because they go in there once you've already done your what did you call it? That last thing. Once you do the credit referencing and you have let me get the right word. You have determined what is the effective demand. Release that information to somebody who knows that every one of these things that I'm converting, there is a commission for me. Right? And the commissions are known. We know it has worked in insurance. Sindio? And what those mortgage brokers need to do, and you know Kenyans are very enterprising. Yeah? So, what do we need in those mortgage brokers? It is take all these jargon that we keep on talking here. Oh, what does VAT exemption translate to owning a home for a Juakali guy? What does affordable housing relief translate itself to somebody who owns a home? They don't care about that stuff. All they need is someone clever to take all those incentives and convert them into a product. That's it. Convert them into a product. Today, when I go and buy my car insurance, do you think I sit here and then sijui hii ni asasria, hii ni sijui what, miguu, nana, apana, they just said, well, lipa 500. right? Because they've converted it into a product. Okay, behind it there's a lot of gymnastic that happens. Oh, then comply with this law and do that. They don't care about that. All they want to do is take all these incentives, take all this jargon, and you guys, you're good at that because financial institutions, you create products every day. So why can't we create this mortgage product and then open up a market for? So for me, I believe that there are very specific things that we can take out. We won't solve all the issues. I am alive to that. But those that are within our control, let us solve them. But this was a fantastic panel. Really enjoyed everything you said, Gatana. The issue about whether we have a housing problem, what problem is real. And that is why we are doing commuter rail, we are doing BRT, and we will do a lot more so that we can open up other areas for development. But all those things mean nothing if we cannot be able to work out on this small ABC. We are talking about the most fundamental and basic stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Time has really gone, so I'm really avoiding allowing any other question because we have another panel that is coming right up after this, and then we could have all the questions at the end of that. Is that okay? All right. Great. I want to thank Madam Jen and her team for such a fantastic job. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts candidly and for speaking to us. Asanteni sana, you may take your seats. Okay, great. So, allow me to bring on stage Mr. Edgar Wamalwa, who's the Assistant Vice President Public Sector at ABSA, to introduce the panel. Karibu.
Hello. Good afternoon to you all. I will call my panelists to the stage to join me to enable us to kick off. Good afternoon. I'll open with a few remarks to set the stage and context, essentially. The government's affordable housing program has triggered significant capital flows into the affordable housing segment in Kenya. The back of the envelope calculations suggest a market opportunity in excess of $10 billion US, and that is on a conservative basis. The financial sector has been very quick to essentially become wise to the magnitude of the opportunity in this new asset class. The following is the discussion between banks and SACCOs on the end user financing in this market segment. What I will do is ask each of my panelists to self-introduce, and we'll then thereafter delve into the crux of the matter. We will start with ladies first.
Good afternoon. My name is Stella Mutai, Head of Property Finance, NCBA. I take care of both the retail, that's at the supply side, as well as the demand side. Thank you.
Dr. Hassan.
Good evening. My name is Ken Karinga from Uniters. I handle partnerships and branch banking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hassan. I'm the CEO at Stima Sacco. Stima is a deposit-taking Sacco, one of the first to be regulated by SASRA. We have a membership of about 164,000 members, and we're also equity shareholders at KMRC. We're very happy to be here. Thank you, Bwana Tetia, and everybody else who has made this a successful conference. Thank you for having us.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Njoki. I am the head of mortgages and wealth management for Standard Chartered Bank. I'm very glad to be here. What we do in Standard Chartered is to find a way of helping our clients create, grow, and protect their wealth. And we understand that home ownership is a big part of wealth creation and also wealth protection.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Josh Maura. I take care of credit at KMRC. We are new in this market in terms of the formation, and we play a very critical role in ensuring that we bring in affordability, long-term finance at the secondary market level to enable our primary mortgage lenders effectively serve the demand market in this country.
Thank you, panelists. First question over to the lady again. Question to NCBA. As a leading primary mortgage financier, how are you working with developers to provide end-to-end solutions for the affordable housing market segment? Perhaps you can share from your experiences working with Shelter Afrique.
Thank you, Edgar, for that question. One thing that you note that as NCBA, we are very keen in supporting customers across board, not only the developers, but also the end buyers. So for what we do at NCBA is to be able to partner with the developers and work with them throughout the journey of property financing, that's the project financing, and also support them in their marketing initiatives. One thing that you'll note that many developers get into the market and they don't have a market. So what we do is to partner with these developers. We've partnered with quite a number of developers in the property ecosystem, and we assist them in marketing some of these projects so as they can be able to rest assured, even as they develop, they have the market, that they have the end buyers who will be able to uptake this project. In addition, what we've done is to offer solutions that are very suitable for the market. We were one of the first institutions to be able to launch a product whereby we are financing customers up to 105% financing. And we realized one of the challenges that Mr. Oltetia brought up is the closing cost. You find that when somebody is taking up a mortgage, they incur cost of in between 6 to 8%. So we took over that burden from the customers and we financed them up to 105% financing. We finance them the deposit as well as the stamp duty and the legal fees. This now assures the developers as they're developing these projects, they know very well they have a market, and they'll be able to get the financing, or they have an exit plan at the end of it all. The other thing that we also done is to be able to look at the pricing. You find that one of the things also that challenge or that makes people not to take up mortgages is how the loans are priced. So we are very keen in pricing our mortgages, and we look and currently we are looking at how we are able to finance under single digits, since we are members of we are shareholders of KMRC. So we are working closely with KMRC to be able to assure that we're able to finance. Then the other thing also that we've done is to be able to integrate the Bomayangu platform to our ecosystem. So we are able to get customers coming in from Bomayangu, and we're able to pre-qualify them and finance them. What we've noted for these particular customers is that there has been inadequate supply in the market, and so we are working with them, and we are working with the developers that we have on board to assure them that they will be able to get properties, because we know very well affordable housing was launched in the second term of the president, and we know maybe in the next 2 or 3 years we'll be able to have supply in the market. Thank you.
Very comprehensive, thanks. Question to Unitas. Unitas has membership of over 230,000 strong and is an important aggregator in the agribusiness sector and beyond. Have you observed demand for affordable housing amongst your membership, and do you provide aggregated project solutions to your clients?
Okay, sorry for that. Thank you for the question. Yes, Unitas, just maybe to correct, we now have over 380,000 members, and we have been able to observe a lot of demand. Housing is critical, irrespective of whichever sector you are playing in. So whether you're in agri, whether you're in SME, whether you're in, in personal lending, yes, there is demand. What have we done as Unitas? The category of people that we are dealing with, majority of them, you'll find they already have a plot of land. So now they would want to go into the next phase of financing. So we are financing own home construction. We are doing this in phases, and we are doing it up to 90%. So that is really helping, because majority of them could not even afford, the whole amount that is being required by a bank, but they can do it in phases. I do a foundation this year. Next year, I'm able to do the walling. Then the other year, now I'm able to finish the roof and maybe the finishing, and we get into the house. We have also been able to break it down to our members that what we are talking about here is a functional house, not your dream house. And I think that conversation, Bwana CEO, we would want it to continue to encourage Kenyans that what we are talking about is mostly your first house, which is basically a functional house, not necessarily your dream house, so that we can fit within the space and within the finances that we have. Number two, we are also working with developers to ensure that we have complete units that are being supplied into the market. We are helping in terms of financing from a capital perspective at 2 levels, both at the buyer level and also at the developer level. We have been forced by some of our members to even go ahead towards raw material access. So the raw materials that are being used in the construction sites, we also have clients on that side, and it's really helping. Then the last, one of the other things that we are doing is we have some challenges, as our CEO will tell us from Stima. Our regulatory space is a bit constrained, so Unitas is looking into the future to do a special purpose vehicle that can circumvent some of these challenges and to really push housing and affordable housing to our members. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Question to Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered has been at the vanguard of innovation in sustainable financing solutions. Specifically, Standard Chartered has committed, we understand, to be $40 billion toward financing sustainable infrastructure development. You also recently issued a bond in the Asia-Pacific region. How is the bank working to drive sustainable end-user financing in the affordable housing ecosystem on the continent and beyond?
Thank you very much, Edgar, for that. Yeah, so indeed, Standard Chartered take a very long-term view of the things that we do. This is a bank that has existed for over 150 years, globally in Kenya over 100 years. And anything that we do, we look at sustainability, okay? And specifically, commenting on the issue of what we've been able to do in the Asian market, is being able to participate in what we call green mortgages. And this particularly is in Singapore and Hong Kong. But this is particularly enabled by the framework that exists within that country, whereby every development is assessed in terms of what is its economic viability or sustainability, what is the environmental impact, and that is to do with carbon emission and pollution. and also in terms of social sustainability, in terms of how does it enable the community to live a healthy lifestyle, okay? In terms of, is this lifestyle allowing people to live healthy? Is it allowing people with, for example, disabilities to be able to access the building and such amenities? So there is a standard that is there to help be able to access the building. And of course, a category is given, be it platinum, gold, and therefore the bank is able to come in and offer incentives for buildings that achieve those standards. Now, coming close to Kenya, I recently met a client in Mombasa who is actually not with a framework like the one I've mentioned, but who is actually developing a building that achieves a certain level of sustainability, be it use of natural light, recycling of water, using easier way of managing energy and waste within the building. And I think those are kind of the projects we really want to partner with. Standard Chartered locally has partnered with I would say a supplier or a vendor who I won't mention the name now, but in terms of helping clients to access solar, that is sustainable energy, water equipment, and that kind of thing, and get a discount so that they're able to build houses that are sustainable. I want to make a very final comment around sustainability, and it's on the demand side, in terms of what we do to help our clients be able to have sustainable economics to be able to afford the houses that are coming through. And this is what we do in the wealth management. So we look at a client and say, how do we help you manage your wealth from as early as possible, so that by the time you come to own a home, actually you have created a financial record. You have created a discipline of actually saving money, because home ownership takes quite a sacrifice to actually be able to pull it. It's a lot of money. Even in the affordable housing, the question is, can the client actually afford? So we help the clients. We do a lot of webinars for our clients. We have wealth specialists that work with the clients to help them to plan their finances so that then they're able to afford the house when it come through.
Thank you for those comments. Next question to Stima Sako. The banking industry, it would appear, is ill-equipped to vet workers in the informal sector. What are your thoughts on what the credit assessment process should look like for this market segment?
Thank you, Ed. It's a very good question. Allow me to answer your question in two parts. The first one, I'd urge everyone to have a look at the FK report for the year 2019-2020 that talks about the informal sector. And I found something very remarkable, that in the year 1974, 90% of employment was actually in the formal sector. By the year 1992, the informal sector had already surpassed the formal sector in terms of employment. By the year 2019, only 20% is contributed from the formal sector and 80% from the informal sector. And that tells you something, that we in the financial sector therefore cannot ignore the informal sector. You cannot only lend to the formal sector. Unfortunately, when you look at the credit scoring, the way it has been done, mostly it is over-reliant on the same very formal structure. It's about salaries, it's about having payment every 30th of the day. So it is disadvantageous to the informal sector. And I think as Stima, what we've attempted to do is to say that we do not discriminate on the membership. And therefore, instead of having a very rigid way of scoring, you also look at character lending. And it's about KYM, know your member. So the more you know about them, you need to get your boots dirty, you need to get your hands a bit muddy, just to understand more about the businesses that people are doing, about the lifestyles that they're living, about their character. And then based on that character, then perhaps you're able to lend. So I tend to think, therefore, for me, is really to review the whole aspect of credit scoring. And I know we borrow very heavily from the Western world. If you visited the US, you'd find out that you could probably borrow from between 1% and 21%, even on a mortgage facility. But the question you need to ask is that the person who's borrowing at 1% and the person who's borrowing at 21% is whom? in most cases you'd find that the individual borrowing at a higher rate are the individuals who do not necessarily have that formal framework of how the scoring system has been put. So as we even copy, I don't think we should copy and paste. We should really look at other avenues whereby we can have a more social framework, I'm from a circle, so allow me to say this. A more empathy, let us have more empathy in terms of our lending. So let us not have people in a straitjacket. Yeah. I think those would be my comments.
Thank you. A last question to the new kid, the exciting kid on the block, KMRC. KMRC has been in operation for the last 3 years and is now fully functional. It sits at the heart, the epicenter of the affordable housing vision. From the horse's mouth, what is KMRC's role and how receptive have primary mortgage lenders been in signing on to access concessional pools of funding from yourselves? And what do you believe needs to be done to accelerate the traction and deepen the opportunity?
Thank you, Edgar, for that good question. I'll start by saying that KMRC is formed under a PPP program, public-private partnership, where there is some shareholding from the government, and the majority of the shareholding is actually from the private sector. That is the banks, and the SACCO and microfinance bank. And our membership, we actually serve our shareholders. So it's a very unique model, which actually has not been done in other markets, that a mortgage refinance company that has both banks and SACCOs as their shareholders. And you know, the beauty with this is that SACCOs serve their members. So there's a lot of connection, because you are serving a member that makes decision on how you go about it. And that is actually what is adopted in our model. We are serving our members, and we have 11 SACCOs that are currently participating in KMRC refinancing activities. We have 8 banks, and we have 1 microfinance bank. So with that diverse shareholding, we are able to reach all our customer base, because we operate at a secondary level where we do refinancing of mortgages, meaning that we don't interact directly with our primary customers. And that is the opportunity then we have to ensure that the kind of shareholders we have are able to reach to the end consumer. So that uniqueness has actually enabled us to bring a new perspective into mortgage lending in this market. And we are actually looking at it as a home ownership program. And we are playing a very critical role in the affordable housing space. And when we came to this market, of course, looking at the SACCO sector, we realized that there were a few challenges when it comes to capacity issues. And what the program we started developing is a capacity building for the SACCO, so they can be able to play at the same level with the banks. And that program has gone through a 2-year cycle to the stage where the SACCOs were able to get approvals for the mortgage product. And this looked at certain aspects within the SACCOs, you know, capacity in terms of the systems, human resource, complement, mortgage programs, you know, policies and procedures. And with that, then they got an approval from SASRA. And with that, now they are able to go and effectively serve their customers at the same levels as the banks are doing. So KMRC started by looking at programs within the market. What are the mortgages that have been created? Because we needed to enable liquidity first, you know, to our primary mortgage lender. How do you enable liquidity? We have a criteria of which customer can qualify to access the affordable housing that is concessionary priced. And with that, we've enabled our participating institutions to access a certain level of funding using their existing portfolios that were there before KMRC came into the picture. So that gives them liquidity to be able to go and create new mortgages in the market. And a few of the institutions that are even seated here have actually accessed And today we have testimonials in the market that there are members who are accessing the single-digit loans in this market. So what we do, we match the portfolio tenor. If an institution is able to create a 20-year loan, we refinance that 20-year loan. So that brings affordability and the increasing tenor, which actually becomes very easy for the end consumer to do. So we've seen a lot of positive impact, and that is why we are working together with our institution to ensure that we build that capacity, and increasingly we expand that space of home loan ownership in this country. And specifically, our target is affordable housing, because that is actually the call, because that is a market that is not served by the conventional market loans that are offered by the financial institutions. So that's why we are very specific about that market, because we want to grow it so that we can have decent housing for the population.
Thank you. I think that brings our discussion to a close. Happy to hand back to MC.
Thank you so much, Edgar, and round of applause to his team for a good job. And thank you so much for keeping time. I'll allow one question. Okay. I'll come to you. There's a gentleman who raised their hand very quickly up here.
Thank you so much. My name is Colin Sotieno with Standard Chartered Bank, mortgage risk and policy. My question is two-pronged. It will need an answer from the ministry team. It will also need an answer from the panel. In Kenya, we seem to be focusing so much on regulating the contractor as opposed to regulating the developer. The examples which have been given, South Africa, Singapore, and also Malaysia, which was not mentioned, but I think is the best in terms of developer regulation. This model works because if you look at Kenya currently, we have about 26,800 and odd mortgages. Most consumers of houses prefer to do off-plan, even for those specific mortgages, because of the cost benefits. How about if we have a legislative framework to regulate the developer? And I'll take 2 minutes just to give an overview of what I'm talking about here. Today, if I want to buy a property off-plan, I have to put my faith in the developer not having any developer risks which are unforeseeable. But the government, I think, has the capability to have some framework to have a tiering system for the developer, request the developers to have some capital adequacy before you are licensed as a developer, and you are reviewed, your performance is reviewed periodically. Let's say 3 years, your performance you can lose your license or not. And before a developer releases property to the market, they need to create a specific account with a participating bank where purchasers will deposit this money, and this money will be controlled and regulated before disbursement to prevent diversion of funds. So those are just some of the small, at a granular level of what I'm talking about. But the bigger question is, what is preventing us from having such a system in Kenya? It's helping in countries where this thing works. And if we don't do it, I think we'll continue backing the wrong tree here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Otieno, for a question and a solution. Anyone wants to take that? Okay.
And it's a very good question, and a challenging one, although I think it's more of a supply side than a demand side question. And I do agree, when you look at Kenya's perspective, when it comes to development, it's a 50-50, debatable. There are very good developers, but then again, there are those others
who will tell you, yeah, come up with an off plan, but by the time you've finished paying, there's nothing to be seen in terms of a house. So some of those things that have been mentioned, and I take the example of having, say, money in an escrow account, that can be done without legislation, doesn't necessarily need that, and I think already some of us do that, whereby you do enter into a tripartite agreement between the developer, yourself, and of course the off-taker, so that you ensure that by the time they're asking for the deposits, by the time there's incremental building, and at the end when the properties are ready, the money is being held somewhere. But for that also to happen, it means that the developers that need to be there need to be strong. One of the biggest issue I face as a CEO, and for any developer who speaks to me, and I know there are very many here, I'm always looking for a trustworthy developer. So trust is very important for us. But I'm not so sure if legislation is going to create that trust. So the most that we're able to do as an institution, or the bare minimum, is just to do a due diligence, to make sure that you're dealing with people who are able to deliver what they're promising, but most importantly, just to bite what we can chew. So I don't know if that helps, but I think that the other team might also chip in.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Inanga Isaac from KCB. Actually, the next question is for my friend Geoffrey, and he was just about to take the mic, so it is nice that he will answer them together. And I'm aware that at some point KMRC was considering on how to secure their loans to primary banks. So my question is, what is the current security that KMRC takes once they do whatever due diligence they do with the banks to take over the book? And I'm asking this because what I had heard then was that KMRC was keen to probably do the usual processing of registering their stake into the respective titles. That, of course, we all know the legal process, and we know how the charging process works and how long it takes at the lands. And the feeling I had then was that then will be taking us back, because we will go back to the legalities and the processes. So just to ask and reconfirm, what does KMRC take as a securities once the banks have agreed with them on the book? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. KMRC's pledging mechanism looks at one, the institution that is offering the portfolio for refinancing has to have perfected the security, meaning that KCB is holding a charge, a legal charge over that, and we do assignment of that charge that you are holding. So in a portfolio setup, we will verify that the portfolio that the institution is offering as a collateral for the loan has met the requirement, it's assignable, and therefore we do assignment. Secondly, KMRC also looks at the receivables that are accrue on that portfolio that you've given, because our interest is one to ensure that we have to mark our interest on that portfolio by assigning it, and this is the normal assignment that will be done, and it's not a second charge, just an assignment. And also we'll have an interest on the receivables, because you are collecting from, once we do a refinancing, you are collecting the money on behalf then of KMRC, because the receivables that you are collecting from that portfolio is actually what should be used to service the facility. But independently, once that money is collected by KCB, then you service the loan. So in essence, that is how the pledging mechanism works, that we'll do the assignment and also we'll have an interest in the receivable. So that has actually enabled institutions to access funding from KMRC in a very easy way, as opposed to the usual charging process that then will face the hurdles that we were discussing about, the security perfection and all that. Coming to the previous question on the regulations, I think there was a proposal from the previous discussions that there's a proposal to have a developers regulation board that I think is in the works. And some of the comments that my friend has from Standard Chartered has alluded to are actually under consideration. So there is works towards that, and I believe the teams that are working on that then will make that work, and that will actually resolve some of the issues that have come up. But in addition to that, I think as the CEO of Stima also indicated, within the current framework between the developer, the financier, and the customer, they still can come into a tripartite agreement, and using the escrow account proposition, they'll be able to have some controls, milestone controlled disbursement on the funding, and that will actually protect the end consumer towards any diversion of funds. So I think those are things that can be done and tied to a project agreement that can actually help achieve some of those, overcome some of those challenges. I don't know whether we have other comments from my colleagues.
Before that, there's a comment from this section. Then there's the, wow. Then I'll come to the back and then we wrap it up.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. I think hearing how you've overcome certain challenges on the demand side has been really interesting. I was just thinking what I really gained a lot from the previous panel was that they went straight to the bottlenecks on the supply side and were providing solutions that need to be done going forward, right? So that it makes the job of Joe here very easy when he's trying to come up with the resolutions. I didn't hear any of that in this panel, so I'm just wondering, have you overcome your bottlenecks from the demand side? Is there something that we need to do? It's not a question you can answer now. I'm sure he would not be happy, but as timekeeper, yeah. But just something to think about, such that maybe by tomorrow somehow that's fed over to Joe's team, so that it becomes part of resolutions going forward. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just run to the back. Two more questions, and we can bring this to a landing.
Thank you. My name is Rachel from Ukulima Circle, and my question goes to the lady from NCBA. I would like to know, how are they financing Boma Yangu units under mortgage arrangement, yet we are aware that the ownership papers are not available? Because where we sit, we are turning out down the customer on the same. Thank you.
We could have the answer as I get to this. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Rachel, for that question. Maybe what I said is that we have received data from Boma Yangu, having successfully integrated Boma Yangu platform to our systems or to our ecosystem. And so what we are doing is to be able to appraise or pre-approve the customers subject to receiving the allotment letters and the title documents. You know very well we've not received the section of titles. Titles are not yet out, so we cannot penalize on the charging process. So what we've done is to pre-approve the facilities as we await for the other documents. And I think other financial institutions can be able to, can be able to adopt that other than turning away the customers. Because one thing that you notice is that people are daring, or they really want to be able to get into property ownership because they want to move away from renting. And so if we are able as financial institutions to be able to give them solutions and even give them hope that we can be able to pre-qualify subjects to get in the title documents, it will go a long way in giving them confidence in owning properties, as well as also extending the affordable housing program to a higher level.
My name is Crispus from ABSA. My question is either to this panel or the panel that was there before. And in line with what PS Hinga mentioned, the spirit of having clear policy frameworks. The question is, what is our definition of affordable housing? Because unless we have a clear policy definition of what we are terming as affordable, then there's a lot of confusion, and especially coming from the financial side, from the bank side. which developer do we consider as engaged in affordable housing? What is the scale of the project? What is the value of the units? So I think if we can be able to have a clear policy statement on what is being considered as affordable housing, then probably we'll be able to move forward and have some of these basic questions answered.
Thank you. And perhaps KMRC, you want to take that on affordable housing as we come to our absolute final question?
I'm audible? Yes. Could I very quickly respond to a question that was raised regarding some of the initiatives from the demand side? One of the key things that we have noted is that the limitation of money of 4 million and 3 million is a turn-off for some of our members. And what I mean here is that, yes, there's been a lot done in the supply side in terms of ensuring those units are there. But like my colleague stated, Kenyans, we are peculiar in our own unique way. And one of our peculiarities is that every Kenyan wants not just an affordable home, but a proper home. I don't know how else to put it. More than an affordable home, more than a functional home. Yeah. So there could be discussions around that. And I know partially that is being addressed with the funding from Africa Development Bank, because majority of us might live in an urban setup, but we do not necessarily want to buy in Pangani or Park Road. Most likely you're building something at home. So when you look at the environmental and social risk framework that was provided by the World Bank through the KMRC, then you'd find there's a lot of restriction around that. So you're not really allowed to lend quite a lot around the rural areas, which I think is also a limiting factor by itself. The third one has to do with and this discussion has already been had, the reliefs, the tax reliefs, the incentives. There are two things here. One, as in the SACCO sector, all you would like to have is a fair playing field, so that whatever incentives are being given in any financial sector, be it the banking sector, then also that member who's getting financing from us is able to get it. And I'd like to just give 3 quick examples of that. There's the housing relief. That is only available through Bomayangu. Remember, there was the first home ownership plan. Very few banks, and I think it was the housing finance, were the only ones able to do that. Look at the stamp duty. You talk about exemption, but on the other hand, you say it's only for affordable schemes. What about us who are giving money to guys who want to buy affordable homes? So for this to work, there has to be a critical mass that is being generated, that you're giving incentives to everyone. You cannot give selective incentives and then expect affordable housing to be there. I think my last point is regarding, again, inclusion. When you look at accessing, say, of funding, whether it is for the youth, for the women, for the informal sector, again, for us, let me speak for the SACCOs that are here, our main aim is just having a fair field. That the government, the treasury, whoever is providing these grants or low source of funding, SACCOs are not second-class citizens. We are as good as the banks are. And in any way, we actually play right down there at the playing field. So that kind of availability is also very important, that you avail all of this across the whole platform. And then I can assure you that you can have much more in terms of that affordable housing space. My last point is that the government is not necessarily the solution for most of our problems. There's a thin line between the demand and the supply side, and the solution is right there in the middle. It's not this panel and the other panel. It's right there in the middle. At that cross-section, once you address those structural processes, the issues that you have, a quick example, getting a title through Block A in Nairobi today is a nightmare. It takes up to 6 months to 1 year, and they've already there's a already willing to purchase a house. There's a seller who's willing to buy. So as long as we do not address the structural issues that exist between demand and supply, then I'm sure still affordable housing will remain a pipe dream. But if we do, then I'm sure we'd be able to have that critical mass. So I thought it was important we raise that. Thank you.
Going to the last question on the affordable housing program. The KMRC model is actually modeled under the affordable housing program as captured by the government. And there are two aspects. One on the pricing of the property or the property value. Currently, we are looking at what falls under the affordable housing program is 4 or 5 million properties. Those are actually the properties that we offering loans, refinancing that falls under that category. The second item that is actually looked at is the income. The population that is targeted under that is for the population that is earning 150,000 and below. That is the population that is targeted under the affordable housing program. That does not mean that the rest are excluded. There also a proportion of funding that goes, a certain percentage of funding that goes towards the next portion that covers up to 8 million. So when you look at the whole program, we're looking at 8 million property priced 8 million and below that will qualify under the affordable housing program. But when it comes to development, then there's a very elaborate program criteria for evaluating projects that will be qualified under that. And I think that is done through the Bomayangu platform, where developers then have a process of applying and being qualified for their projects to be considered under the affordable program. So these are very elaborate, but I was just addressing from the demand side, the funding that KMRC is releasing, how does it then fit into that affordable housing program?
Thank you. I'm Solomon from Police Sacco. And my question or my comment, maybe any one of you can be able to respond. One is from the demand side. I'm looking at the, like my membership, most of them are civil servants. And based on what we've been able to design as a product, the policy guideline led us to do a single digit. But then again, if you come on the side of government civil service, they equally have a similar program, which is priced at about 4%. Sometimes any circle that is serving the civil service, we have that kind of challenge. And then I don't know whether I would say government is in competition with us or not, but basically it's an area we need to have a conversation so that we see how best government can do regulations and the private sector or other people do business. Another area is the area of developers. I think we've had several meetings when we are talking about affordable housing, breakfast meetings, sometimes with the World Bank, where developers and the supposedly consumers would meet. And many a times, from the demand side, you'll get from developers wanting circles to make a commitment. They would come and say, Solomon, you can see your membership, over 60,000 members. We are doing units of about 1,000. We want you to make commitments. So I think to me, I really find that to be a bit of a challenge. When I'm asked to make a commitment or to become like an intermediary where I buy units and then I sell them to my members, I think that is a bit of difficult. And I know sometimes following through in such kind of design becomes a challenge. But for us, largely we are financiers. If any of my member would get a unit out there and come to me, funding is there because we are members of KMRC, refinancing is there. We have also built internal liquidity. So I'm thinking maybe we need to have a kind of an approach, maybe the design of how we market some of this. So that once we know there's funding, the circles are there, and also we have other players outside there, we need to see how then production can be achieved with already known that once a unit has been taken, funding should be available. Maybe you'll make comments on that. Then a third area is, I think there's one of the panelists who said the regulatory environment is not very friendly, and they are now thinking of setting up a different vehicle that will be able to achieve. I really did not understand how that would happen, because I thought when you're talking about affordable housing, we already have policy guidelines, we have product designs, and for us it's basically just to follow through by providing a service. What would be the difference, or what difference will it make by moving the service from the position where you are into creating another vehicle to be able to give the service it will give? I thought maybe that is creating more kind of an efficiency or something like that. So I don't know whether that also means laws that are being put out there. How do we interpret them, or how do we see through them, or do we hide behind those laws which make us not be able to provide efficient services? Maybe you could comment on those three as we bring forth the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Because of time, could we have just one person to summarize all that up?
I will attempt to respond to two issues. Then Daktari will take the third one.
We may not have time for that. Okay. Because we need to go to the next one. So just if you could summarize for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me summarize by saying that in terms of the product offering that your institution should offer, I don't think there is competition, because you're serving different markets. As much as the government has other initiatives through the civil servant scheme where they're offering competing interest rates on mortgages, I think you should also look at the wider market, that you're also serving more than the civil servant, that there's a section of your market that will not be able to benefit from those other products. So I believe these are different initiatives to serve different aspects of the market, so that there is inclusivity in access of affordable housing. In terms of the commitment to projects, I believe we can work very closely as we look at refinancing of those loans. We can work very closely to see how then can we use the pipeline that you're going to create on a project. Then we see what kind of commitments then can you have with the developers to ensure that at the end of the day, when those projects are delivered, then there is a refinancing that is availed by KMRC. So those are things that we can work very closely to ensure that we deliver.
Thank you so much. Sorry for pushing you out. It's only because of time. But a round of applause to this panel for taking all our questions. Asanteni sana, you may have your seats. There's clearly lots and lots of learning and clarifications, and I'm glad that lots of solutions are coming from the plenary, and these solutions are being rapporteured and they'll be used to sort of forge the way forward. Okay? We've had a pretty long day, but just 2 quick presentations and then we can call it a day. Okay? So first, I'd like to bring back Shelter Freak, and Alfred Nikayenzi, who's the Deputy Managing Director, will be here to make a quick presentation. Alfred, karibu.
Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. I would like to make a quick presentation, as said. And the presentation is about what
Shelter Afrique does in terms of supply support, and what our two key instruments for that are. They are project finance, okay, and partial credit guarantees. Those are the two key instruments that we use in supporting supply of affordable housing in Kenya and across the continent. Let me just provide key highlights as far as infrastructure delivery in Africa is concerned. So, indeed, sustainable infrastructure is very important in any economy, and it is a key driver of economic development across the world. And provision of effective infrastructure in housing is critical in achieving standards of living and towards poverty reduction. It's also very important for us to identify what is the scale of the challenge that we face in terms of housing gap. The current deficit is estimated at 56 million units. The shortage for Kenya is estimated at 2 million, and the housing deficit is an indication of how much investment is required to deal with that very critical aspect. In terms of the housing industry is concerned, in Kenya, it is a very challenging matter due to urbanization that is increasing, and that is really putting the pressure on the housing market. There is already a 2 million, as I said, backlog, but this backlog increases every year by about 150,000 units because the number required is about 200,000, and currently the industry is only able to bring on the market, on stream, only about 50,000. So that leaves an annual gap of 150,000. Mortgage industry, as many have actually indicated, is still very thin, very shallow, and there are quite a number of reasons for that. Asset liability mismatch and limited access to capital markets, insufficient credit risk information, and inefficiencies as far as land property registration process is concerned. The financing tool that we have is project finance. Why project finance? Because it helps finance new investment based on the fundamentals of the project itself, cash flow, operating cash flows, without seeking additional sponsor guarantees. That is a very effective instrument that is part and parcel of what we do. And this is critical for financing public sector projects as well as private sector ones. It is really a key part of the strategy to fund and reduce the infrastructure gap in Africa, including in the housing sector. And it brings also in focus very key elements for execution of those projects, and that includes bankability, risk sharing, among other things. As you know, COVID pandemic has created quite a bit of a challenge that has affected delivery of housing units as well as the whole economy. And what we are doing as Shelter Afrique is to really focus on providing effective delivery mechanism as part of the recovery process. It is very important for us, for the countries, our member states, to get the housing sector going because it is a critical element, engine for sustainable economic development, not only for the primary needs for a shelter, for a house, but also the all the other induced effects, among which job creation is a key element. Partial guarantees, another key instruments that we use for our strategy. This is primarily dedicated towards SMEs because they're the ones who are most likely to need financing support to mitigate the risk that they're facing in terms of execution of housing projects and or other infrastructure projects. I would like to take this opportunity for me to provide a sense of what Shelter Afrique is for those who might not be familiar with it. Shelter Afrique is the only Pan-African development finance institutions that is entirely dedicated on the provision of housing and urban development across the continent. We currently have 44 member states. We still have 10 to go to have the whole of the continent as members. And we have also two institutional shareholders, one AFDB and the other one is Africa Re. We are headquartered here in Nairobi, Kenya. We have an authorized capital of $1 billion, and we have provided cumulative loan approvals up to 2020 of $1.2 billion. This is just a quick overview of our key offering in terms of products. The PPP, as far as large-scale affordable housing is concerned, that's on the supply side. Got on the demand side the line of credit, that's primarily for banks or financial institutions who are seeking to provide mortgage finance solutions. And then we are also involved in providing social housing solutions to primarily the rental market. So those are the key lines of business and the primary products that we offer. We do deliver on our mandate through three critical approaches. One, obviously, is financing, which I just mentioned with the main products that we offer. The other one is partnership. We partner with like-minded and similar organizations in achieving the mandate of affordable housing and urban development. Finally, we do capacity building training and advocacy, and that's by providing policy support and creating an enabling environment across the continent. Specifically for Kenya, what have we done to date? We have supported about 116 projects. We have invested about $230 million, which is about 25 billion Kenyan shillings. And that has, considering co-financing that came into it, about 45 billion Kenyan shillings, and in terms of units, about 4,000 units that have been created or put on the market through our support. But I would like to highlight a key strategic initiative, which has been our investment into KMRC to the tune of $2 million, and we are one of the institutional shareholders in the institution. Also, currently underway discussions with the National Housing Corporation to support the government delivery of one of the Big Four agenda key pillars, which is affordable housing. And we are also evaluating investments in affordable student accommodations in partnership with private sector participants. Also, we have in our plans a return to the Kenyan capital markets through the issuance of bonds. So those are the key aspects of our involvement and our participation into active participation in the industry here in Kenya. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to address any question you might have if there is any.
Thank you so much, Alfred, for your presentation. Next, we'll have 3 presentations in quick succession, and that will be the end of the day. So first, joining us virtually would be Mr. Simon Wali, who is from the World Bank Group. Simon, good afternoon, if you could hear me. Good evening, Simon. Can you hear me? We can hear you. Is it? Simon, can you hear us? Could you try your audio? Okay, great. As we try to set up Simon, I'd like to bring on stage Mr. Washington Agutu, who's the manager, asset management at the NHC, to make his presentation.
Good afternoon. I was asked to talk briefly on tenant purchase arrangement of buying houses and rental housing in Kenya. There is no country in the world where everybody owns a house. We had earlier in the day that perhaps up to 70% in a very successful country, you'd have home ownership. There are two forms of tenure that we also need to discuss as we progress forward. All documentations that have been done in this sector since 2004, housing policy, 2016, housing policy, and all other discussions about housing has touched on rental housing. A lot of discussions that we have had today is more to do with home ownership and very few on rental houses and institutional housing. These are two areas that I just wanted to highlight. One is now on tenant purchase. Tenant purchase is a mode of purchase of houses which runs for various periods. Normally, the corporation started tenant purchase for a period of 18 years. But we have tweaked it a bit so that now we can have tenant purchase for 2, 5, up to 25 years. Now, tenant purchase is where somebody pays just about 20%. For affordable housing, we have allowed 12.5%. Now, this is what then, once you've paid the deposit, when the houses are complete, you just move into the houses. The corporation has been charging 13%, which is almost like the market rates if one were to go to the bank. Affordable housing, government approved 7% as the interest rate to make it affordable. Now, what happens is that it allows the purchaser time to organize his finances so that the payments are achieved over time. Some practical examples. Langata, our project in Langata, which we started in 2005, what we have observed that even if you give the purchasers 18 years, it will take them just about 10 years to pay off. Right now, those who got houses in 2016, almost 75% of them have paid off. So even though they are given 18 years, people often work hard enough to pay for their houses within a shorter period of time, because the longer you pay the mortgage, the more expensive it becomes. So it is the most popular mode of purchase. Right now, I think the PS did not tell you we have been under a lot of pressure from the purchasers of Bomayangu Park Road, where almost everybody is asking for tenant purchase mode of purchase. Now, we are happy that a number of developers, the private sector developers, are adopting this as mode of sale. The only issue here is that it ties the capital. It ties the capital for the period, and that cannot make it, you cannot roll over. You cannot roll over quickly the capital that is invested in one project. That is why in most of the projects that we have done, we try to have a mix. We try to have a mix of tenant purchase together with outright purchase so that we have a balance. But if you are talking to any ordinary investor, what are the issues that you may need to look at? Do you do rental houses or do you tenant purchase? And what are the key factors that you may need to critically examine? You must examine the investment strategy. Our presenters earlier in the morning asked us to really package projects where you have to check, for example, if you are doing rental houses, how long is it going to take you to get back your capital? If it is anything between 10, 12, 13 years, then it makes sense. If it takes up to 20 years, then obviously, if you are just an ordinary investor, it does not make a lot of sense. We, at all time, need to check the return. The return on investment, we basically look at the rental for that particular market. Assume it is some 10,000 per month for 1 year. Then divide that by the price. You will get, multiply by 100, a certain percentage. If it is anything between 7 and 10%, then it makes sense. So that the private sector should not actually fear investing in rental houses. That simple check will, you can now compare that with the treasury bills and all other investment, all other forms of investment that you may put your capital in. For rental houses, you look at location. Location is key, and I think the PS and one of the presenters touched about access to the workplace. Currently, I think we have about 120 acres of land in Athi River, which was launched last week. The government also has about 4,000 acres. Before we put in any money, whether it is for rental or for purchase, the first item that we look at is access to the city center. And on this PS, people talked about enablers. Right now, we are benefiting from your close network within the government. We need to institutionalize. If National Housing Corporation is going to be the lead here, then how do we work with all the enablers? Because right now, on the 4,000 acres in Athi River, I would like to see a rail transport arrangement. And we need to see all the players in the sector, urban planning, everybody working on the project. And we need to devolve this relationship, not just in Nairobi, but also up to the county level, because we are going to work closely with the county governments. Access to the workplace. Because a number of people invested, did very beautiful maisonettes in Ngong, Ungata Rongai, and they have moved away from Ungata Rongai to come back and get rental houses. Because the uses, there are certain factors that tenants or even purchasers consider. And when we are doing projects like Stoniathi, 3 services need to be ahead of any other development. You need to have schools. You need to have health facilities. You need to have commercial facilities. That is why somebody would want to stay in Athi River 30 kilometers away, knowing that his child is safe. Can go to the hospital, can go to school within the estate. And this can be achieved just by leasing part of the land to service providers. If you took MP Shah Hospital, give them just about 25-year lease, and they will build the hospital there. That is going to be an attraction to any investor, either for purchase of houses or even for rental. So access to the workplace and those necessary social amenities, very, very critical in choice. That's choice of location. Tenant selection is the key. One of the problems that we have witnessed there was a bit of change in how you would either foreclose any form of purchase, eviction. A lot of activism was very visible at that time, and the then Chief Justice Evans Gicheru directed that you cannot evict a tenant just from ex parte court orders. And you have to go and have the case heard in court, inter partes. By the time you hear court, you go through the court process, you cannot evict your own tenant. So this is a critical issue, and we may need to address it with the judiciary, because on the one hand, it is just protecting the tenant, but it is affecting the investors in housing. And that is one issue that now is making it very, very difficult to evict a tenant. So you will need to consider the kind of tenant that you are bringing on board. Unfortunately, in the affordable housing, we are catering for all cadre of people, and we may not have the leeway to select the people we want in there. But as was reported, the financial institution, the banks, usually assess the credit worthiness. We also need to select the kind of tenants that we are putting in our houses, because if we don't do that, then obviously you are creating a problem from day one. And now, once you are with him or her, you cannot evict him when they fail to pay their rents. It is run, tenant purchase arrangement is run similarly to rental. It is only that it has an end as opposed to the rental houses. The last point is, how do you manage that property once you have developed them? And a number of occasions I've heard people talk about estate managers just doing what is called rent collection. And we get it so wrong. Because when you are given a property to manage, as a property manager, you are supposed to enhance the value of that property. The investor, the landlord, has given you his wealth to manage, and you are supposed to grow that wealth. There are so many issues that are involved in management of rental property and tenant purchase, which requires also financing. And one of the issues that have been neglected is additional capital investment into a project. Anybody who has done a property expects returns, but you are called upon to also have additional capital. Now, tenant purchasers pay service charge. Service charge is for services. It is not a capital expenditure item. And service charge is money that belongs to the purchasers or the tenants. And they have to know exactly what has to happen. And it must be audited on an annual basis. Now, when you want to do certain improvements, what do you do now that you don't have additional capital? What has happened in the past, and my colleague, Mr. Keeley, tomorrow I think will present, we tried some intervention so that at the beginning you try to develop a certain layer of capital and put it as part of the pricing of that project, and invest that little capital for any capital works that may be required within the lifetime of the development. If we don't do that, then you will be called upon by the purchasers, by the tenants, to have electric fence. Where do you get additional funds to do that kind of project? So it is quite critical that when we invest in rental houses or even tenant purchase, then we are also able to take care of future capital expenses. Administration of service contracts, auditing of the service charge account, and administration of security, garbage collection. One of the experiences we have faced in Park Road is some of the architectural designs did not take care of a number of social issues. And yet, it brings about chaotic situations. Just simple things like drying lines, where now in Park Road the drying lines are on top, are on the rooftops. And we continuously have wars there. Women fighting their fellow colleagues. Just a simple thing as drying line. And we only have one refuse chute. Skip. One refuse skip in the entire project of 1370. And what our house helps don't know, that water and electricity do not coexist. They carry their pail of water, the cleaners now carry the pail of water going upstairs to clean. And you get the lift splashed all over. That is critical. Along the way, we don't have electric points. If you are using now any of those machines, they don't have electric points where they can plug in their machines. Cannot collect water maybe on every other floor. Those simple design issues must be addressed in our future projects. So if you are managing a tenant purchase project or a rental project, such simple designs architects need to take on board. Maintenance is a big cost component of rental houses and tenant purchase. And maintenance, a number of purchasers or tenants and tenant purchasers, once they have completed their payments, they think they should not be making any further service charge payments. Now, and yet they also want repairs and maintenance works to be done by the property manager. This is an area which the property managers must always be very careful about. Insurance of the property. Sometimes we take our cost today of developing a project and have a consistent line of insurance. Or sometimes we don't even take care of insurance until fire hits you. That is an issue which all the property managers must always be able to take care of. It is a part of cost, part of outgoing of property management, but it is fairly critical. Key element, and the last item, is rent and rent arrears management and the future of housing in Kenya. I look at the legal framework that we currently have, and we realize that perhaps the technical personnel in housing sector need to start thinking just like these hotels where we are today. If you go to the house, you'll just swipe a card before you get into your house. If you don't pay, they will disable you at this very end. Now we need to also start thinking of designing and developing smart housing projects. We need to integrate ICT in development, design and development of housing, because that will facilitate the property manager in future. Because if we don't do that, if you don't do that and you have to get goons to go and evict somebody, you will not succeed. You will find it very, very difficult. That's why we were trying to propose to our technical team to start thinking smart houses. where I can disable your access to your unit without necessarily having to bring in the police. That will facilitate property management. Smart, these days when the younger generation for which we are planning these houses and projects, when they go into restaurant, the first thing they ask for is the Wi-Fi password. Now, if you have your project, a rental property or a property for tenant purchase, the younger generation will want to look at those facilities. Do you have Wi-Fi? Very, very simple items. We need to look at this as points of attraction for our potential markets. We talked about effective demand, but the issues which bring about this effective demand is developing smart cities. And whatever we are going to do in big projects, we need to be smart. It was just a brief presentation. I was asked to come and just talk about this briefly, but my colleague, who is in also estate in government, I think is also in the house and can make a short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are we able to get the connection right through to Simon?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Simon. Thank you for bearing with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation, the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. I've got 3 slides, and I want to talk about rent-to-own. It's an exciting product. I think it falls nicely in that space between ownership and traditional rental, and provides a good alternative in terms of housing policy, which can also help with affordability. So I'll set out a bit an introduction to rent-to-own, the kind of advantages, disadvantages, some of the policy and actions that can be taken to develop the sector, and then I've got a few examples, but I think I'll focus more on some of the next steps in the Kenyan context. So if I can go to the first slide, please. Thank you. So, as I said, rent-to-own is a good alternative step towards property ownership and sits nicely between kind of traditional rental and ownership. The model is essentially very similar to a mortgage property, except that the property stays with either the developer or the financier, so the bank, and is then only transferred at the end of the payment period. If you looked at the cash flows, say in Excel for a mortgage or rent to own, it would most likely be very, very similar. It's just a question of the point at which the transfer of the property is made. There are actually different ways of structuring it. So the borrower in the traditional model would cover at least the cost of the rent, then plus some gradual equity payment. And here there's an opportunity to play around with the cash flow, so that the equity payment could be done over time, could be done on a kind of a discretionary basis, so that the rent to owner could pay as and when they can afford it. So you don't quite have the same constraints that you might have with the mortgage payment, which is a fixed monthly payment. There's ways that you can have introduce some flexibility here. One model, for instance, is that you just pay the rent payment and then you pay a bit extra, and you're essentially buying an option to buy at some future date. That model, you then introduce an element of speculation on property prices, and the developer or the bank may then look at models of sharing any appreciation in the property price. I guess one important difference, as the previous speaker explained very well and went into some of the detail and the logistical challenges of being kind of the owner of the property in a rent-to-own scheme, is that the owner stays responsible for the full maintenance during the rental phase. And that has implications about the types of properties which are best suited to this market. I think the advantages are clear. In theory, certainly in markets where foreclosure is a problem, the financier, so the mortgage lender or the developer, is in a much better position if they already have title to the property. In theory, it should make eviction easier. And I take note, again, of the previous speaker saying that this is still an issue for evicting tenants in Kenya. In theory, often the problem is more evictions in the case of mortgages, and this should theoretically make it slightly easier. I think the second advantage is where titles can be difficult and where you're looking at the subdivision of lands when you've done a large development can take several years. Or I've come across countries where the whole development has to be finished before the land authorities will start even looking at parceling out the land and doing the subdivisions and allocating the titles. So this can offer a kind of an interim step also. As the full kind of phases of a development have gone through, the initial phases could be done on a rent-to-own basis. I think also, and again, this is a good point for Kenya, where credit scoring is difficult, or affordability is a stretch where you don't have the down payment, it can offer a solution where you're offering the property, but you can check on the capacity of the tenant to pay on a regular basis, and then convert his rent-to-own contract into a full mortgage contract. As I said, if designed right, it can also offer a more affordable solution than the mortgage. And certainly in cases where you have, I think the previous speaker mentioned a 6 to 7% transfer cost, that of course doesn't exist in this case, and that can make a big difference in the first few years of taking over property when affordability is most stretched. Then the last advantage is really just kind of, it creates a different option for buyers, potentially for tenants who aren't certain about their job futures or where their jobs are going to be. It gives them some flexibility, and as I said, sits nicely between traditional rental and purchase. I think the disadvantages are that you need a strong framework for this. In theory, if you make all of your payments but then miss the last one, you could be evicted and not have the benefit of all the equity that you've built up. So there has to be some protection for the consumer as well, so that all of their payments, the accumulated equity, that they can exit even if they don't exercise the option of buying the property. I think there's the house price risk issue. I mean, particularly in a market where properties are rising very rapidly, property prices, there may be some skewed incentives for instance, the tenant not activating the option to buy if property prices have fallen, leaving the developer with a property that they can't sell at potentially below the price they could have sold it on completion. I think the rent-to-own is very similar to the leasing model that you have under Islamic finance, the Ijara model. One of the issues you have with Ijara is often that you have to do the transfer twice, first to the financing company and then a second time to the end kind of beneficiary. For housing, that may kind of cause a double payment in terms of stamp duty or transfer taxes. So for Islamic Ijara, many countries give an exemption to this. And it may be that rent-to-own needs some sort of similar framework to make the economics of it work. The next point is, and this is a particular case I've seen, and I work in the Maldives at the moment on the rent-to-own program. And because it's run by the government, they have a huge problem with payment discipline of the rents. I think the tenants see it more as a social housing program where you pay if you can, but if you don't, the government doesn't have the political will to evict you. And once that kind of culture becomes ingrained and you see your neighbours not paying, but no one's doing anything, then it kind of spreads and no one ends up paying. And that's kind of a very difficult problem that you can have, particularly with kind of the more public rent-to-own scheme. Then the last point is you need to think carefully about the financing and the cash flows, because from a developer's point of view, it may be a way to get people into the houses, but equally you're not getting the offtake financing to move on to your next project. You're tying up your liquidity for 10, 15 years over the whole payment period for rent to own. Developers are all about quick kind of turnarounds, moving on to the next project, land banking. And so for them, this isn't a great option. So you need to, or you still need to look at kind of financing options with banks or capital markets to kind of free up this liquidity. So the next slide, I've just picked out a few kind of policy actions and steps to think about to develop the market. So as I said, on the policy side, it needs to be integrated in a housing policy. And that means giving it equal weight. You want a level playing field in terms of subsidy policy, in terms of tax advantages, and then think very carefully through the targeting, like who is this kind of product aimed at, and are the housing units being produced appropriate for the rent-to-own market and the targeted households. On the financing side, there's several capital market options. I mean, you can think of securitizing some of the cash flows on the rent-to-own scheme. But all of this, as with any securitization, requires a lot of data. You need the kind of SPV instruments. But that's definitely a way. And this is kind of the sort of thing we're looking at, for instance, in Nigeria at the moment, as a way of really kind of scaling it up, getting pension funds to invest in this sort of product. I think the second option, and I know this is something that we've discussed with KMRC, is whether, for instance, KMRC could have a role potentially in refinancing the TPS scheme in Kenya. I think at the moment they're very focused just on getting the mortgage market refinancing working right and their bond issuance. But that down the line, this could be kind of another thing they could consider, opening a window for refinancing TPS and kind of releasing that liquidity, which I mentioned earlier. The last point on operations, and again thinking about how it works if you go to scale, is you need a company that can do the servicing of the property. And this is kind of all of the maintenance, making sure that it's done in a safe way, and also doing things like collecting all the rents, advertising the properties, making sure you're keeping the vacancies to an absolute minimum. And this is a big job also, and it requires a certain degree of expertise, and often this is kind of lacking. Rental markets tend to be more informal, and this kind of professionalism needs to kind of come into the sector. I think one idea that we're working on in Egypt, for instance, in Cairo, there's estimates that say as many as 1 million properties are vacant, largely because people don't trust their power to evict the tenants. So we're looking at potentially a tenant purchase scheme where the landlord is given some guarantees. There's a servicing company that comes in, and this would bring back into circulation a lot of properties which are currently vacant and not making any return. I mean, there's a number of countries here where we're having discussions looking at different options. But just to say that I think rent-to-own is very much certainly on our radar as an alternative to full ownership, with, as I've said, many advantages. I won't go through each of these. I've just got a couple of points before I close on the Kenyan situation. And I mentioned, I think, the need for a level playing field. And I think that has to be built into the housing policy, and includes things like looking at the targeting. I know there's subsidised financing through KMRC at the moment. You'd have to think that potentially some of those advantages should also be extended to rent to own to keep that playing field. Things like the offtake tool by Mayangu, why have it just as an ownership tool? It could also offer people access to TPS schemes being developed, for instance. I think and to be given on how we get the most out of and develop it.
We seem to have lost Simon. Let's give it 30 seconds to see if he's back. All right, great. Technology at times fails as much as it improves lives. Our ultimate final presentation of the day. All right. After this, there is no other presentation, I promise. I know we've had a really long day, but this is worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on stage Cassius Kusienya, who's the Director, Estates Department at the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, to make a presentation. Karibu sana.
Good evening, everyone. Am I loud enough? PS, can you hear me? Thank you. It's always an advantage to come at the tail end of a conference for the first session to make a presentation, because by that time people are normally fatigued and they tend to lose attention. So kindly bear with me, and I would like to request your keen attention as I make this short presentation. It's not actually a presentation, but just some points about what we do in the Estates Department within the State Department of Housing and Urban Development. We are actually the property managers for government, residential buildings. Within the State Department of Housing, there are two departments that deal with property management. That is my department, Estates, which manages the bigger part of estate management. And then we have Civil Servants Housing Scheme. They manage a number of houses, a few of them not compared to ours, especially in Ngara and some parts of Eastlands, especially in Jogo, along Jogo Road. Within the SS department, as the PS will tell you, we are the largest landowner in the country. I believe we've got, in terms of acreage, more land than Kenya Railways. We have a portfolio of 77,000 houses, comprising 45,000 houses, which are pool housing and institutional housing. Pool housing is housing meant for mainstream civil servants. And then we have institutional houses, which are meant for institutions, as the name suggests. We have, for example, research institutions. We have the discipline services like the National Police Service and the Kenya Prison Service. Those are institutional houses. Those are also under our management. And the institutional houses for the Kenya Police and the prison is about 32,000. So that brings the total to 77,000 houses across the country. Expected rent from this housing stock, we are supposed to get about 125 million shillings in terms of rent per month. So that translates to about 1.5 billion shillings per year. However, for reasons that I'll explain later, our rent collection efficiency is not 100%. It's much less than that. So what we realize is much less than what we expect. The current management system is that we carry out maintenance, or rather what we call refurbishment of these houses. Because of so many years of neglect, you'll find that these houses they're in a very serious state of repair. And we are trying to bend over backwards to deal with some of that neglect that was done over many years. The kind of rent that we get in a year sounds to be quite a lot, but when you compare with the needs that, in terms of refurbishment, is actually a drop in the ocean. We are not able to take care of the requisitions that we receive from our county directors across the country for maintenance. Rent collection is through what you call check-off system. As you all know, same way you pay for your NHIF dues, or if you took a loan in the bank, the money that will be, in terms of servicing your loan, would be through a check-off system if you're working with government. We have an asset register for all government houses, and that register has details about the house, the location, the space standards, history of the repairs that have been done on that house over the years, and that helps us in terms of management of the inventory. This changes from time to time. So what we do is that every year, before the end of the financial year, around about June or May, we carry out an inventory validation in conjunction with other agencies of government, especially the national government administrative officers. They assist us in this process. And this we do every year, as I've just said. Housing allocation is done through a housing allocation committee based on a point system which is competitive. In the counties, the chairman of the housing allocation committees are county commissioners. In Nairobi, for the super scale, we have a housing allocation committee based at the headquarters. That is the one that deliberates, looks at does the evaluation of the applications for houses, and does the allocations to civil servants or other public servants. It's normally very competitive. Right now, as I speak to you, I have about 2,000, thereabouts, 2,000 applications for housing within Nairobi alone. And the houses that normally come up for allocation within a year are not normally more than 100. So you can imagine the kind of disappointment people get. PS will tell you that I'm not one of the most popular people. I am liked and hated in equal measure. He said that this morning. Anyway, that's part of the occupation hazard of being director of estates. In terms of services and utilities, for the low-income earners, the ones that you'd find normally in the low-grade houses in Eastlands, we provide them with garbage collection, cleaning, and security services. However, for the high grade, or rather what you call super scale, civil servants or public servants who stay in estates like in Huti or Shanbrook or Ashoka, we don't do that because they're responsible enough to be able to manage their own common services. So they normally form an estate management committee, and members are required to pay service charge, and that service charge goes into taking care of security, garbage collection, cleaning, or landscaping for common areas. As I said earlier on, we have a challenge of under collection of revenue from our inventory. There's so much that we expect in terms of rent per month, and then there's so much that is actually deducted from a particular officer's salary as house rent, and then there's so much that actually hits the bank. We have a dedicated account at Central Bank, and normally there are variations between what you expect, what is actually deducted, and what is remitted to the Central Bank account. And this varies and fluctuates from month to month because our systems, as I'm going to talk a little bit more, are mainly manual. And we hope that if we're able to automate our systems, that will be able to solve, or rather assist us to track and find out exactly where the leakages or where the discrepancies are rising from, and then be able to address the rent collection efficiency to make sure that we collect what is actually supposed to be collected. I've talked about the inventory management. However, we have a challenge there because we have, over the years, a number of people have been able to acquire titles in connection with their houses. PS almost on a daily basis as a case, working in conjunction with the Ethics and Corruption Commission to try and recover some of these properties. So that distorts our inventory because somebody comes and produces ownership documents for a government house. Though we know it's very clear, it must have been acquired illegally or irregularly, and they refuse to pay rent, the best you can do is take them to court. And that means you are losing potential revenue. And this has happened over the years. Besides that, there's a process called boarding. There's a process for disposal of government houses. We've been able to board a number of houses as a contribution towards the affordable housing program. We boarded houses in Park Road, boarded houses in Shauri Moyo, boarded houses in Starehe, some in Nyeri, some in Bondeni, in Nakuru. However, when you do that, we reduce the housing stock. So I wanted to request PS, maybe in this forum, going forward, whenever we board houses, to pave way for more intensive use of that land, let us be given some compensation in the form of a certain proportion of the houses that are developed, so that we don't end up losing our housing stock going forward. Of course, you all know the conditions of our houses, as I did mention earlier on. They are in very serious state of poor maintenance status. And what you are suggesting, because most of them were done way back in the colonial times, that we do redevelopment. So what we need to do is that we need to partner through the affordable housing program to bring people on board, partners, to be able to develop these vast areas of land that I've just mentioned across the country, and to contribute towards the achievement of the goal of attaining 500,000 houses as promised by government, or rather as committed by government. Our systems are manual, as I did mention. We intend in the course of the month of January to deploy or acquire an enterprise resource planning tool with customer relations management capabilities to be able to make our work become more efficient and to assist us in being able to meet our mandate and the expectations of our tenants. This we are going to do in the course of January. We'll bring on board a firm who already is experienced. We haven't
Recording in progress.
We'll get a firm on board who has some experience. We work together. Maybe thereafter develop terms of reference for the procurement of a proper system that will answer to our needs, because our needs are unique. And not the way you operate is not the same way that you people operate for those who are property managers in the private sector. I've talked about the issue of the regular alienation. We do have also some of our clients, rather our tenants, who are not paying as rent the way they're supposed to. The county government especially have defaulted on rent payment for the last about 3 years, because they seem to claim that, they claim that housing is a devolved function under the Schedule 4 of the Constitution, and therefore those houses which are within their counties are theirs, and therefore they collect rent and utilize it as revenue. However, the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee has been very clear that until such time that we share assets and liabilities, we are supposed to be collecting that rent. So they owe us money, including other ministries, departments, and agencies, to the tune of about 1.5 billion over the last 3 years. So what we are doing is that we're engaging, we're in discussions with the Kenya Revenue Authority to assist us in the recovery of this outstanding amount of debt, and perhaps going forward to assist us also in rent collection, because when people get to hear about Kenya Revenue Authority, they tend to comply very quickly. So we are still in discussion, and we hope that very soon we shall be working together to assist us in bringing our rent collection efficiency to about 100%. Let me end there, and I'd like to thank you very much for your kind attention.
Great, thank you so much. And that brings an end to proceedings for today, day one. It's been long, but it's been very fruitful. And lots of engagements have already been done. Also really encouraged by a lot of the solutions that are coming from the plenary. We're looking forward to a lot more of this tomorrow. So I think this will be a good point to close the day and take a rest. Please remember to carry your luggage and your gadgets that you had in the room, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much.